owner-driver sprint series with NRG karting. I'm David Sullivan. Alongside me very shortly will be Tom Butterworth, who's just doing a little bit of a sound check in the background. You join us as we get the first race pretty much straight underway here then for round number 7. Como Bambino and Might E joining us for the first time in what has been a split grid. We are away and racing as the green drops, as Calais Tennant will lead us up and over the timing line. Might E are going off first, Como straight behind them under one green flag, but we have split them, so the Might E, the electric power, going away at the front with Como following. Calais Tennant set the best time yesterday, so he was on pole outright. And in our Como class, Logan Grassi in the number 28 was the fastest driver in Como, and he goes off Como pole position, both of whom lead their class round the opening few corners on what is a very damp Teesside circuit here today. Overnight rain, despite a full dry day yesterday for qualifying, means that it's a very different start for our drivers from where we were yesterday. So a few of them feeling it out. We have had a 3-lap warm-up this morning. Oh, and round, just off camera, goes the pole man in Como, Logan Grassi. He'd already been disposed of that first place by Archie Mostyn in the number 17 machine. So as they come up and over the timing line at the end of lap number 1, Calais Tennant from Oliver Reynolds, your top 2. It'll be Archie Mostyn up from a 5th place start into 3rd place, and the highest of our Como runners, Ayrton Tennant in P4. Logan Grassi recovers from the spin to cross the line, P5. Sebastian O'Connell, and then it should be the 66 of Jake Wynn. He's just coming out of hairpin 4 to cross over the timing line to end lap number 1.
That seems like a good time to say hello to everybody, doesn't it?
Hello, Tom.
Hello, David. How are you?
I'm very good, mate. Thank you.
Good. Nice to be back again. As Logan Grassi has gone round again at hairpin 1, but recovers once again. Just a little half spin and gets back underway. But yeah, nice to be back again. I was down this way last weekend, round at Croft for a weekend there, and it's nice to see that although the track is very wet here, it's certainly a lot better weather conditions than we had there last weekend, where the choice was not between wet or dry tyres. It was between whether you took a canoe or an ark out with you on track. Oh. Far improved here.
Were you in the combox or the pit lane?
I was in both.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. Mildly moist. So mildly moist that they cancelled the last 2 races of the day.
Oh.
Because it was the whole track was underwater.
Tom, very grateful for going home slightly early. We have lost picture in the commentary box, but luckily we've got a massive window. So, it's back. There we go. So we could have just commentated out the window. We have a full track visual on the National, which is always rather handy.
Panoramic view, some would say. But no, it is lovely to be back here once again, of course, as always, for the Owner-Driver Sprint Series. New addition to the grid this weekend, of course, with the Might E Bambinos.
Might E new. 2 new Comas as well, which is good to see. Always good to see the grid growing for our younger drivers. Calais Tennant leading comfortably at the moment with a fairly decent gap at the front because of previous lap excursions. The gap is out to 7.7 seconds because looks like Oliver Reynolds has had a slightly slower one than where his best time was, a 1:06, the best time, the last one a 1:12 for the 77 of Oliver Reynolds.
Yeah, just had a little spin over the line, didn't he? I did Reynolds.
So Reynolds joining us for the first time. He's from Leicester, Tom.
Is he? Good for him.
Got a full brief.
Oh, okay.
Got a full brief on him yesterday, which is good. So yeah, a lot of new drivers. Logan Grassi with another spin. Not the way he'd like to celebrate his birthday, that Tom, but if the track dries out, I'm sure it'll come good, because yesterday in qualifying, he beat his personal best here in time sessions and put his car on pole position yesterday. Went sub 1 minute yesterday in qualifying, did Logan Grassi for the first time in a time session here at Teesside.
Well, that's good. That's progress, and we always say that Bambinos are all about progression and learning, getting the racecraft underway. And as speaking of racecraft, we have another spin at hairpin 1. Trying to pick out who that is. Is it Sebastian O'Connor? Jake Wynn. Your eyes are better than mine, David, even without your bins.
Oh, round goes the 48. That's Ayrton Tennant at hairpin number 3. As the Comas and the Mighties
Well, that'll
just
be
try to find the line.
a change of position. No, it won't. Or will it? Ayrton Tennant driving round the outside of Logan Grassi. Grassi holding on and now will take the position back. So that'll be 4th place for Logan Grassi and 5th for Ayrton Tennant. Of course, that is on the road.
So Tennant and Reynolds, your top 2 on track, both with the Mighty powertrain. Then you've got Mostyn and Duarte, who are on the Coma powertrain. Oh,
Grassi, another spin.
Yeah,
really
just
struggling in these conditions is Logan Grassi.
Yeah, you can. He's going in sort of almost at dry pace, whereas we, particularly on the wet, you sort of go in steady, get the kart rotated and power down, and sort of almost elongate the straight between the 2 corners. As all the leaders round as well. Calais Tennant pushing the limits. He's got the luxury of a 12-second gap, though, as Calais Tennant. Does need to be careful. We have seen the Bambinos before, particularly at hairpin 2 where he went round, get stuck on that inside curb if they go up on that one, because particularly the curb on the inside of hairpin 2 and hairpin 3 are very high, particularly for our Bambinos. And we've got a stationary car at hairpin 4.
Sebastian O'Connell, and
that's not a great place, Marshall.
I was just about to say, actually,
Getting across.
was wondering if we had any drivers who haven't had a spin yet. And I think that now
does complete the set.
Completes the full set,
Archie
yes.
Mostyn. Not sure. I don't think so. No, I think Archie Mostyn's the only one at the moment.
And there goes Archie
17.
Mostyn trying to pick which way to go, left or right.
Looks like the 16 of O'Connell, his race looks to be over as he's pushed onto the grass. Marshall did have to wait for it to be safe to get across the track to retrieve the number 16 machine of Sebastian O'Connell. Other Bambinos did very, very well adhering to the yellow flags, Tom, and slowing down sufficiently and ensuring that they missed the stationary number 16 as all the way round the outside of Ayrton Tennant goes Logan Grassi. That's the line, Tom. All the way around the outside. Look at the gain that he's made there. Going all the way around the outside of South Bank, and that on track at very least will move Logan Grassi back up to 4th place. Time is down to 0. Trying to find out where there's the leader coming through, the 52 of Calais Tennant. He's the last lap board on the overhead gantry as he comes through and over timing. So not easy to pick up when they're split in what has been tough conditions for this opening race. As round at hairpin 1 again, carrying a little bit too much speed on the way in and on the racing line was Logan Grassi, but there'll be, again, it's a learning curve, Tom, and he'll go back and watch this, and very difficult, of course, to learn wet weather conditions unless it's raining. And we've just come out the summer, Tom, which is, if you travel in past the reservoir, you'll be able to know that we've not had a lot of rain.
Well, not down here you haven't, no.
Oh, no, you live in Scotland where it rains.
I live on the west coast of Scotland.
Rains on the click of fingers, doesn't it?
Literally every day. Although there was talk of a hosepipe ban because we didn't have any rain for 2 weeks and everybody started laughing.
Through then to take the checkered flag, and heat number 1 goes Calais Tennant. He's with a very, very comfortable gap. Ayrton Tennant takes the checkered flag and will be classified P4 due to the last lap tribulations of the 28 of Logan Grassi. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap as well there, Tom, by Oliver Reynolds in the number 77. The driver who I believe is the youngest driver on our Bambino grid this weekend. has his birthday between Christmas and New Year, as all round goes Logan Grassy. Oliver Reynolds goes round as well after the checker. But they sorted themselves out and are heading in the right direction. So all of our field now taking the checkered flag, as in comes the 66 of Jake Wynn. So Calais Tennant from Oliver Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant, your top three in my T, first, second and fourth respectively. Archie Mostyn takes a comfortable victory in our Coma class in third place overall. Logan Grassy, Jake Wynn and Sebastian O'Connell rounding out your Bambino grid here today. We've got Sebastian O'Connell's kart to be recovered from the far end of the circuit. So let's say good morning to some people that have already said hello in the live chat here today. Ronnie Harrah, racing number 11, watching from the track. I expect him to be out in Honda R200 in around about 20 minutes' time. Catherine Potter just saying good morning as well to Phoebe Rogers, who makes her Honda Cadet 200 debut here today at Teesside. And a very loose good morning, of course, Tom, to Angie Folkus, because she's wished us good morning from Lanzarote. And because she's quite clearly rubbing it in, I hope it's the coldest day of the year over there.
Make sure you're rubbing that sun cream in, Ange, along with everything else.
No, welcome to everybody. Thank you very much for getting in touch via the live
God,
chat.
she's just slapped me on the back of the head from Lanzarote.
From distance. I better hold my shins, because they'll be the things that will get kicked. So, yeah, good morning. Thank you to everybody that has got in touch via the live chat. And please do let us know where you're watching from. And the quad has been... They've tried to get Sebastian O'Connell's kart going. The recoil from the engine there, a little bit too much for the Marshall. And it could be the first appearance at round number 7 for the recovery quad. Well, it's not a quad this weekend. We've got a... Oh, the lights are on as well. Here we go. I
was just going to say, Kat corrected everybody and said it's an ATV, and I was just about to say it was an ATV.
Yeah, because I didn't... I said that was here at the British 24 because I got a ride in it all the way up to the far end, but I forgot that we'd had it because the previous ATV got borrowed. It got borrowed.
Yeah, long-term borrowed.
Long-term borrowed.
Without permission.
And the quad got borrowed as well. We got that back though, didn't we? No, we didn't, no. Twocked, I believe, is the correct term.
I was going to say he's got there now, so it's not ATV 9 p.m. till I come.
Hey, it's 10 a.m. It's arrived. Chris Gibbon watching from... I knew they were in Turkey. Jake has sadly stepped away from karting now. I think most of their kit either up for sale or sold. Probably to fund that holiday to Turkey.
Well, at least you've done something useful with it and productive. Yeah,
absolutely.
It's not like gone on a new kitchen.
Yeah, but looks like they're having a great holiday out there. It's the first couple of days. Obviously, we'll miss Jake. Hopefully, they when the time's right, we often see drivers step away for a year or two and come back into this. So hopefully, we'll see them again. Great to see Alan Wynne supporting his grandson Jake in his first outing here at Teesside. So, don't know whether it's just his first race at Teesside or it's his first race in general. Please do let us know, Alan. Elliot asking how long is this race? Well, this race to get the ATV off the track is probably going to be over in around about 10 seconds' time. And then the next one will be Honda Cadet. They do an 8-minute heat plus 1 lap. Then we go into our junior ranks after that. They do 10-minute heats plus 1 lap. And then we add a few minutes to their final. So we go up to 10 minutes for the Hondas and the Cadets. And then we go up to 12 minutes plus 1 lap for our juniors. Right, let's have a quick look at some grids for this one after yesterday's qualifying session in our Honda Cadets. And there's also a fairly important thing to note for our Hondas from qualifying session yesterday. Daniel Ziad qualified on pole position yesterday. He'll have the number 5 of Archie Cannon alongside him. Row number 2, Francesco Di Caro and Henry Colborne, with Sam Dixon and Tommy Burgoyne on row number 3. Ethan Pearson and Jacob Jones on row 4. The top 10 completed by Sebastian McCarthy and Abel Hutton with Aston Wilson. And Harry Scrafton, his highest qualifying position on the outside of row number 6 in P12 for Scrafton. Oliver Bullock and Oscar Wills will start on row number 7. Andrew McCrossan, P15, a PB yesterday, sees him progress up this Honda Cadet grid. He'll start alongside Edward Charlton on row number 8. Jacob McDonald and Phoebe Rogers will start on row 9. No time set yesterday in qualifying, Tom, for either Reggie Cook in the 79 or Edward Rye, the championship leader. No time set in qualifying yesterday because he wasn't here. So he will go off the back in an event in which he can, mathematically, wrap up the Honda Cadet Championship here today.
Okay. So the way that the grid positions work as well, of course, is for heat number 2, you will start where you finish heat number 1. So if Edward Rye is planning on progressing through the field, I'm sure we'll see that throughout the day. Of course, championship leader. So we'll expect him to move forward as the heats go on, but it's how far he can get up, particularly in heat 1, to give himself a fighting chance of heat 2 and 3. And yeah, he's going off, what is that, 4? Going to be in behind him?
We've got 3 micros behind him as well, Tom, so I'll run you through them because we did start talking about the Honda Cadets a little bit too quickly. So we've got Tyler Gruffety, Frank Pearson and George Allison. Frank Pearson there in the number 10 is running a Mighty Cadet powertrain. So we've got another electric entry, 2 micros. Edward Rye as well, Tom. Don't get caught out. He's not running the number 66, which he's run at pretty much every race meeting here since the dawn of time. He's racing the number 8 this weekend, as Archie Cannon also has a number change for number 5. They're running their Motorsport UK British Championship seeded numbers for this event. So drivers earn the right to run the numbers 1 through to 10, having competed in the Motorsport UK British Championship. Archie finishing P5, Edward Rye finishing in 8th place, and both of them changing from their traditional S plate and the 66 respectively for this event.
Okie dokie, well, we'll keep an eye on those, I'm sure. Like I say, the big story in Cadet is going to be the progress of Edward Rye throughout the day. Sure, we'll see him towards the front potentially by the end of Heat 2, but we'll see if he can surprise us. Sun has finally started to peek through onto the track, so that will begin to dry pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure everybody will be on wets. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, and we are away and racing for Honda Cadet Heat number 1. Good start off pole position from Daniel Ziad as he heads around the national loop. Archie Cannon getting squeezed out around the outside and drops a couple of places down to 4th place. Francesco Di Caro, and I think that was Henry Colborne moving through. And
Oliver Bullock off on the grass.
But recovers and gets back underway. But like you say, that is not ideal for Oliver Bullock. So less than half a lap completed and right to the back of the field.
Ziad round the outside, but it's not the line to take as down the inside. Great opening lap goes Henry Colborne. They're going to be 3 wide up towards hairpin 4, but Colborne will lead. Fighting back down the inside of Francesco Di Caro is Archie Cannon. They'll be side by side as they come up and over the timing line, but Colborne will lead us through at the end of lap 1 from Ziad, Cannon, Di Caro, Sam Dixon, Ethan Pearson and Jacob Jones.
And Edward Rice bringing a surprise already up to 11th place. As I said, we're going to keep an eye on that one.
Are you surprised by that? I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's up to 11th. Yeah, it's, that's a good start.
Yeah, let's see if we can drop.
He's just a little bit detached from the leading pack at the moment, but I'm sure he'll bridge that gap
needs
as
to
they're
get
still
through.
trying to get themselves into an order.
Got to get through early, whilst this lot seem very content to scrap early doors. As Di Caro down the inside of Archie Cannon.
Archie Cannon definitely didn't know he was there as Di Caro now goes down the inside of Ziad for second place. So 2 in 2 corners for Di Caro.
And Edward Rye now to the front of the second train of carts. So Edward Wright
puts him up to what, 9th, I think that will be.
Yes, I believe so. P8, I think, for Edward Rye. Indeed, it is confirmed at P8 for Edward Rye. A stellar opening couple of laps for the driver that started in P19.
So already making his way through, and they are still fighting at the front, Ziad and Colborne now. So what's happened to De Caro?
Third place for Francesco De Caro. Picks up a contact warning, so could well have just ruined an exit out of a corner with a little bit of contact.
It could have been at this point on the previous lap where he appeared down the inside of Archie Cannon, and there was a little bit of contact, but not enough to send either driver into a spin, but just a bit of a rub.
Seems to have loads of grip, though, Francesco De Caro on the inside of South Bank. Just the only one, really, that doesn't look like he's struggling to hold that inside white line.
He's definitely great through right-handers.
Which is handy, because this track is full on him.
Yes. But no, he's got loads of grip through South Bank and into Hairpin 3. We saw him take 2 places on the previous lap, then lost a couple again, and then he's fought back again to get back up to second place, and now starting to put Colborne under pressure. Does put Colborne under pressure, removes Colborne from the lead.
Good move there by Francesco De Caro. Sam Dixon and Archie Cannon battling over 4th place. They'll run side by side. Edward Rye on the previous lap was only a 10th or so quicker than the train of karts in front of him, because that train had a fairly steady lap. This time round, they've had a bit of a squabble. However, they don't seem to be holding each other up, and in fact, they are starting to spread a little bit, with Jacob Jones and Ethan Pearson valiantly holding on. In fact, do close back up round Hairpin 4. It looked like they were in danger somewhat of being cast adrift of this top 7, but Edward Rye, who needs to come into this and outscore 2 of his nearest rivals overall in Francesco De Caro and Henry Colborne by a reasonable margin of double-figure points to wrap up this championship, is giving himself a bit of a chance, although he goes very, very wide round hairpin number 1. He's pushing to try and close up, as we've got a contact warning for the 5 of Archie Cannon. And it's going to be a double disappointment for him, because down the inside at South Bank goes Daniel Ziad and disposes him of 3rd place. It could well be brief. Cannon is back down the inside with a move there on Daniel Ziad. Steady use of the side pods between the 2 of them. Are we going to get a switch back on exit? No, we're not. Ziad holding on to 3rd place.
Well, Francesco De Caro was 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else on track the last lap around, and he was the best part of 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else this time around as well. So now De Caro has hit the front, has started to move away into a class of 1.
What we get here now is we get 2nd and 3rd deciding that De Caro is too far away for them to battle for the lead. They start squabbling over 2nd place, and De Caro just has a fairly clear run then, just got to keep it facing forward. Who's Archie Cannon going to pick here? And when I say that, is does he get into the wheel tracks there of Henry Colborne? Oh, a little bit of contact there between Colborne. Ziad turned in with Colborne still on the inside of him, and it was going to be who's going to push who down the back straight. Could Sam Dixon be the big benefactor of this? He's going to try and sweep round the outside of Daniel Ziad, and they'll be side by side as they come up to the timing line. Will they? No, they won't. Ziad back in front. De Caro now he's almost 50 metres or so down the track.
Well, Dixon was the one who ended up holding position in that. Archie Cannon was the big winner out of that move from between Colborne and Ziad, as Cannon now moved back up to 2nd place because of that.
Dixon's on the outside of Ziad. Can he get a switch back? No, he can't, because Ziad doing well to park the kart in the right place. Looks like Edward Rye's ascension is going to stop at 8th place. He's not.
Just about to say that, Dave. I think we found Edward Rye's level in this particular race.
Yeah, it could well have been that they've gone either high on pressure to try and get through the traffic early, or they've gone the other way and gone low and expected the tyres to come up to temperature to give him a late race charge. But I think it's more likely to be the first one.
I think
get through the traffic early doors, hope there's still a scrap going on in front of you by the time that you're there, and you can hang on. A contact warning as well for the 42 of Jacob Jones.
I think as well, potentially it's more that Edward Rye now hasn't got the slipstream that he could have used with the front 7. The slipstream isn't there at the moment for him to close that gap and start making his way through the field. So he's had to work hard to bridge the gap. And it hasn't happened for him so far. We've still got a minute to go plus a lap. So there are still potentially a couple of places on the cards for Edward Wright if he can bridge that gap to Ethan Pearson and Jacob Jones in front. Meanwhile, Francesco Di Caro leads the way, although Archie Cannon, now that Archie Cannon has got a bit of clear air.
So he had down the inside of Colborne. That could well allow Dixon through. And no, Dixon again just slotting back in. But we are splitting. And as you say, Tom,
Well,
Di Caro with a personal best, but it's still not as fast as Cannon.
Well, Cannon almost matched his fastest lap of the race. He was only 300ths out.
And here's the important part now with 30 seconds to go. The race leader, he will be encountering some lap traffic, has managed to get through cleanly without losing time. Will Archie Cannon do the same? In fact, Archie Cannon may well benefit from a little bit of slipstream here down the back straight and up towards South Bank. Gap between the two of them was 0.8 of a second. It looks to be a little bit bigger than that at the moment. And they will see the last lap board this time round, Tom.
Yes, they will, as Di Caro heads round hairpin 4 for the penultimate time and will cross the line and pick up the last lap board. Archie Cannon is closing in, although Di Caro sets a new fastest lap of the race.
Gap out to 1.1.
Yeah, it was closing in for the previous couple of laps.
Waved yellow at the national loop. Tyler Gruffety round in the Micro Max number 30. He's off the line on the outside, which should allow everybody through. And then when he finds the gap, he turns himself and heads off in the right direction, rejoining, I believe, just behind the 68 machine of 9th place, Tommy Burgoyne.
So Di Caro has extended that gap and looks like it's going to be a Heat 1 victory for Di Caro, provided he can keep all 4 wheels in line. We've got yellow flags again as
Oliver Bullock and Frank Pearson are off the circuit, but
at the D chicane.
Our race leaders coming up and out of hairpin number 4. Francesco Di Caro wins heat number 1 from Archie Cannon, Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne with Sam Dixon P5, Ethan Pearson, Jacob Jones, Edward Rye in 8th place, Tommy Burgoyne and Abel Hutton will complete your top 10 in front of Sebastian McCarthy, Oscar Wills and Aston Wilson, who's just coming out of hairpin number 4. And then we've got Harry Scrafton, and it looks like Edward Charlton. As Harry Scrafton takes the checkered flag, just slows down to wave to somebody on the bank.
Now, a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? News. Updates, breaking news.
Good news.
Breaking news. Frank Pearson may have finished 23rd out of 23 karts. However, has set a brand new lap record.
Because he's the first person.
In the MIT.
Because he's the first person.
No. Yes, he's the first person to enter in a MIT. And yes, that means, of course, he'll set the lap record. But we have a new lap record in the MIT class.
And with the day likely to dry up,
it's only going to get faster.
He could break that every single race.
Exactly. Frank Pearson, we're going to keep an eye on that. But new lap record set here at Teesside.
It may well be that like that Max Gilman day, where he just set fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap every time round. And
but
guess what's happened, Tom?
For at least a month, Frank Pearson is going to be a lap record holder.
He is.
So congratulations, Frank. Also, I mean, we're going to have to discuss what occupation Frank Pearson does as well, because we've got Peter Webster, the accountant.
Someone's knocking. You need to put your shoulder through it. Whoever's outside the door, just, I mean, obviously put the handle down first, because then you'll put your shoulder out.
But yeah, no, we're going to need to go and we're going to need to discuss what occupation Frank Pearson does. We've got Peter Webster, the accountant. Frank Pearson, I reckon he's like a steeplejack or something like that, a bit like Fred Dibner.
There's not a lot of them going anymore, though, is there?
No, that's right. That's
there's
what
not
I'm
a lot
saying.
of steeples. Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Cricket umpire.
Frank Pearson, the cricket umpire. Good, like it. We'll keep working on it.
Which a month ago I wouldn't have ever bought up cricket umpire, but one of Yorkshire's favourite sons,
the late great Dickie Bird, much missed. An amazing character. Had a decent career, you know.
What, at umpiring or at cricket?
No, at actual playing.
Oh. Alan Wynn confirming that Jake, it's his first ever race, so that's great. We hope he enjoys his time here, and we hope that he enjoys his racing, which is the main thing. They have to be very realistic, Tom. As much as everybody wants to get to F1, the chances are very, very slim. So, but enjoy your racing, make memories that will last a lifetime.
Exactly.
And that's the main thing.
And don't spend all your money.
Yes, exactly. Which is very difficult.
Yeah.
Because it's karted.
Yes.
Right.
If possible, get sponsorship and then you can spend other people's money.
Yes. Fantastic. Right. 2 grids, of course, in our interclass. R200 and Intermax. Intermax will be going off the front. Joey Swan on pole position yesterday from Max Hall and Dylan Palgrave. And then Honda R200 saw Dexter Petty set the benchmark time. He starts on the front row alongside championship leader Luka Bachuev, Tom Nichols and Ashton Horspool on row number 2, with Peter Webster and JJ Allen row 3, with Aaron Berridge and Harry Pennington in front of Albie Cam, who moves over from Honda 200, and Ronnie Harrer completing your 10-kart Honda R200 grid.
Okay, and it looks like going to get our Micromaxes underway first time. Of course, we had just Joey Swan here last time, so he was going off the front of the R200 grid. Now we've got 3 of them. We give them a bit of separation, and they are away. And it's actually Max Hall who's taken the lead from Joey Swan initially.
Off the outside as well. Is that where the grip is? Can the R200s have something similar? No, they
Dylan
can't.
Palgrave goes around at hairpin 1.
Dexter Petty's held on from the pole position berth. Great start, though, from the 74 of Tom Nichols, who didn't get a lot of time out in the 3-lap warm-up this morning. A technical problem for him, but looks like they've got that sorted. He's going to go down the back straight, and that's some drive by Tom Nichols down the back straight to tow up onto the back of Dexter Petty. I thought he was going through, but looks like Petty had him defended and scouted well.
Meanwhile, in the in the Intermaxes, Joey Swan has taken the lead back now from Max Hall.
Petty's very wide.
5 wide into hairpin 4.
Berridge just come out of nowhere, Tom. Qualified well down the order yesterday. Will cross the line in the wet weather conditions in second place. Behind Tom Nichols, Dexter Petty, the pole man, down into third. Peter Webster, Ashton Horspool, trying to go down the inside of Peter Webster. Finds a way through. Aaron Berridge leads from P9.
Brilliant opening lap from Aaron Berridge, although he's already under challenge, as there was a little bit of contact there with, I think that was Dexter Petty coming through. But Berridge holds on through hairpin 1 and 2, and they head down the back straight one more time. Tom Nichols on the outside. Peter Webster up to second place now. The Fiscal Wizard having a great start as well. Crossed the line in P7, so he's taken 5 places in the first few corners of this lap.
Horspool trying to engineer a way through. He's up into third place. Petty then down P4. Nichols has had a bit of a tough lap. He's gone from second, has he, down into fifth, and he was battling there with JJ Allen up and over the timing line, who is having a very good showing in this race, going with the leaders. As is, I think that's Harry. Is that Harry? No, it's Albie Cam in the number 34. He always went well in the wet in the 200s, didn't he, Tom?
He did.
Good to see that's a transferable skill.
Heading down the back straight. So Berridge now stretching away at the front of this one. Lead was 2.2 seconds as he came over the line for Aaron Berridge. Back to Peter Webster, who is now coming under pressure from Ashton Horspool. And Horspool moves very cleanly through at hairpin 3 and takes second place in the R200 class away from Peter Webster, who fights back on the inside, but that one's never going to work around there. Around the outside, in through the dogleg and the kink is not the place to be in these wet conditions, and Horspool takes second place away.
Good move from Horspool. Berridge, though, still with that lead at the front and was half a second.
3.5 seconds now.
No, Berridge was half a second quicker than Horspool. As you say, into Joey Swan. Off at the front. He's pretty much got the full radius of South Bank. At the front is Joey Swan. But
It's Joey Swan doing Joey Swan things now, isn't
yeah,
it?
a gentle reminder that I said yesterday he'd done 1,000,001 laps around this track, so now he's done 1,000,004.
Okay.
1,000,005.
So Max Hall still keeping him honest at the moment in P2. Dylan Palgrave has dropped to the back of the order. I think a couple of spins for Palgrave and struggling in these conditions. The track I can already see is starting to have a few drier patches. I wouldn't go so far as to say they're dry yet, but drier patches than what we started with. Of course, everybody's still on wet tyres, and rightly so. So the question is, where is the crossover going to be today between the wet and the dry tyres?
The thing is, we're getting to that point in the year as well where the sun doesn't come up over the trees quite as early, and it does keep parts of the track a little bit wetter than they will have been through the summer.
Just to check the forecast and see what we're in for the rest of the day. It does look, that's me touching wood and then
Horse pull, Tom, while you're looking, went
my head.
0.2 quicker on the previous lap than Aaron Berridge. It was a personal best for Berridge, and also for Ashton Horsepool as well. Now, 0.2 quicker with 4 laps to go. Carries that on. We could have quite a tense final lap unless Aaron Berridge has kept a little bit in his locker for the end of this race.
I'm going to make a bold prediction that I think everybody is going to be on wets right the way through our first cycle, with the exception of those, of course, who can't run wets. And then by the time we get round to this class again, and maybe the Honda Cadets next time around,
it's going to be touch and go, isn't it?
It's going to be slicks, I think, by that point. We're going to be dry all day, apparently, according to the weather.
Equidistance between Berridge and Horsepool. So Horsepool did a 54.3 on the previous, goes back to a 54.5. Berridge with another personal best, another 54.5, but that's a consistent time by the race leader. It's been fairly consistent, although we've got a bit of a battle going on here between the Petty, Nichols, Allen, Cam and Pennington, as Albie Cam's going to try and move down the inside there of JJ Allen. Allen's going to get on the power a little bit earlier and drives up and round the outside to hold on. But it's going to be a fun final few laps for them. Let's see whether the gap at the front of R200 is closed up. I think, if anything, it's gone out ever so slightly. It was pretty much dead to a second. It's in, but it's still not worth writing home about, is the time difference between the two of them.
I think it has briefly, but I think the fight that we need to be looking at is the one that we are looking at on camera, which is the Petty, Nichols, Allen, all the way down kind of fight as they head onto the back straight. So it is Petty at the front of this one from Nichols. Then there's JJ Allen, Albie Cam, Harry Pennington. I think Luca Bachuev is in there as well. No, he's just... yeah, Luca Bachuev is in there. No, correction, he's just off the back of this one. Apologies.
I wonder if he's gone slick. I'm going to check that. It's gone very under the radar as Luca Bachuev. Bearing in mind, Tom, he went off the front row.
Yeah, so he's 8.8
whether we've missed a spin or whether he's missing the necessary tread on his tyres. They look...
they look wet.
I don't know. They're going past me at 60 miles an hour, Tom, and they're rotating.
I'm fairly confident that they're wet.
But are they wet enoughs? Basically, are they inters on a...
Are they very, very worn wet?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. Yeah, I think we're going to see a few of our Rotax classes running what we would call an inter. Joey Swan taking the final lap board.
Still this battle going on, and I thought Tom Nichols was going all in down the inside for that move on Dexter Petty.
Lovely four-wheel drift from J.J. Allen there through hairpin 3.
Oh, Petty goes wide. Finds that there's some grip on the concrete on the outside.
Exploring the full width of the track. It's kind of what you need to do in these conditions. Usually you'd use it in, or do it in a practice session, not during a race, but sometimes needs must. So Joey Swan heads around the South Bank and into hairpin 3, and then 4 for the final time. And it is going to be once again in the Intermax class victory for Joey Swan.
Just want to see if we can get back to the that battle, because there's they're 4 wide or 2 by 2 round South Bank, and it looks like J.J. Allen's going to do them both. Tom Nichols has made a superb block pass coming through. Berridge from Horsepool is your top 2. Then it's going to be Webster. Back to the front, back to this battle though. Nichols has managed to get back through. And alongside, they'll be side by side with J.J. Allen. Up and over the timing line. Allen takes it by a fraction from Tom Nichols, with Dexter Petty and Albie Cam, Harry Pennington and Luka Bachuev. Nichols had gone down the inside of Petty into hairpin 2. Squeezed Petty out wide onto the rumble strip. They went side by side. And then as they went into the right-hander, they were very tight into South Bank, a much tighter line than they'd been taking throughout the race. They slid wide. Down the inside went J.J. Allen. And then Allen and Nichols ran side by side up towards the timing line. The gap between the two of them, Tom, 2 thousandths of a second. Joey Swan from Max Hall and Dylan Palgrave in micro. R200 won by Aaron Berridge from Ashton Horsepool and Peter Webster, in front of J.J. Allen, Tom Nichols and Dexter Petty, Albie Cam, Harry Pennington, Luka Bachuev and Ronnie Harrer completing your R200 grid.
Just await our next grid to make their way out. So next race to go out will be the first of our junior Rotax heats, the first of our 2-stroke classes here this weekend, with the exception of the Inters, of course, which have just gone out. But our solo 2-stroke class.
Yes. And no seniors, I don't believe. Paul Swan normally does a bit, but I think he's on spanner duty, or at the very least didn't quali.
Oh, I thought he was another one on holiday, and I thought you were going to say he's on Spaniard duty.
Oh, right. I'm going to rattle through a grid, Tom, because we've got signed on 22 junior Rotaxers. Massive compared to where we've been throughout the season, where we've been saying like 13, 14, 15. Jacob Carnes will start on pole position for this one. 3 random grid heats now for Rotax, then our 2 Pro Kart classes. So Jacob Carnes and Freddie Widrington off the front row. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Darcy Hall on row 2. Sam Robson and Morgan Cooney on row 3. Then it's going to be Samuel Yeadon in 7th, Oliver O'Donovan in 8th, Joseph Yao and Thomas Harper on row number 5. Jake Grufty starts 11th. Hector Sadlowski will start P12. Jack Moss, Archie Ray Watson will be on row number 7. Alex Walchuk and Rossi Costello on row 8. Jaden Stonehouse, Evelyn By, row 9. Sam Hayes and Holly Swan on row number 10. And then it's going to be Layla Berryman and Ava Reynolds on row number 11. Junior Rotax slowing themselves down nicely as they head up towards the dogleg and the timing line to get their first heat underway.
And the green flag is up. It's down. We're away and racing. We accelerated early, but it looks like everybody's got away fairly nicely as they head into the national loop for the first time. 3 and 4 wide. There's a few people being hung out to dry out there, but and who is that going across the line? That is the 8 of Morgan Cooney goes across the chicane. So they try to get themselves into some sort of order.
They've all got round, Tom, though.
Widrington leading us down the back straight.
Widrington, I believe, from Carnes. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is up into 3rd place. Looks like that's Samuel Yeadon going side by side with Joseph Yao. Yao, the champion-elect, can get this wrapped up this weekend. Can the reigning junior Rotax champion here if he has a trouble-free run? Warnings for the 195 and the number 1 of Sam Hayes. but it's going to be Widrington from Carn, Stansmore, Wilson, Yao, Hall.
Ooh.
Good start from Thomas Harper, up from 10th into P6. Yeadon, Gruffity, Robson and O'Donovan, your top 10.
Darcy Hall had a great couple of hairpins, 3 and 4, and then got caught out in the D chicane. Joseph Yao braked hard and caught Darcy Hall out and had to take avoiding action, went right round the outside of the D chicane, that then put her on the outside of the national loop, dropped her down a few places. So Darcy Hall crossed the line in 5th, but I think will be about 8th or 9th by this point. But it is still Widrington leading from, it's now Stansmore Wilson has taken 2nd place away from Jacob Kahn. So great lap for Stansmore Wilson. He's closed the gap right into Freddie Widrington, and I expect this to be a fastest lap of the race. No, because we had a rolling start minus the D chicane, didn't we? Yeah, so they, as I said, they went a little bit early on the rolling start, so that's going to skew our lap time
Jaden Stonehouse is round Jack Moss as well. There's heavy contact for a few of them round the national loop. That's fragmented the tail end of the order somewhat, with drivers having to take evasive action, and the 12 round again for Jack Moss. Trying to... Yeah, with a personal best on the previous lap, Tom, was 0.6 quicker than Jacob Carnes in front.
Yeah, Stansmore Wilson flying now, and she is now right onto the tail of Freddie Widrington. They come over the line to complete 3 laps.
Just a quick one as well, Tom. With contact warnings coming in, that's the second one for the 195 of Archie Ray Watson. As round goes Sam Robson. Watson's going to need to be careful now that he doesn't amalgamate too many of these warnings and have that warning flag converted into a full black one. No, the conditions are tricky, but the instruction at the driver's briefing this morning was very clear that, yes, the track conditions are slippy, but we do expect you to drive to them conditions, and we expect you to drive in accordance with the regulations.
Yes.
So
the old adage, of course, the throttle pedal works both ways.
It does work both ways. Talking about working both ways, Isabella Stansmore Wilson has worked that 2nd place into a lead. As through she goes.
Darcy Hall getting a little bit beaten up through hairpin 3 and 4, tries to fight back. That's Oliver O'Donovan and Archie Ray Watson now moving through on Darcy Hall, who dropped 3 places that lap. Rossi Costello up a couple. He's up to 9th place for Rossi. Stansmore Wilson, of course, has now taken the lead from Freddie Widrington as well.
Opening up a bit of a gap at the front is Isabella Stansmore Wilson. So it's Wilson from Widrington Carnes. Joseph Yao, Oliver, then it's going to be Thomas Harper in front of Jake Gruffity. And Gruffity, who won the final here last time, Tom, giving himself a good chance of being in the right place again.
Holly Swan looking very racy on the back of Archie Ray Watson.
5th place, Tom, Thomas Harper appears to have, and I don't think it's at a point where it's dangerous yet, but that radiator, I don't know if it's the whole radiator or just the radiator flap, is very loose on that 156 in 5th place.
Yeah, it looks to be wobbling around a bit, but
I think the bottom mountings are still there, but there's a bracket on the right-hand side that that holds the engine to the top of the radiator. I think if that's gone, it will just move round a little bit.
Yeah, well, they're on flexi pipes and stuff anyway, so it shouldn't be too bad. As you say, Dave, so long as that bottom mount is still in place, and it looks to be, we should be all right. As there goes Holly Swan, and I think that's Archie Ray Watson around the outside, and Swan now moving through and taking 11th place away. So that lap, that overtake's been coming for over a lap now for Holly Swan, but finally gets it completed as they come over the line one more time.
So half race distance then in Junior Rotax, heat number 1. Isabella Stansmore Wilson opening the gap up to over a second at the front here from Freddie Widrington. Stansmore Wilson, her first race meeting in a little over a month for Stansmore Wilson, maybe a little bit longer actually, because she's been just on the return from injury. That's the 12 of Jack Moss having an excursion. It gets back underway. Definitely struggling for grip in that one, but
sure, as we say, it will improve through the day. There goes Stansmore Wilson in front of the commentary box one more time. 7 laps down now for Stansmore Wilson, leading from Widrington, Carnes and Yao. The front 4 now moving away from Thomas Harper, Jake Gruffity and Samuel Yeadon, who are locked together. Then it's Sam Hayes, Rossi Costello and Oliver O'Donovan, the top 10. You see, as they head into hairpin 1 as well, the inside rear wheel pawing the air as they load up that front right-hand tyre through hairpin 1 and then likewise through hairpin 2, and the chassis flexes to try and get the maximum amount of tread and grip onto that front tyre. That's where all the grip comes from. Solid rear axle as well, no diffs on these either, so that rear wheel comes up in the air. I mean, you don't need it at that point anyway. It's not giving you any extra grip, so might as well just be up in the air.
Well, to be fair, getting that inside rear up is the fastest way round, actually, because
with it loads up the front.
Well, yeah,
the opposite corner.
What it is as well, because you've got that, your rear wheel goes further than your inside wheel. So your inside wheel will try and push you wide as your outside wheel tries to drive you around the corner.
Exactly.
Get the inside up, you're effectively just unicycling it round the corner. Loads easier to turn.
Particularly in these conditions, that's exactly what you want as well, is that flex in the chassis to be able to get that turn.
Bit of jack.
Jacking, yes, bit of jacking.
Gruffity had got past Thomas Harper, but now Thomas Harper's got back past Jake Gruffity, and they're allowing Samuel Yeadon actually to close back in here, as I think Yeadon is faster than the both of them at the minute. And Sam Hayes as well from P8, or from P18, is not too far off the back either. That's a good showing for a driver that didn't get a lot of practice time in yesterday due to mechanical issues. On a borrowed engine for today, loaned to them by Rob Berryman, Layla Berryman's dad. She's currently in P18.
So we've got a change of position. I think that's Morgan Cooney coming past Darcy Hall. Morgan Cooney, of course, had that excursion on the opening lap, cut across the chicane, and is now recovering. Darcy Hall fighting back in hairpin 4. This is for 13th place, I believe it. It is for 13th place, but finally gets it completed. Does Morgan Cooney, has a quick look behind. Darcy Hall already being gapped from that one. Just got a poor exit out of hairpin 4, and now Morgan Cooney will go to work on Archie Ray Watson. Got a big gap to close up if he wants to crack the top 10 for Morgan Cooney. I think that's going to be a tough ask with a minute plus a lap to go. But full send up the inside at hairpin 2
on the grass.
And got it all wrong, did Morgan Cooney. Fired into the back of Archie Ray Watson. Both of them spun round, but Archie Ray Watson got going again quickly.
Nose
Morgan
is beached
Cooney
on the
is
tarmac.
Stopped.
Yeah, the nose is beached there. Can't get it up and needs to get out, lift that front end up, get the front wheels on. No, he's had enough.
I think that was going to be a drop-down penalty at the very least anyway for Morgan Cooney there.
Went in hot into hairpin number 2 and takes himself out of heat number 1.
That was a brief shot of Freddie Widrington heading down the back straight. As we try and figure out what we're going to point the camera at.
Time will elapse down to 0 now. Just as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson comes up towards the timing line, she'll be greeted by the final lap board, and we'll have a gap somewhere in the region of 2.5 seconds. It's 2.3, but that's more than enough. Should Stansmore-Wilson just keep that kart facing in the right direction to take heat number 1 from 3rd place. Big gains, though, from Joseph Yao, who does his championship charge. No harm at all. 9th place up into 3rd for Yao. We'll run through the rest of the big movers at the checkered flag, as down the back straight for what will be the final time goes Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
And through South Bank. Lovely and composed for Stansmore-Wilson. This has been a clash drive. Moved through the field very cleanly, did Isabella. And now heading out of hairpin 4 with a beautiful four-wheel drift. And over the line to take victory in heat number 1 for Junior Rotax. And coming across the line, P2 will be Freddie Widrington, and then it's Joseph Yao and Jacob Carnes, Jake Grufferty and Thomas Harper, Samuel Yeadon and Sam Hayes. Over the line, there were changes of position. Rossi Costello and Holly Swan round out the top 10. Then it's Oliver O'Donovan and Darcy Hall, Jaden Stonehouse and Archie Ray Watson, Hector Sadlowski, Evelyn Bai, Ava Reynolds and Layla Berryman. And then we have Sam Robson, Morgan Cooney and Jack Moss, the full 21 runners. Morgan Cooney, of course, retired, and Jack Moss is shown as 4 laps down as
Pit
well.
lane.
So
Yeah, he went in the pits a few laps early. Big moves, though, of course, from Joseph Yao, 9th, up into 3rd place. Jake Grufferty makes up 5, going from 6 places from 11th up into 5th. Biggest movers, though, Sam Hayes makes up 10 places, 18th to 8th for Hayes. Holly Swan as well, 9 places, 19th to 10th. So good moves for some of our drivers, particularly when on these random grids, that might be enough to give you a top 4 or 5 start. If you can get an 8th place from the back, you're then going from a middle and a front, you've got a real opportunity of taking some strong heat points towards your final results. So field making their way in. We move on then, Tom, to Junior Pro Kart, where I am told by a reliable source that 2 of our runners, 2 inside the top 5 actually, may well have opted for slicks.
Well, it's a bold strategy in these conditions.
Well, let's have a look at the times that the Junior Rotaxers have done. Fastest lap was a 49.6.
Opening lap.
Opening lap. The last laps, they were in the 50s.
Yes.
They're normally doing 42s.
Yes.
That's 8 seconds.
Yes.
On drivers that have got a notoriously grippy wet tyre compared to Pro Karts that are less than. So we'll see whether the track dries sufficiently. Morgan Cooney's kart being recovered from the far side of the circuit. Grid then for our Junior Pro Kart opening heat. We'll see Dylan Slack making his T-side Junior Pro Kart debut off pole position with Scarlett Whittaker Dunn alongside on the front row. Daniel Camp and William Howard on row 2. Isaac Welburn and Reese Dodds on row number 3 with Liam Edmonds and Joshua Sullivan on row number 4. Grace Matthews and Jensen White, row 5. Lewis Dean and Josh Brown are on row number 6 with Teddy Hall and Reese Cranston on row number 7. More on Cranston in a minute with Ashton Carmichael and Elvis Hartley rounding out your 16-kart Junior Pro Kart grid. Quite amazing, Tom, that we're talking about 16 numbers in Junior Pro Kart. That class appeared to be dead on its backside this time last year when we were getting 4 or 5 drivers, and with about 4 or 5 more coming into the class to take the place of those that are going to move up because of their age, this class appears to have a very, very bright future.
Good.
Talking about bright futures, Tom, and I do,
short version of my response.
Talking about bright futures, Reese Cranston, racing the number 43 this weekend, 2 weeks ago at Clay Pigeon, was crowned the British Pro Kart Junior Champion of 2025. Congratulations to Reese, as I say, a driver with a very, very bright future. He comes into this race weekend at round number 7, leading the Junior Pro Kart Championship here at Teesside as well. Could it be a double championship year for Cranston? He's won the main one, he's won the British. Can he add Teesside to his list of accolades as well?
Well, we all know that Teesside's the most important one anyway, don't we?
Oh, it is. I misspoke.
Yes. This is the one that counts.
Best hold me other shin. I'll have Angie Folkers kicking one, Cat will come and kick other. We're crawling out at Combox.
It wouldn't be the first time you've limped out the commentary box, would it?
No, it would not.
Oh, there we go. That's the loose radiator that we were talking about.
No, well, it was Thomas Harper's loose
Oh,
radiator.
was it? Okay,
yeah.
my apologies. I thought it was more...
Loose radiators for everyone.
You have a loose radiator. You have a loose radiator. All of you are having loose radiators.
Spider-Man meme.
So we are awaiting our Junior Pro Karts. They will be heading out very, very shortly. You will hear the distant rumble of... How many did you say we got? 20?
16.
16. So that'll be 32 4-stroke engines. Quick maths.
Quick maths.
We'll be heading out there. The low rumble. And there we have the green flag. So you see them warming their tyres up. So who's on slicks then, David?
From what I'm told, Dylan Slack off pole position.
Brave.
Isaac Wellburn off P5. It was
Also brave.
It's an open meeting, as detailed within the briefing this morning. But that is as you said, bold strategy, Cotton.
Was based at Dylan Slack, who already on the rolling up lap was in a quarter spin, facing 90 degrees towards the inside of the track, between hairpin 1 and 2. So going to need to fight hard to get some heat in these tyres, and already we're slowing up, and that's not going to help Dylan Slack either, although it is Dylan Slack's
it is his prerogative
to set the pace on the opening lap.
Sun's coming out, which is good.
That's going to help Dylan Slack, but it's no way dry enough for slicks, in my opinion, and I've been here a long time. Since at least 9 o'clock this morning. Up
towards the timing line they come then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap of junior Pro Kart action.
Oh, and already Slack has just been swamped off the line.
I don't know. Liam Edmonds, I think, are they calling? Are they? Some
Yes.
of them are calling for a false start here. As we've got, it is a false start. Yes, it is a false start. As we've got drivers round, false start flag, and that's because the leader didn't lead us over the line, Tom. Irrespective of whether he drops back, you shouldn't be overtaking before the start line.
True.
So that's where it's at. You know, it's a...
There's a few people going to be recovering through, and there we go. Dylan Slack is now fighting his way through.
Yeah, these need to go down the back straight, just need to get themselves back into their...
Just remember who you were behind before.
Yeah. All you have to do, who's in front, who's to the right or left of you. Job done.
In the words of Brian Potter, just remember where you are. And already slowed it right up as well. So we're going to be a while until we get this one going. I've noticed we're missing an acceleration cone on the inside of the track.
Most of them have done it.
I'm not sure
whether
that's helping or hindering us.
When you said they've slowed down early, do you think that helps the heart rate settle, or do you think that builds it a little bit more?
Yeah. If you're mid-pack, you're now reaching mild panic.
Yes. I've been told by a very experienced driver out the commentary box window, it definitely increases the heart rate.
Yes.
That's Lewis Jolly.
Right.
He was here for a race last night as well, I believe. I hope he's gone home and
he's there.
just slept in the trees.
I couldn't see him because he was blocked by the commentary box wall, but I just had a little look out the window, and there he is. There's someone else who's done around 1 million laps here. Must be rivaling Joey Swan for experience of Teesside.
Right, here we go then for the second time of asking, and we are away and racing this time up towards the national loop. For the first time round, I think, goes the pole man, the 53.
I think that was to be expected because he was being pushed all the way in.
Oh,
by those
what
on
a
wet
start
tyres.
from Cranston, Tom. He's already up into P5.
And Sullivan following through into
round
P6.
round goes Ashton Carmichael. Contact with him as well. I think that's Ted Hall, who may well have a problem. And we'll be pulling off to the left-hand side. I think we had Grace Matthews round there as well. There's a contact warning for the 14 coming out. That's for Daniel Camp.
Well, there's Sullivan already up to P2.
Well, he was behind Cranston, though, Tom, through the chicanes. Down the inside he goes on. Is that Jensen White? Is it? Or it's Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. And wide goes Whittaker-Dunn. Her and Jensen White have got very similar tones of helmet.
Well, we did say that exploring the full width of the track.
Well, there's definitely grip on the concrete. There's grip on the concrete, but when the concrete runs out, the grip does as well.
Yes, and the grass is very wet and it will not help at all. But Sullivan now into the lead from Cranston now in P2. It looks like William Howard is about to take P3 away. Possibly not. As they head down the back straight, I'm going to try and pick up a number. I think is that Lewis Dean in third place now.
In the 24. 5.
The all-black
I
kart.
think it is, yes.
Then we've got William Howard, who struggling. I think William Howard's on slicks.
I'd be surprised given the fact
Really
he stayed
struggling
there
through P3.
early doors. Oh, wide round. I think that's Scarlett Whittaker done on the grass
Same
at
place as
hairpin
last
4
lap.
and stuck this time.
Yeah, same place as the previous lap. But,
Yeah. Gap at the front, 1.3 seconds. Has Sullivan gone higher on pressures to try and make a bit of a gap? We'll find out. But charging, Tom, is the 25 of Lewis Dean. Debuted in this classic clay pigeon 3 weeks ago and was an absolute revelation. Straight into the top 4 or 5 at the front down at clay, be it on wets or on slicks. And at the moment is in 3rd place and is challenging. Waved yellows at 3 and 4, though. They're in as Scarlett Whittaker Dunn's car is recovered back onto track. And I think, round at the D as well for Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. I don't know, could she well be on slicks as well for the 7?
And I think that was Dylan Slack losing it again at hairpin 1. Slicks, definitely not the way to go at the moment.
No, it was...
I said it was bold, a bold move at the start of this one, and I think that's proving correct at the moment. But as I say, by the time we get round to the next set of heats, by heat number 2 in Junior Pro Kart, I think slicks will be the way to go, provided, of course, it doesn't rain anymore.
Still some big puddles offline that could do with a sweeping brush going through, I think, before Senior Pro Kart. If the marshal at post 1's got one, just to distribute the puddle out of the way a little bit, potentially.
There's a big fight going on for, I think that's 5th place.
Yes, it is, I think. We've got here we're on screen now. That's Josh Camp being ably assisted this week. So it's Josh Brown being ably assisted this weekend on the spanners by another one of our junior drivers that we usually see in Adam Roberts, who's unable to race this weekend. His dad's on night, so Roberts sticking with us and getting himself onto the spanners.
I feel for you, Mr. Roberts.
You do nights as well, don't you,
I
mate?
do, yeah.
Oh, down the inside there, looked like that was a 24 of Elvis Hartley trying to get through on Liam Edmonds. As Ashton Carmichael now, Tom, is fighting back through after that lap 1 spin and has just gone down the inside of Daniel Camp. And given the pace that he's shown in the last couple of laps, he could well make light work. Ooh. Unless they going side by side. That's a fairly aggressive defence, that by Elvis Hartley. And that could allow Carmichael to get down the inside of Liam Edmonds. Indeed it does. He's going to get down the inside. 2 for 1, 3 for 1, is it? Carmichael's on fire here, trying to get down round the outside of William Howard. It's allowed Elvis Hartley to come back through down the inside, but looked like Carmichael was going to do all 3 of them.
And he gets all 3 of them, does he? It's side by side into the D chicane. And
yes!
Wow, what a move. Great action.
Clip it up. Highlight of the week already, and we're only in the first set of heats.
Carmichael with the great recovery. Taking P6 away. Got huge amounts of grip. I know we obviously didn't have the best of opening laps, but huge amounts of grip now. Able to just put the kart wherever he wants.
Well, a case very much of what could have been, unfortunately, but, you know, the pace is there.
That was weird. I had a stutter then. I think for the first time in my life, I went put. A bit like the engines do in these, but...
Were you trying to start a Rotax?
I don't know. Oh, I know what it was. I mowed my grass yesterday.
Oh.
And that's, of course, how you start the lawnmower.
I did a quality impression yesterday. Do you know the junior Rotaxes where they have to rev them before they get up to the grid just because it's cool?
Yes.
I did a quality impression. Half the people thought the Rotaxes were back on.
Right. I failed to believe that somehow.
I'm almost as good as that guy out of Police Academy. At the front, the gap is 4.2 as Ted Hall starts making his way back through some traffic. I was fairly sure that he was going to retire, given the fact he was looking down to the thing. I don't know who he was.
Well, Daniel.
Round! Scarlett Whittaker done, I think, out of 4 and slides round. It was a gracious spin. Track is drying, is it? No.
Well, it is, but slowly. But there goes Daniel Camp down the inside to put Dylan Slack another lap down. But Daniel Camp down the back straights. We've got yellow flags out at the National Loop.
I think it could have been hairpin 1, was it?
Not sure. We had yellow flags over the line, definitely. But Daniel Camp headed down the back straight last time and whacked the steering wheel. Not sure why. But, or was it Liam Edmonds? It might have been Liam Edmonds, in fact. One of those two. Anyway, Sullivan's off!
Oh, he is! Sullivan's off! The leader off!
With a wheel missing!
Oh, wheel's gone!
There's a wheel heading across the track, which is going to be quickly recovered by the marshal. There it goes.
Sullivan's out of the car, up and over the barriers.
So something has happened there to dislodge that wheel. But the wheel is off for Sullivan climbing up the bank.
He was coming through the chicanes half a lap earlier, hitting the steering wheel, and I wondered why, because he had a decent gap at the time. But front, I think, Tom? Front left, is it?
I think it is front left, yeah. It was definitely front wheel, and we can see the one that's on the right. So the front left has come off as he's gone around South Bank. It's detached itself from the front axle, and away it goes.
Sullivan out of the car already there then, helmet off and up on the bank to watch the rest of this race. He knows that when things like that happen, there's not a lot you can do about it, so you can't be too disappointed.
We've got a mechanical warning flag going out as well for Elvis Hartley in the 24.
What's that for? He'll have to come off into the pit lane.
But that now leads...
Hartley's got a very smoky left side. Whether as the wheel pushed in onto the sprocket on the left side. He's looking back, down, or is it rear bumper?
He's looking
Let's
down.
have a quick look.
He's already acknowledging it and coming into the pits.
That's a very smoky engine.
77 of Isaac Wellburn just had a spin coming out of the Wiggles, and on the entry to hairpin 1, we've got slippery surface flags out there as well, which means potential fluid on the circuit that isn't rain.
Probably from Hartley's engine.
Well, yes, that's what I was going to say, but I didn't want to kind of speculate. But potentially, yes, we've got slippery surface flags out all around the track now. And as they say, oil and water don't mix. Well, in these conditions, it's going to be incredibly slippy out there. Even more so than what we're experiencing with just water. But at the front, Reece Cranston still leading with 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Lewis Dean, though, keeping him very honest, less than a second behind, with Jensen White in third, Josh Brown fourth, Ashton Carmichael P5.
Oh, Isaac Wellburn on the grass, one of our slick runners. That's at the D chicane.
That's a second excursion in a lap for Isaac Wellburn. Definitely too early to go slicks, but the sun is now fully out, and I can see a dry patch in front of the commentary box, actual dry patch in front of the commentary box, and the entry to the D chicane has started to get dry patches as well. We always know here that, of course, South Bank will be the last part of the course to dry out. It's still in shade in part, is South Bank at the moment because of the time of year. Final lap board is out. And we're looking at Reece Cranston now heading round to put Dylan Slack another lap down. Of course, being on slicks, been an extremely difficult heat for Dylan Slack, but will be fine for heat number 2, I'm sure. Reece Cranston leading through hairpin 1 and 2, but coming under increasing pressure from Lewis Dean, who, as he said, David, debut only a couple of weeks ago at Clay Pigeon, and already here at Teesside, right on the pace.
Certainly is. Round South Bank then for the final time. Comes Reece Cranston in the number 43, being pursued by the 25 of Lewis Dean. Dean's not going to be close enough, I don't think, at hairpin 4 to make a lunge down the inside. Reece Cranston will come through, having started this race in P14, to take victory in heat number 1 from Lewis Dean and Jensen White. 4th place is highest finish for Josh Brown. Ashton Carmichael will come through, recovering up to P5 great effort from Carmichael. And Ted Hall, another driver that was round on the opening lap and involved, is going to come through to finish in P6. Great recovery drives from both Carmichael and Hall. William Howard crossing the line in P7. Isaac Welburn crossing the line but is a lap down in P number 11. It'll be Daniel Camp in P8. Liam Edmonds and Grace Matthews will complete the top 10. Reese Dodds will cross the line in P13. Elvis Hartley, Joshua Sullivan, retirees. Hartley with an engine issue, Sullivan with a number of wheels on wagon issue.
Yes. So we will need to get the ATV back out onto circuit.
The chicane puddle brush has made its appearance just to get rid of that puddle on the outside. I think if we can just spread it a bit across the outside, it would be handy.
Yeah, I mean it is offline, but we are expecting the senior pro karts to come through, and they will come through at the very least side by side, if not three wide through that particular section of the track. So, just doing a bit of a job to get that dried as quick as we can and as much as possible on the exit of the Wiggles. Of course, the senior pro karts will all be slick shod. And that won't be through choice.
No.
Mandated.
Mandated.
Slick tyres. So,
there we go. Fine. The ATV's going out with some.
What was the bag that went in the bag?
I hope not. That'll be if there is oil somewhere.
Speedy dry stuff.
Speedy dry.
There's oil just behind that puddle. And then on the exit of South Basin.
Cool. So we've got. I'm going to pop a little bit of cement dust down.
I'll make a right mess of your helmet if you're coming through there in P3 or 4,
certainly
5,
will.
6.
The topic, the general topic of conversation at the moment with juniors, Tom, not here, but certainly online during the week, is whether the juniors will, in due course, follow the seniors in becoming a slick only class in the future. We'll see whether it happens. We haven't had any discussions here, but Cat's turning it into a discussion now.
Breaking news.
We won't be changing that because nationally it is recognised that juniors and children of under 16 drivers have wet and slicks, and your insurance will not cover you if you then tell children to drive on slicks and wet.
Wets it is. I'm going to borrow them ones off the ATV. They look very grippy.
Yes.
And massive.
Yes.
Put them on a cart.
I think you need to change your gearing a little bit for that. Marshall's doing a great job. He's gone to 200 teeth on back, cleaning that up. Yeah, great effort from Marshall. Bit of cement going down. Should dry up pretty quickly. As we say, if you're going to be in P4 or 5, that is definitely going to make a right mess of your visor. Not because there's stones or anything in there, but just because it's going to be filth. But yeah, doing a good job cleaning that up through the Wiggles. There is the recovery of Joshua.
Well, he's had to get back down the bank, in which it's quite steep. So I imagine he slid, and now the back of his race suit's wet. So double disappointment.
Got a wet bum.
Aye.
Okay, well that's now underway. Be foot on the brake for the driver.
Yeah, gap was comfortable at the front, wasn't it, at the time? But the only flag that really matters is the checkered one.
Correct.
Well, obviously, unless you're doing overtaking, then a yellow.
Or a red. Or a green. Or a mechanical one. All of the flags are important. But the checkered flag's the only one that pays the points. So heading round, and we will have senior pro karts out next, which will complete our first cycle of heats here. It's 3 heats and a final. Should we do a grid, David, while we're waiting?
I was just seeing what part of the wheel wasn't attached, whether it was the hub or the...
I think it was just the wheel
Yeah.
from when it bounced
Yeah.
across the track. I saw him.
Yeah,
saw the
but
marshal
I was
pick
seeing
it
whether
up.
it was a bearing failure on the hub or whether it was a nut. But
Oh.
Aye, I'll find the grid, Tom.
Okay.
I'll even.
Well, I mean, if you could pull it up on the laptop, that would be even better, and then I can do your grid if you want and save you the effort.
Kat's already pressed the refresh button, so before I was in it, so I'll have to find it from the. You might have to get it off my phone at the minute because I know I can get all the grids from the Alpha Race Hub,
So,
and then I will sort the rest out for you.
I'm looking at that patch in front of the commentary box of dry tarmac, and it is definitely getting bigger.
Dry.
And also the D chicane where the racing line is, there's an actual stripe of dry track. So random grid for heat number 1 in Senior Pro Kart. Thank you, David, for your help with that.
You're very welcome, Tom.
Thank you. Heat number 1, random grid, Senior Pro Kart. Pole position for Isaac Duff. Second place will be Marty Gilfillan, with third place for Zach Dawson. Put the teeth in, Tom. Fourth place for George Ludwell. Then it's Sam Neri in fifth and Thomas Woolley sixth. Seventh for Oliver Hill. Eighth for Bradley Rowe. Ninth for Zachary Hudson. And 10th for James Kay. Danny Bean goes off P11 with Joseph Williamson in 12th and Curtis Yule in 13th. 14th for Riley Matthews and Freddie Cowley 15th, with 16th for Alana Howard and Maximus Shields. Championship leader goes off P17. But alongside him in 18th will be Addison Smith and 19th Matthew Hauschby. And look for Addison Smith and Addison Smith.
Not here.
Is he not?
No, signed
Oh, right,
on, but
okay.
not here.
Okay.
Um,
So don't look for Addison Smith.
don't
coming
look for him.
through.
Well, you can look
the
for him, but you
field.
won't find him.
It'd be a wasted effort. So signed on but not here for Addison Smith.
Yes,
Do we know the reasons why?
I do not.
Do we know the reasons why, Kat? He's doing cars. Okay. Is that with the Optimum gang?
Could be. And it won't be with the person you're thinking of. They're in Belgium this weekend.
Not a bit, like, because Addison's been doing some stuff with Optimum Motorsport.
He's
hasn't
done a little bit of testing. I don't know whether they'll be doing the Ginetta Scholarship again this year or what their plan is going forwards. I'll have a chat with Channer and find out. See what's scripted. We still on track clear up, or are we almost
we
good
are,
to go?
At hairpin 2 now,
Yeah.
we're across that, but it looks like Marshall's might be returning to position. So something we haven't mentioned as well is that we've got the Apollo kart awning back in the paddock.
We do. Got a couple of cadets out in that.
Nothing in Senior Pro Kart, which is unusual for them because that's of course how they how it was all started for the Apollo kart crew. But nice to have them back. Certainly a shock when I walked into the paddock this morning. I was like, "Oh,
Have they left it up from the 24?
is it still here?" Because it was in the same position as well. Oh, in fact, no, it hadn't. It's moved against the back fence rather than being central.
Yes.
In that top paddock. But yeah, nice to see that back. And as I say, it was a bit of a surprise, but a nice surprise. But branching out into cadets now for Apollo karts, another string to the bow for them, and Archie Cannon, of course, running that one and showing very well in the opening heat. And there goes the distant thunder, the low rumble of Pro Karts heading out onto their rolling lap. Maximus Shields going from second last on the grid here. in wet conditions.
Yeah, leading the championship, but can't wrap it up this weekend because he, of course, missed round number 6 because they were on holiday. So, missed round 6, which means he can't wrap up the championship here this weekend.
So it will roll on until our final 2 double header. Final 2 rounds is going to be a double header weekend in October.
Yep, practice on the Friday, racing Saturday and Sunday, 2 separate race days. Provides a very busy morning for our cadets, Bambinos and Inters because they do a warm-up and a quali and a first heat pretty much within the first hour and 20 minutes of the day.
Yes.
It's a very fast turnaround. Right then, heading up towards the timing line. Through they go, we're away in racing. Isaac Duff then, it looks like will lead us up into the first corner. George Ludwell's going to go down the inside.
3 off on the outside of the national loop.
Opens the door. Is that Freddie Cowley making a
4
strong start? No, it's not. Who is it? It's the 173. Sam Neri in a very different sticker kit.
Zachary Hudson's is one of them, definitely. The 17 of Thomas Woolley as well, who started this one P6.
Well, we do have an Apollo Pro Kart out, Tom. In the one,
I think the other one, another one was James Kay.
Bradley Rowe is out in an Apollo Pro Kart. Actually, there is.
Oh, and another 2 round at South Bank.
Oh, Shields is involved.
Yeah, it was Shields. Shields did a full 360 round South Bank, and managed to gather it all back up and get back underway again. But definitely won't be helping his efforts.
No, the championship leader. Particularly when his nearest rival,
I can't hear you.
Particularly when his nearest rival, Lord George Ludwell, is in 3rd place.
I've
so
lost all sound.
Isaac Duff from Zach Dawson and George Ludwell. Danny Bean in 4th place with Isaac Williams, Joseph Williamson, James Kay, Sam Neri, Matthew Hauschby, Riley Matthews, and Curtis Yule. There's Shields now down the inside of Yule, draws alongside down the back straight, moves himself back inside the top 10 this time now for Max Shields. And this leading battle, seeing George Ludwell goes down the inside of Zach Dawson. Dawson trying to hit him with a little bit of a switch back. And then trying to get the run out of the corner. Dawson's going to draw alongside, gets squeezed a little bit by Ludwell. Ludwell with the door closed on him.
Yeah, heading round the national loop, and that is Danny Bean trying to get on the inside of Zach Dawson. Couldn't find a way through. Dawson and Bean both go deep into hairpin 1. Trying to get a good run on Ludwell. Is Isaac Duff still leading this one? Bean trying the over-under at hairpin 2. Just ends up tucking back in as Ludwell now tries to move on the inside of Isaac Duff and again can't get the move completed. So as you were, Danny Bean going the car park route through hairpin 3, but gets good drive. And almost drew alongside Zach Dawson into hairpin 4, but again can't get the move completed. And Joseph Williamson is still hanging on well in 5th place. Max Shields now up to 6th on that lap. Took another 2 places, so Shields through to 6th place, despite that 360 spin on the opening lap. And times...
Danny Bean in hot at hairpin 1, and off he goes, sliding through the camera. And Danny Bean, a driver that could have feasibly wrapped up the club championship in Senior Pro Kart today, needed some strong results, needed to beat Isaac Duff and Zach Dawson, and that probably won't be happening at the very least in this heat.
No, it doesn't look that way. There goes Dawson around the outside of Duff, so Ludwell has taken the lead, and Duff now down to P2 with Dawson putting him under increasing pressure. Dawson trying the over-under at hairpin 4, pulls alongside but won't get enough of a drive and has to tuck back in. As you can see, the sun now beating down onto the track and heating this surface up. Times are going to be getting quicker every single lap, and as we can see, or as I can see, on the timing system, personal bests up and down the field for almost every driver.
Fastest lap by Shields was 1.2 seconds quicker than the driver in front of him as he moved up into 5th place.
Yeah, started to make inroads now. In fact, he's
P4.
already up to 4th. Is Shields, as we can see, just at the back of the shot there.
He could win this. There's enough time.
Starting from second last, I think it was.
And having a 360.
And having a 360 on the opening lap as well. Yeah, so self-imposed handicap for Shields on the opening lap as Duff and Dawson go side by side again through hairpin 3 and 4. Dawson this time coming out the better and gets that move finished as George Ludwell leads over the line. It is Ludwell from Dawson from Duff. Shields, as we said, up to 4th. Joseph Williamson in 5th. Sam Neri 6th.
Shields then has just remonstrated. He's seen contact warning for 181 on the overhead gantry. He ran 181 last year. Has he forgot he's running 43 this year? Because that's for Bradley Rowe.
Yeah, he's forgotten that.
I think he thinks he's got a contact warning, and he hasn't got a contact warning. We can give him one if he wants one. Is he admitting?
No, he's not. No,
is he admitting?
No, he's doing the opposite. He's fuming. He's saying, I haven't done anything.
I haven't touched anyone. No, you haven't, because you've changed your number.
Oh dear!
It should be like F1 now, where they pick a number and stick with it.
You got to have it throughout your career. Yes, he's nice. I mean, that's really tickled me, is that? But Dawson and Duff again going side by side through hairpin 3 and 4.
Shields
Shields is
drive.
going to drive straight past them. Just purely out-dragged Isaac Duff out of hairpin 4. And the track is definitely drying. I know I keep saying it, but it's getting drier and drier. There's a full dry line through the wiggles
Yeah,
now.
what it is that, however, Tom, they're still 10 seconds off, 7, 8 seconds off their dry pace.
But they are getting quicker every single lap.
And I think most of that is South Bank.
Yes, it will be the last part of the track to dry out, as will the entry to hairpin 3. Always the last parts to become fully dry. But grip increasing as this race goes on, as more and more karts with more and more hot tyres go over it and dry it out. Of course, there will be varying lines, particularly through the hairpins, and of course that's not going to help it dry it out. But the parts where it is single file is almost single file. Isaac Duff and Zach Dawson.
D-chicane inside of the national loop, although they are still
and the wiggles
choosing to go wide. 3 minutes on the clock. Shields with the fastest lap was 6/10 quicker than George Ludwell, the race leader.
I'll tell you who's having a good recovery as well, and that's Danny Bean. He's already back up to 8th place.
Where did he drop to? Should be able to see by clicking his name on the timing. He was down to 11th.
So back up 3 places to 8th place for Danny Bean. And he's 1.7 seconds behind Matthew Houshby as they came over the line.
Shields right now up onto the back of George Ludwell and actually has a fair bit of time.
Oh, he's got 2.5 minutes plus a lap to get past George Ludwell. So is he going to take his time doing it? Of course, we don't have the timer up anymore.
No,
the clock.
It's not working. It's not working this round. Shields is down the inside of Ludwell. Oh, Ludwell now. Obviously, Shields might have to think he's got to be careful because he thinks he's on a warning. Of course, from earlier on.
Yes,
he's not, but
someone's going to have to ask him when he gets out the car. Max, what number are you? As he goes round the outside down the back straight. That's bold. Fairly sure he's going to have to think about that one. Then he goes NASCAR line around the outside of South Bank. Holds it firm there and then has to try a switch back between 3 and 4. So he's still on the outside at hairpin 4.
Now this
George
is where
Ludwell
I think
just positioning his car
that
beautifully.
is superb by Ludwell. Shields is going to be on the outside. Ludwell saw that coming, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Positioned his car perfectly, did Ludwell, and manages to hold on to the lead. So the timer down to 1 minute and 10 plus a lap.
3 laps then for Shields to try and find a way through on George Ludwell.
Ludwell again, just middling it down the circuit. So Shields is going to have to take a big send down the inside, or go around the outside.
Oh, was that Ludwell squeezing Shields?
I think it was, but I think Shields tried to cut back to the outside at the same time, and they've come together.
I'm not even sure there was contact. I just think
No,
Shields.
I think there was. I think it was
Shields
front bumper to rear bumper.
Moved out of the way, knowing that Ludwell was going to introduce him to the grass. There's a warning, I think, for the 391. Is that Oliver Hill?
It
Yes,
is.
It is.
Shields still remonstrating as he comes over the line.
Was he, or was he looking down? Was
No,
he pointing
he's
down to the engine on the left side?
I'm not sure. I think he's still having a go about being squeezed. So just needs to keep his head cool.
Well, you think as well, points-wise, he's moved up into effectively second place, and that's enough for him. It doesn't need to be overly aggressive, particularly when Ludwell started 4th. He started 17th, so them roles will be reversed at some point. Tell that to a racing driver, though. Oh! Tell that to Shields as he tries to go all the way round the outside. I thought he was going to get that done and chop across the front of George Ludwell. Slides it down the inside. Through he goes. Through goes Max Shields. They'll be side by side as they start the final lap here up through the D chicane, and that was a move and a half by Shields.
It was. There was a hand up in the air from George Ludwell in protest, but I think more at disappointment at the fact that he'd been overtaken, although he's side by side through the national.
They're both up and over the curbs. Neither of them are giving. No quarter given. Foot in for both of them. Ludwell back into the lead.
Yeah, Ludwell was not giving that one up, was he? Retook the position through the national loop. Shields unwilling to yield, and they go back down the back straight for the final time, and Shields again trying the NASCAR line around the outside that he's tried a few times now. It's not worked so far.
Ludwell's going to almost certainly park this on the inside, knowing that Shields just try and sweep round the outside. Where's Ludwell not seen it coming? Ludwell hasn't seen it coming. Through goes Shields. Ludwell parked it. Shields had it scouted. Shields has heat 1.
Yeah. And then he goes off.
Oh, we've seen the checker.
But he's gone off after the D chicane to Shields. Not sure that'll go down too well with the race stewards, but it's yeah, I think he was too busy celebrating, too happy with himself with his move. No, brilliant racecraft from Shields in the end to get that one done. I mean, neither of them were the brightest of sparks going side by side over the chicanes. One went over and got airborne over one.
Great for the neutral.
Oh, brilliant for the neutral, yeah, but one got airborne over the right chicane, one got airborne over the left chicane. They eventually sorted themselves out through the 2 hairpins, and then Shields, as you said, David, scouted it out over the previous laps and got the move done around the outside at hairpin 4 and just out-dragged George Ludwell to the line and took victory. So it is Shields from Ludwell. Dawson finished 3rd in the end, and the front of the clubman class. And then it's Isaac Duff and Joseph Williamson. Danny Bean recovered up to 6th place with Matthew Hauschby in 7th. Curtis Ewell and James Kay, 8th and 9th, with Riley Matthews and Marty Gilfillan. Then it's Sam Muneri and Zachary Hudson, Oliver Hill, Bradley Rowe, Freddie Cowley, and Alana Howard and Thomas Woolley, the last of your 18 runners. All drivers finished on the lead lap.
You can tell which senior pro karters watched the British Championships last weekend. They're the ones that have come in and driven down the grass to try and pick up extra weight.
No, I don't think it works in a pro kart either, and I don't think it works in the wet.
No, I don't think it does.
It definitely doesn't work in the wet.
No, the idea is that your tyres are hot and sticky. You pick up all the bolts and stuff that have gone in the grass and loads of grass. It adds half a kilo and it guarantees you getting over the weight limit.
First of all, it doesn't add half a kilo. Secondly, it adds maybe 100 grams if you're lucky. And
half a kilo.
And thirdly, you've then got to scrub all that stuff off your tyres the next time you're on a rolling up lap, which then affects the heating of your tyres. And yeah,
you are such a spoil sport.
It's just Do you know what? You know what it is? It's some mechanic in some garage who's paid too much money for doing what he does. Goes, do you know what? Go do what they do in Formula One, right? Pick up a load of rubber and dirt on way in, right? And that'll get you over weight limit.
I had a lot of books when I was a child,
open.
and I was a big fan of Mr. Men.
Yes.
But I never knew that I would actually meet the real life Mr. Miserable.
I'm not. How dare you? Mr. Pragmatic is what I am. But yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I get it in Formula One where they're, to the half a gram, they're measured.
And there is loads of rubber offline
and
for them to pick up.
Like, yeah, they'll pick up. But even with that, you know what they do, don't you? If they picked up too much, they just say, right, take that set of tyres off. We'll put another set on that are clean, and we'll weigh them because you're cheating.
Boring.
But it's not. I just don't see the point. Yeah. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Really? Wouldn't have guessed.
And dads and helpers for our Bambinos making their way to the side of the track. Not allowed to enter the circuit until all drivers have taken position.
Well, until their driver's in position.
Until their driver is in position, my apologies. Until their driver's in position, and then they can head round. Of course, what we've said this over the years, but for those who are new to our stream, welcome. For Bambinos, they are our youngest drivers on the grid, and so they are allowed a helper with them just to meet them on the grid, usually a dad or stepdad or whatever it may be, and just go out onto the track, give them a little bit of comfort.
Ooh. The bank's wet today. This could provide us with some additional entertainment as they go up. Are we going to see any slippers? No. One of them's tried to take the cable with him though. Oh, there's a race going on. Oh
no, there isn't.
Oh no. Are we going to? No. I think we might have to do this again. The green went up, and two of them went off.
Yes. We've got the false start flag out. Now, if we're smart here, we'll use the cut through.
No. They'll do it. They'll do a full lap. They could cut across the grass and add some weight.
Yeah, they could. Might be a while here until we get going. Did we do a grid?
We did not.
Should we do a grid?
We shall.
Well, we've got 5 minutes for them to re-grid.
Calais Tennant will be on pole position. Oliver Reynolds will be alongside him again when he comes back round, as will Ayrton Tennant. And then we've got our 4 Coma runners as well. Archie Mostyn, Logan Grassi,
who's
Jake
in the
Wynn.
16 who's just stolen about 8 feet on the grid and is still moving forward?
Sebastian O'Connell. He's edging forward. He's got that clutch poised.
It's smoking away as well.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit too engaged. Oh, it's stuck, which makes things even worse. There we go.
Yeah. Well, Sebastian was unwilling to give up all his hard work and just kept his foot on the brake.
No,
you're not pushing me back. I've worked hard to gain these extra 2 meters.
And he's still creeping.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
Oh, he's fine now.
He's fine now.
He was creeping.
No, Oliver Reynolds is on the wrong side of the track there. He needs to be on the outside. I'm sure he was second.
He was second. Was he gridded up wrong?
No, he was second. He finished second, and he needs to be on the other side. He needs to be on the other side.
Okay. And looks like we might be about to get going. And being told, just wait for the flag to drop. It's not when it goes in the air, it's when it drops. As we said, these are our youngest and therefore most inexperienced of drivers. Of course, we do have some debutantes as well in cadets and Rotax and things like that. But green flag is up and down and away we go for heat number 2 of Bambino.
Sebastian O'Connell, you know in baseball where they steal a base?
Yes.
So they sort of like try and edge out, and then go.
Yeah.
Yeah. The base stealer.
So that's going to be the new nickname, isn't it?
Calais Tennant then will lead us away with Oliver Reynolds, who did set that fastest lap in the first heat, albeit from a little way back as he'd had a bit of a spin. Logan Grassi took the lead there in coma very briefly, but looks like Archie Mostyn's going to get it back down the back straight, and indeed does. So Archie Mostyn will lead us in coma then.
I'm going to throw the comments in YouTube open to coming up very shortly will be second heat for Frank Pearson. And we've got a Webster, Peter Webster has his nickname, of course, the accountant, the fiscal wizard. Need a nickname for Frank Pearson, I think, because it's a great name. I genuinely love it. I think Frank Pearson, brilliant name. But it's not the name for. Is it Honda Cadets he's doing?
Yes, he's a cadet driver. Yes.
Right. So
well,
it's not the name of a Honda Cadet
the
driver.
story behind when Peter came is that you said, well, it sounds like he should have a job.
Yes,
is what you said, and that's where
it's an older name.
And as round goes Oliver Reynolds at hairpin 2. We'll drop him off the back of Calais Tennant, but he will hold on to second place.
We gave my daughter an old lady's name, what you would consider an old lady's name. That's why we just call her Nan.
Because she likes bread.
I like Gran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's called
like an
Lily.
old lady.
Tennant then now with a gap of what will be around about 6 or 7 seconds, I think, after that spin for Oliver Reynolds on that previous lap. Reynolds still in a comfortable second place. Gap is 5.4. But Calais Tennant with a lap time that's down in the 102s. Always difficult, Tom, of course, to use the Bambinos as the benchmark for moving on to slick tyres for our cadets, because the Bambinos always run a treaded tyre anyway.
True.
So
I would still be going slick now. If it was me, I would risk it for a biscuit, because I think by the time certainly we're halfway through the cadet race, we're going to be on 4 dry times anyway. It is still wet offline. It is still wet through South Bank and into hairpin 3, but everywhere else has got a dry line now. So it's going to be a highly worn wet tyre or a slick. And if it's my kid out there, I'm going slicks all the way.
I'm still not convinced that South Bank and hairpin 3 is dry enough early on in the race for you to benefit in the latter part of the race from the slick tyre coming in.
Well, I think what you'll lose in the second half of the lap, you'll more than make up in the first half of the lap over the wet tyres. Oh, the great debate. The great debate, David. We love it when it gets dry here.
Someone Facebook Live me from the, or live do a video call me from the cadet grid and tell me who's on what. Fastest lap of the race, though, from Calais Tennant, a 1016. With a solid gap back now then
10
to
seconds.
Oliver
They haven't
Reynolds.
even come over the line again yet.
Yeah,
so.
There's Calais Tennant now.
And another new fastest lap.
Yeah, Archie Mostyn is doing very similar lap times to Logan Grassi, but they are also around about 3.5, 4 seconds apart at the timing line in the Bambino class.
Of course, we've got the 2 powertrains as well. We haven't mentioned that for this heat yet. We did mention it quite a lot for Heat 1, but if you are just joining us, we've got the Mighty Bambinos, the electric powertrain that have now made their debut here at Teesside. So it's the first time we've welcomed them to the grid here. Showing very well. Unlike the Coma Cadets, we haven't had a breakdown yet.
No, but Mighty, it's a class that I've commentated on for the last couple of years in various other championships for Bambinos. The Cadet just becoming a newer addition to that Mighty family, and in terms of its actual parity and performance, and as you say, more importantly, mechanical issues, I think it's a much gentler way, not for the driver as such, but for the mechanic, of easing them into motorsport. The Coma as an engine, and please don't sue me, Coma, wherever you're from, but it's a very temperamental unit in terms of how it works, jetting, and whereas
faffing around with it,
you plug and play with the Mighty.
Quite literally plug and play as well. You plug it in, you plug it onto your kart, and then you go and play.
You do.
But am I right in thinking, apart from the 4 round things that are on each corner of the kart, there's only 1 or 2 moving parts in the engine?
I don't. Cheers for asking a question that you probably knew I didn't know the answer
No,
to.
I didn't. I genuinely did. I thought you would. With a couple of years' experience that you said, I thought you might know the answer to that. But generally speaking, electric motors have obviously got the brush system.
All I generally know is that they respond very quickly to when you decide that you want to put the throttle down, and they are very, very evenly matched.
But it's like electric cars, I think, have got 8 moving parts, and 4 of them are the wheels.
Driver.
If I remember rightly.
Yeah.
So, like your average Elon Musk sponsored car has got, I think it's 8 moving parts in it in total. 4 of them are the wheels. So, I'm sure the mighty Bambinos, with them being a much smaller version of that, might have a similar amount of moving parts, but certainly a lot less than are in a Coma Bambino engine.
Lap times are in the 101 still, and that's a crossing the line with 45 seconds on the clock means we've got 2 laps to go.
The long story short is they'll be a lot easier to maintain. That's what I was trying to say. There's a lot less goes wrong with the mighty Bambinos because they're going to be a lot easier to maintain. There's a lot less moving parts. A lot less can go wrong.
Yeah, and the good thing then is
round there goes Logan.
Grassy. Is that you can put more focus on your driver and their development, because you could be down a second, but you don't know whether it's, or up a second, but you don't know whether it's because of your driver or because you've got the jetting right this time round.
Exactly, yes.
So, or you've left the jetting the same and the sun's come out all of a sudden. So
now you're going a second slower than you were, even though now the sun's out and you can't figure out why.
And if you'd like to buy a Mighty, you can use the discount code Tom and Dave.
We'll achieve
for 0% off.
I was going to say, I gave you a 0% discount, but 100% credibility.
Final lap then for Cadet Tennant. He sets a personal best as well, 1:09.08 for Cadet Tennant. So, as Tom said, the track drying, but as I pointed out as well, they're on the same all-weather tyre that they're always using. So, they're a little bit of a false dawn. As round the far end goes, we were qualifying in the 59s yesterday on the same tyre. Round goes the 16 of Sebastian O'Connell down at hairpin 3, which is the slippy end of the circuit. And Archie Mostyn crossing the line to lead us through in Coma in the number 17. And he's got a gap of around about 9 seconds back to Logan Grassy, who did qualify on pole, and we'll be hoping, Will Grassy, that this track dries very, very quickly and will certainly be fully dry for heat number 3, because I think then we'll be able to see his true pace.
You can see on the camera as they come over the line and take the checker flag, Cadet Tennant for victory in the Mighty class, taking first place with Oliver Reynolds about to come over the line in second place in around about 10 or so seconds time. But you can see on the camera that we've got above the commentary box here that's over the start finish line, not this one that you're looking at now, but the one that pans around. That shows, you can see the difference there of the dry line. It's a big lighter coloured stripe through the Wiggles section. So Oliver Reynolds comes over the line and takes second place in the Mighty class. Archie Mostyn comes over the line to take victory in Bambinos from Logan Grassy, who will come over the line in P4. Ayrton Tennant is 1 lap down and has already crossed the line, as has Jake Wynn now. So they are 5th and 6th. And Sebastian O'Connell will come over the line now in P7. And that completes our 7 drivers in Mighty Bambino and Coma Bambino, which we will just call Bambino. It is good to see the Mighties out here. More than anything, just to get the numbers up as well for Bambinos. It gives us more to talk about. And good to see increased numbers as well. And it's good for the kids out there to get their racecraft up and get more seat time and
I think
more experience and then get quicker and quicker.
Yeah, hopefully as well, with Mighty being what will become the main Bambino championship going forwards across all the Bambino classes. But, and with that being effectively an easier level of entry, it should hopefully see the numbers swell throughout the country of drivers coming into motorsport at that sort of age. Sort of the barriers for entry sort of being removed.
Yes, indeed. I don't know what whether there's a budget difference as well between Coma Bambinos and Mighties, but I would imagine that the Mighties are going to be. Again, I mean, I don't know. I'm completely speculating, but I would imagine that the Mighties are going to be a slightly bigger outlay initially, but then they're going to be cheaper to run because you're not going to be buying lots of spare parts all the time like you would be for a Coma.
In the end, if you I don't know what the going rate on a Mighty thing is, but let's just say, for example, that let's go way over the top. It was $4,000.
Yeah.
You're spending that on a good Coma, and then you need a spare Coma, and then you need a spare Coma, and a
for
spare
when
spare
the first
Coma.
two go wrong,
Yeah.
and then the third one goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So you're ending up. You see at the end
This
of
is what I'm
seasons,
saying. So the initial outlay might look higher for the Mighty than it will be for the Coma, but in the long run, the Mighty should, in
you're only
theory,
going to
be
need
far cheaper.
one battery, aren't you, effectively?
The other thing, you don't need to buy petrol for it for a start.
So overall, like I say, the barriers
plug it in.
The barriers for entry and things like that appear to be considerably better, and hopefully we see a number of them joining us.
A larger number.
All of them.
All
Every Mighty in the country.
all of the Mighties.
all of them. Right, green flag being shown then down in the dummy grid to set our juniors out on their way. Francesco De Caro, having won heat number 1, will be on pole position. He'll have Archie Cannon alongside Daniel Ziad, Henry Colborne, and then Sam Dixon in front of Ethan Pearson. That's going to be Jacob Jones, Edward Rye, who went from 20th or so to 8th in heat number 1, with Tommy Burgoyne and Abel Hutton, Sebastian McCarthy and Oscar Wills with Aston Wilson and Harry Scrafton. Behind them, Edward Charlton, Oliver Bullock, Andrew McCrossan, Jacob McDonald, with Phoebe Rogers and Reggie Cook. Then we've got our 2 micros, George Allison, and we've got Tyler Grufferty as well as Frank Pearson as well. Right.
Rob Berryman's been in touch in the comments to say that Greta Thunberg races a Mighty. I think she might be a bit big for that now.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true, Rob.
No. Not unless they...
I'm not falling for that crap.
Not unless they get us seeing it. Right. So, wets for the front 3 at least.
4.
5.
6. We're not just counting up, we're counting slick tyres.
Len Goodman, 7.
9. And what's Edward Rye on? He's on wets.
Wets. Parents, put your hands up if your kid's on slicks.
On the bank.
No one.
No
one's on slicks.
No one's taken my advice, and you're all wrong. As is going to be proven by somebody at the back who's gone, do you know what? Balls to it. Wets. Sorry, slicks. That's what I meant.
No, yeah.
Even I can't decide.
Slicks for everyone. I'd have plumped for slicks.
I'd have definitely gone slicks.
Now, what I would say, last weekend, on the Saturday at the British...
Ask Callum.
Yeah.
Callum, who's on slicks?
No, all the parents are saying also. Last weekend at the British,
I don't know
Tom,
why I'm shouting at him.
a driver that we're very familiar with, three-time champion here, Jared Fox-Whiteley,
Yes.
went off P22 on the Saturday on slick tyres, led inside the first 6 laps, was leading by 7 seconds. It rained with 3 laps to go. He finished in 28th place.
Right.
But he'd played an absolute blinder.
Oh, we had until it rained.
If the wind had blown in a slightly different direction, he'd have won by around about half a lap.
And if my grandma had wheels,
She'd have been a bike.
there we go.
However, did make up for it on the Sunday. Won the first heat on slicks in the morning from 21st place and podiumed for the first time at British level in a proper British round, having been on the podium at the E-plate, I think, the year before at Warden Law.
I can't believe that nobody's taken a gamble on slicks. If you're at the back, you've just got to go for it, haven't you?
We should make it a bit more
You're not
game
gonna-
show. Game show. What should we do? Gamble.
Yeah,
Gamble.
definitely gamble.
Should we
gamble?
gamble?
Always
Yes.
gamble. 1% club. You're not taking the money, are you? You go for it if you make the final one.
I don't know.
Why would you take £2,000 when there's 98 on offer?
You take the 98, don't you?
Yeah, definitely take the 98.
Having a little switcheroo.
That'll pay for half a year's kart budget.
It will at the top level.
At British Championship level, yeah. It's a salary of 6 months mechanic.
I thought it said 6 months of you.
The skin fades don't pay for themselves, you know.
No. Right, the low rumble of Honda is about to become a loud rumble of Honda as start line marshal makes his way to the front. Just rolling the poleman back ever so slightly, who settles himself, hands on the steering wheel. Green flag being readied then for the start of heat number 2 in Honda Cadet. Green is down and we're away and racing. Slow start from Archie Cannon, who just didn't anticipate the green dropping quite so quickly. And down the inside of him's gone Henry Colborne, and Sam Dixon's through as well. And the driver from P2 will drop back into P5. DeCaro leads us through then from Ziad, Colborne, Dixon, Cannon coming straight back at it down the inside of Sam Dixon into hairpin number 1. Through he goes Ethan Pearson challenging Dixon as well. Good start by Jacob Jones. He's going to try and run alongside Ethan Pearson down the back straight. Then we've got Edward Rye being pursued by Tommy Burgoyne and Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, Rye able to go with the front group this time around. Although has just been overtaken, I believe, by Tommy Burgoyne, and then Rye claps back straight away, back down the inside at hairpin 3, and retakes the position from Burgoyne. So it's as you were for Edward Rye, championship leader. They come over the line. It is Francesco DeCaro still leading this one from Ziad, from Cannon, who's recovered back up to 3rd place. Good recovery drive on the opening lap for Archie Cannon. Then it's Colborne, Dixon, Jones, Pearson, Rye, Burgoyne and McCarthy, the top 10. It's actually a top 12, I think, that we've got moving away at the front of this one.
Yeah, Rye trying to move past Ethan Pearson there, but getting sort of backed up behind him and unable to find the way through. Will the move come at South Bank? Yes, I think it will. Keep an eye out there for the number 8. The door closed on him, though, by Ethan Pearson. Pearson then going very wide, and Rye sliding down the inside. Talking about sliding down the inside, Archie Cannon, after that tough start for him, appears to have a bit between his teeth. He's back up into 2nd place, being strongly encouraged to drive fast and forward. Not that he needs it, but he's doing it anyway from the bank, and Cannon is up into 2nd place.
Got that warning, went out for Tommy Burgoyne, but yeah, DeCaro, Cannon, Ziad, Colborne, Dixon, Jones, Rye now up to 7th place with Pearson 8th, McCarthy 9th, and Burgoyne down to 10th place.
No, Burgoyne back up to 8th place. He's gone down the inside of Ethan Pearson with a super move down the inside into hairpin number 1.
Elbows out definitely for Burgoyne on the opening couple of laps.
It's almost like he's got some stock car in his blood.
Yeah, definitely something in the genes, isn't there?
Poof, Nerf rail.
Teesside Stig's been doing a bit of stock cars, hasn't he?
I've seen he's had a play in a Frankie Wayman Jr. Experience Day at Skegness.
So Jack Morris for the uninitiated.
Gap at the front is still going out. 1.2 seconds now, the gap for Francesco Di Caro at the front. Then there's a train of 4. Jacob Jones has appeared inside the top 5 on the previous lap. He's gained the place on Sam Dixon, and he's flying, Tom. Absolutely flying is Jacob Jones. And for me here, it's who's gone super low. The tyres are all wet, so they're going to shred up if you go too high, particularly these Vegas. When we were running on Dunlops, you could pretty much run them most of the year and not have a huge differential between the slick and the wet tyre. As Tom now is going to suggest that he was right all along.
No, I'm going to suggest that there'll be enough marbles flicking up off these that some pro karts might want to pick it up later on.
Oh, yes, of course. Wide, though, goes Cannon. Through the D chicane. Through goes Henry Colborne and Daniel Ziad as well. It was too much curb for Archie Cannon that launched him wide. And then it meant as he turned right, he didn't quite have the grip that he expected. Through went Colborne down the inside. Colborne now being pushed along by Daniel Ziad. They're going to have to work together, I think, here. The gap at the front is 1.4 seconds. And working together, not on the agenda, though, for Daniel Ziad. Down the inside. Colborne's coming back at him. Just hand the victory to Di Caro, lads.
And it will be the second win of the day, provided Di Caro can hold on to this one. But fighting it out amongst themselves, Ziad and Colborne. Colborne set a new fastest lap of the race on the previous lap and then took second place away. With all the fighting and everything, it's now been retaken by Di Caro, who's gone almost 0.7 of a second quicker than what Ziad went on the previous lap as well. So flying away at the front of this one, 2.5 seconds the gap for Di Caro as they go side by side again down the back straight. Colborne and Ziad. At some point in this race, they're going to get themselves into an order.
Oh, Jones
goes 3 wide, pushes him out. Jacob Jones forces his way through.
That's a move, that.
That was great action from Jacob Jones. Really opened the door for himself there and took 2 places and moved up to second place. Decided, if you two are just going to keep fighting, I'll do a Di Caro.
Yeah, they could just be on the right level of tread depth, couldn't they, here? Di Caro at the front, 3.4 seconds, but that was 1.22 laps to go before the battle for second place began raging on.
They're back onto fully dry lines as well now, I've noticed.
I'm going to give you credit here, mate. I think that slicks could have been the call. And Edward Rye is dropping less like a stone and more like a rock at the moment. He's going coming back at them. There's 3 and 4 wide round hairpin 3, but don't think the championship's getting wrapped up today, unfortunately, for Rye.
We've got contact warning going out for the 75 of Henry Colborne as well. So they're still definitely lively, this group of 4. Ziad back at the front of this one. Colborne in behind and putting Ziad under pressure once again. Jacob Jones still going with, as is Archie Cannon. Made a couple of mistakes in this race that's cost him a few places and down into 5th place, but still able to run with this group that's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And washing out wide was Daniel Ziad, and Henry Colborne didn't manage to hold the line and just retook the position.
And them tyres cooked now for Ziad is the question. Will that happen the next time round as well?
It was just straight understeer that happened for Daniel Ziad through South Bank. Just had no front end, ploughed onwards, and Henry Colborne,
who's still in the mix for the championship, Tom. He has missed 2 rounds. Di Caro with the fastest lap, but yeah, Colborne, who has missed 2 rounds, but has been consistent, had a couple of really good ones as well in the opening 2 weekends of the season, giving him scores above the 200 mark. So when the second drop round is applied after this race weekend, we may well see that Henry Colborne enters the final round of the championship leading the points, but then with Edward Rye having some other, with 2 rounds to go, and Colborne having lower drop scores. So it may well be that Rye still comes in as the championship favourite into that last weekend, but it may well be Henry Colborne on the top of the stack, going into that, but we'll find that out at the end of the race day. He's currently in second place and well down the road now. 5.3 seconds is Francesco Di Caro.
Yeah, moving away very comfortably at the front of this one. Consistently the fastest kart on track. He was half a second quicker than Henry Colborne that time around, was Di Caro. So the setup on that, absolutely bang on for this race. I think, you know, George Allison in the Micromax, I think he might be on slicks.
I know what you're saying, because there's no mark on the outside that there is on the wets.
Well, I
isn't
think
there?
final
lap, though, Tom, for the rest of the field. Francesco Di Caro has a bit of traffic, but I don't think he's going to get to it. It's the field making its way round up towards the timing line. Francesco Di Caro already rounding hairpin 3. The battle though for second place is still going on, and Ziad's gone down the inside of Henry Colborne and opened the door. Then Colborne and Jones come together. Di Caro takes the victory. Ziad's going to take second place. Colborne will be third, I think. Yes, he will. Jacob Jones, that's a superb drive up to fourth place in front of Archie Cannon. Tommy Burgoyne, P6. Abel Hutton, Aston Wilson, Sebastian McCarthy, Edward Rye in 10th place, Sam Dixon 11th, two drivers that I didn't expect to be in that place at the end of that race. Ethan Pearson, Oscar Wills, Andrew McCrossan, P14 for his highest T-side finish so far this season. Jacob McDonald, Oliver Bullock and Reggie Cook. George Allison managed to make his way through some of the Hondas as well. He'll cross the line as the leading non-Honda runner now, as Reggie Cook peels off into the pit lane a little bit earlier than expected. But Francesco Di Caro, Tom, with a dominant victory in heat number 2.
Yeah, it just seems to be going from strength to strength, does Di Caro, as the season goes on. And as we said, Edward Rye needed some good results here this weekend to wrap up the championship, and Di Caro can't do anything more than he has so far to keep the championship alive with 2 wins from 2 heats. Edward Rye, 10th place in that one. I believe it was 8th place in heat 1 as well. So
I think it's fair that this is going to be a drop round.
I think it's fair to say that we're going to expect this one to roll on until the double header next month.
Certainly will. It'll be a drop round for Rye. 18 points down already means that almost certainly, obviously unless he has a really terrible double header, but he'll end up dropping.
That's
this
why
one.
they're still running here rather than just do a Max Shields and not turn up for
Yes,
the round.
of course.
They've come to...
Could even potentially take points off rivals later on into the race meeting as well, couldn't they?
Even if you have a bad round, it's better than a no round.
Certainly is. Next up will be Intermax. Obviously, we've got a kart just to be being collected down the back straight. Not quite sure who that is, Tom. Is that Tyler Gruffety, I believe? I
Yes.
don't think he actually... We missed that because he was hidden behind the tyres down the back straight. So, grid then for Intermax heat number 2 will be Joey Swan, Max Hall and Dylan Palgrave, who are your micro runners. Then we have our Honda R200s. Aaron Berridge, who won the first heat, will go off pole position. Ashton Horspool alongside with Peter Webster and JJ Allen on row number 2. Tom Nichols, Dexter Petty will be on row 3. Albie Cam and Harry Pennington row 4. Luka Bachuev, expect him to try and charge through after a uncharacteristically poor heat number 1 for Bachuev, and he'll be alongside Ronnie Harrer in the number 11 on the 5th row for Honda R200.
I just had to put my cans back on then. I took my headset off while you were reading the grid out, and I had to put them back on because I had you in my right ear, the PA in my left ear, and then Kat was having a conversation at the door with another person, and Toby was talking behind me as well. So there were literally 4 different conversations going on at the one time.
We are in a little world of our own.
I know, it was quite... when you take your headset off, it was then... It was all just like... It was quite overwhelming. 4 different conversations going on.
Plenty going on.
Yeah, I'm going to put that back in.
Just dipping into the live chat. Good morning to Layla Bell Racing. Saying good luck to the accountant and to Flight Sergeant Nichols. I believe he was Flight Lieutenant Nichols.
Yes.
We don't want to downgrade him. Just a quick one as well. Big shout out to the Nichols family. Been a tough week for them. Most, if not all, of the Honda R200s are running a little pink heart on the left side of the top end of their Nassau panel, which we got. Yeah, they've had a tough week of the Nichols family. So we wish them all the very best. We look forward to welcoming Jules back to the circuit in due course. Hopefully, she'll be here for the double header in October. But they are in our thoughts, Tom.
Absolutely. Seconded here in the commentary box from myself as well.
They'll be heading out onto to circuit shortly for this amalgamated Intermax race with Rotax and Honda R200s. The
Inters will go off the front, the 3 Intermax that we have. Will go off the front a couple of 100 yards probably in front of the R200s. We've got the acceleration cones are back out.
The cones are out. We've closed that gap up actually a lot between the Inters and the Rs.
Well, it was about half a lap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And there was no need for it really. But
well, it's because the Rs, because there was more of them, take a lot longer to merge together. At the time, It was like Joey Swan on his own in the Inter.
Yes.
Which he was always going to move away at the front anyway. What was happening by effectively just sheer coincidence of timing is that as they were coming up towards the last 2 laps, Swan would see the fastest lap, the last lap board, then overtake some of the Rs who wouldn't see a last lap board. The next thing they would see would be a checkered flag.
Yes.
So we've tightened the gap up for the good of the racing. It's been the right call, and the Rs now are getting their final lap because obviously you drive differently when you see that last lap board.
It's another example of what happens here at Teesside, which is we learn by doing and we make improvements, whereas in other championships they're quite regimented, for want of a better word, and those are the rules and we're going to fix them in place. And whereas here we're able to be a little bit more fluid, and if some try something out and see if it works, and if it works, then let's do that going forward. And if it doesn't, we can always go back.
Yes.
And it's a good way of doing things, Kat.
Double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up from the commentary box. Because things get tried and experimented with here, and it works very well. And then it'll get... People from other championships will go, do you know what? That worked really well at Teesside.
Trying to figure out there with Kat whether she was only half listening or is uncomfortable with compliments.
Probably both.
We've got a timing issue. Mr. Scrafton's at the door.
Transponder issues, it looks like, for the Scraftons. So, we'll see what's going to happen with this. But yeah, it's just a slight delay. We're back with you in just a moment.
His dad's just said he's won by 15 seconds.
Okay.
He won. So we're back. But
do you know what I'm going to do?
I was about to say, we're just having a bit of a timing issue. So, Tom,
what I was going to do is, I was going to say, we don't have ads here at Teesside. So I'm just going to read out the names of our series sponsors and just give them a massive plug because we've got the time to do it. So thank you for sponsoring our series,
Why don't you-
NRG
I
karting.
was about to say, why don't you make it like an ad so you could go and buy Optimum oils for all
Well, I
your
was just going to do
lubrication
that.
needs?
NRG karting has a shop at the circuit. So if you're looking for helmet, spares, tyres, wheels, stub axles,
Best thing to do as well, pre-order, put collect at track at next meeting, and they'll bring it to you.
yes. So literally delivered to the track.
Good for the environment. Greta would be well happy, less postage and all that.
Yeah.
She can drive a Tesla or
No,
or a
she'll
Mighty.
go out in her
Oh, yeah.
Mighty Bambino,
Yeah,
apparently.
she-
yeah,
she-
but
she's
anyway,
here- she's
NRG
here for
karting at the track. Yes. So there's a shop here at the circuit now. So should you need anything, then Mr. Mitchell, Mark, will help you out. I'm sure. Just pop along and see him. Also there for probably a little bit of advice as well. If you've got any questions, Mark's pretty much been there, seen it, and done it. So I'm sure he'll be willing to help you out. But also sponsoring the series as well, we've got Optimoil, maximising uptime and productivity.
Tagline.
Medics UK. Of course, without them, we can't go racing. They are parked
Yeah.
over on the very top right of the shot there.
Medics UK, maximising your own personal uptime and productivity by keeping us safe.
They definitely maximise uptime. Yes. Infratech, of course, been with us for a few years, as have ARC Plant Repairs and Metro Plum. HRS Racing Engines have been with us pretty much since the start. And Garage 29 Graphics. And, of course, MS Kart Racing Technologies.
Top work, Tom. You should do voiceover work.
Should I? Thanks. I'll let my agent know.
How is the wife?
Exhausted. As usual, just from
Just
being-
from
being
living
my-
with you.
being my wife.
My wife,
Well,
she is nice.
no, I mean, it doesn't help. I'm on days. I'm on nights. She's on days. We literally pass each other at the door. As I come in from a shift, she goes out on hers.
Hello. Goodbye.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much how it works at the moment, yeah. Oh, bear with me. Breaking news update. Back to you in a second. Sorry, we're just trying to clarify the timing issues that have held up the start of the Intermax and R200 field, which are now heading out onto their rolling up lap, and actually already through hairpin 4 and towards the start line. It is going to be Joey Swan going off pole position. They hit the acceleration line, not literally, but they go, and the green flag is down, and Joey Swan sweeps through into the lead, just about holding on from Max Hall, who tried to go around the outside, and the R200's already away and racing as well. David, take us through that one.
Aaron Berridge leads us up. Wide goes Harry Pennington as he gets some air over the bump on the left-hand side. Looks like it's been a good start by Tom Nichols. He's up into third place. Peter Webster second. Nichols in third in front of what's now going to be JJ Allen as he goes down the inside of Ashton Horspool. Good start, looks like, by Luka Bachuev, who's already up into the mix. Dexter Petty falling a few places, but does get some power down. He goes down the inside into South Bank to gain a place.
And looks like there's a bit of a sheen off the tyres of a lot of slick shod karts here. Certainly the first two in Inter.
They look like wets on Dylan Palgrave.
They do look like wets on Dylan Palgrave, but Berridge, I think he's on slicks.
Yeah, they
I think
all
pretty
are.
much everybody's on slicks now. Up
Maybe.
and down the order, with the exception of
Harrow
Dylan Palgrave.
Harrow might not be on the 11. Rears look like they've got a bit more of a footprint. The wets generally have a wider rear. Petty's down the inside of Webster, and Bachuev, who's come from the back row of R200, is up into second place, and he's flying.
Yeah, he
opening
took
a
7 places on the opening lap and another 2 this lap already.
made a huge gap, you see, on Nichols down the back straight. Nichols now under pressure from JJ Allen.
That's a lot of places in a lap.
Yeah.
Or 2 laps for Luka Batchev.
Nichols,
And the reason
well,
I say is he on wets?
Don't know. Nichols and Webster,
No.
Webster's on wets. Webster's on wets, Tom. That's why he had a flyer on lap 1 and then fell backwards.
Well, that's what I was starting to question is anybody that's on wets is going to get a really quick start because those tyres are going to come in straight away.
And that's why Petty fell back early doors and then is coming back into this now.
Yes.
And really is coming back into it. I'd expect a bit of slipstream off Petty down this back straight. Alan with a look to his left. Petty, and then Alan's going to defend. Petty's going to try a switch back here. Thought he was going to go down the inside into the right-hander of hairpin number 3.
You can see there are still damp patches at South Bank, but it's even dry there
Dylan
now.
Palgrave is on the grass on the entry to the South Bank corner. So we've got waved yellow on the digital boards around the track. So not only have we got yellows, so yeah, that's Palgrave off. And let's say we've got digital boards as well. So there'll be no overtaking into South Bank. So Petty's going to have to make his move now
and
on JJ Allen and gets it done because once they get to that yellow flag and wide goes Allen anyway. So they're past the board now, so there'll be no overtaking until they get round and to the next green board, which is the entrance into hairpin number 3. So it looks like everybody has adhered to the flags. Yes, they have. Good young drivers. Oh, they may not have done.
No.
Tom doing some shaky head.
Yes, there may have been some overtaking under the yellow flag, but we'll wait to see whether it's called or not.
We don't get paid for that.
No, exactly. That's not our remit. So Joey Swan still leading comfortably now at the front of Intermax of 45.6 to Max Hall's 46.4. Their last laps around. Aaron Berridge into what is now 3rd place on the road because of the retirement of Dylan Palgrave. Berridge still leading the R200 class from, I think it is still Luka Batchev.
Yeah, yes, it is. Dexter Petty then in 3rd place, but he's closing in, I think, on Batchev. And to be fair, I think they're closing the gap on...
I've seen the gap as they come over the line this time.
1.6. Was it?
1.3.
No, there, that.
Yeah, 1.1,
yeah,
and
4
then
tenths.
0.3, and then 2.2.
4 tenths of a second, Luka Batchev was quicker than Aaron Berridge. On the previous lap, we've still got 3.3 minutes and 43 seconds to go, and Batchev's dragging Petty along with him.
It is, because Petty matched the lap time almost to the thousandth of a second, so, yeah, going with. And
big shoulder look.
I was just going to say, Aaron Berridge, a long look over the shoulder, down the back straight. You can see Batchev and Petty going with him. In fact, Petty's really closed up on the through South Bank and hairpin 3 and 4.
Right, if you're Petty, do you push
Yes.
Batchev onto the back of Berridge? Because that's what I'd do.
Yes, you do. And do you know how I know that? Because he's just told him, I'm going to push you.
Quality, which is normally what they say.
It was as you were saying
they get to
Petty gave him the signal.
That for me is the way forward. No point scrapping over second and then running out of time to challenge for the lead. Push to the front, and then that puts Batchev then in a very difficult position of actually being the meat in the sandwich. He's got to attack and defend, as again, Petty says, let's go forward. I'm going to push you. We're closing this gap here already. You were 2.5 tenths quicker on the previous lap, and now we're getting into some slipstream territory down these long, effectively back straight and out of hairpin 4 where they come now. R200, so Inter's still being led comfortably by Joey Swan. He's got around about 5 seconds or so, has he? No, 3.6. At the front of R, though, half a second. Luka Batchev takes out of Aaron Berridge. So they run up towards hairpin number 1.
Now they're nose to tail. It's a group of 3 all of a sudden. So they head out of hairpin 2. And Batchev, I think he's going to draw alongside down the back straight.
Berridge defending.
It's as you were into South Bank
Petty's
at the
just
moment.
got to be that little bit closer, Tom, to go into the gap that Batchev will inevitably create at some point in the next few laps or so. And they're alongside. As in here now, Petty's gone to the outside. Petty's going to get to the inside. Batchev's going to be on the outside. They've slotted back into the order that they were. But Bachuev, his first real attack there of Aaron Berridge out of hairpin 4.
And all three of these are 5.6 seconds clear of JJ Allen. Then it's Albie Cam, and then Harry Pennington, Tom Nichols, and Ashton Horspool, the top 10. So Horspool, who had a great starting position, P2, has dropped all the way down to 8th place in class.
Could well be another driver that
On
may
wets,
have opted to. In
yeah.
fact, I'm fairly sure he has, because he's got mustard-coloured rims on, and that's normally a bit of a giveaway. Petty through into 2nd place, down the inside of Luka Bachuev, and can Dexter Petty now do what Bachuev has toiled to do in the last lap and a half, and that's find a way past Aaron Berridge. They crossed the timing line very close. It could be 2 laps, it could be 3. Dexter Petty, though, right now up onto the back of the top of the 22 of Aaron Berridge. Thought about going down the inside, but Berridge seems to be very late on the brakes into hairpin 1.
Well, Berridge had it covered, and then Petty had to back out of it so much he almost lost it coming into hairpin 1.
Petty, I think at the minute, so he's got this geared to perfection at the moment. He's just finding a way through, but again now he's in that tough position of being in that hard 2nd place. If you go for a move, you're probably coming out in 3rd.
It's the
if
meat
you
in
don't
the sandwich,
if you don't make it work.
The problem is, if you attack, you very much risk being overtaken yourself.
2 to go in Honda R200. What would be for them? Inters will effectively take us through and give us the final lap for Joey Swan, which he's about to come onto in about 5 or 6 seconds' time. He's coming up onto the back of Tom Nichols and will cross the line now just behind him, but will overtake him throughout the next lap or so.
Tom Nichols must be another one on wets, likewise Harry Pennington as well, because they're so far off these drivers at the front of this one.
Bachuev all over the back still of Petty, who in turn is all over the back of Aaron Berridge, and there goes Bachuev down the inside as wide goes Dexter Petty.
Well, Petty had to take avoiding action of Berridge, such was the run
traffic
that he got.
in front of them for them to contend with, Tom, and they're going to meet that traffic at a point in the track where it's single file. Berridge is through though. Bachuev is through as well. Petty's just about squeezed through, but it's cost him a few kart lengths.
Very risky from the front too, but they did make it through cleanly in the end. Both of them took a little bit of air. Joey Swan, meanwhile, has taken victory in Inters with Max Hall coming through in P2.
Bachuev still all over the back of Aaron Berridge up towards hairpin number 3. There was enough of a gap there for Bachuev to go down the inside of, but elected not to do it. Does he think he can get the run? They'll be side by side up towards the timing line. Berridge with a bit of side swipe. Berridge takes the victory from Luka Bachuev. Dexter Petty in 3rd place. I think he's remonstrating on behalf of Luka Bachuev.
Do you know what I think it was? I think it was the fact that he had to back out of it because he was so worried about collecting the other two who were going at it hammer and tongs, that Petty decided discretion was a better part of valour, and then was angry about the fact that discretion was a better part of valour.
They're currently agreeing.
Yes.
Yeah, they're on the same page.
Yes, but once again, all action at the front of the Honda R200 class. So Joey Swan and Max Hall, the only 2 finishers in Intermax, and they finished in that order. R200s was Aaron Berridge, taking victory in that class and 3rd place on the road. Then we had Luka Bachuev and Dexter Petty. JJ Allen finished in 4th with Albie Cam in 5th. Harry Pennington 6th. Tom Nichols 7th. Ashton Horspool dropped down to P8 with Peter Webster P9. And then Ronnie Harrer and Dylan Palgrave was the retiree in the Inter class. So yes, definitely a few of them on wets. Definitely not the right call.
No, and a few of them as well that were in the mix for the championship. Horspool, that won't have done his championship challenge many favours.
It's almost like we know what we're talking about in this commentary box. People should listen to us more. I keep saying it.
You do.
What? Know what I'm talking about?
Well, yeah. Well, to be fair,
sometimes
you called it for Slicks and the Cadets. Nobody went with it, but I do think if somebody further down the order had have gone with it, I think that there was a chance there to make some big gains.
Yep.
But again, if you're your front runners, it's a risk for the front runners to go off kilter to everybody else that you're battling with.
The problem is you're on the dummy grid, aren't you?
Yes,
by that point.
5
while the
minutes or so
Bambinos are-
before.
Yeah, and at that point it was a tough call, and to make the call 5 minutes earlier or 6-7 minutes earlier would have been tricky. I do understand that one. I'm surprised that some of the R200s were still on wets. So, coming up next will be Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Our only sole two-stroke class entry. The Inters go out with the R200, so the Junior Rotaxes will all be out next. No seniors here this weekend. Once again, a big call to anyone that does have senior Rotax.
I think we'll have a lot of...
We even have X30s turn up as well, don't we?
Every
And
now and
they'll
again.
be able to run as well. So if you've got an X30 or a senior Rotax,
What
come
we may
along.
well see is a few of the juniors are actually like senior age for next year. So hopefully we see one or two of them move up. Grid then for Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Hector Sadlowski and Jack Moss will go off the front row with Archie Ray Watson and Alex Watercombe on row number 2. Rossi Costello, Jaden Stonehouse are on row number 3 with Evelyn Bye and Sam Hayes on row 4. Then it's going to be Holly Swan and Layla Berryman in front of Ava Reynolds and Jacob Carnes with Freddie Witherington and Heat 1 winner Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on the outside of row number 7. Darcy Hall starts 15th. Sam Robson in P16 with Morgan Cooney and Samuel Yeadon. The remaining 4 runners, Oliver O'Donovan, the championship leader, Joseph Yao, Thomas Harper and Jake Grufferty.
I'm going to ask Kat if I can steal her pen for a moment, please. Thank you, because I've got a note to make for the next time the Intermaxes go out.
So as the sunshine now glistens over the Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough, a stark contrast to the start of the day. It looks like, all being well, it's going to be slick tyres throughout the rest of the running here at round number 7.
So there should, in theory, be a much quicker race in terms of lap times. Of course, the actual race time won't change because it's run to time plus a lap. But we'll probably see some more laps.
We're away in racing then as Sadlowski leads us up into the national loop. Jack Moss trying to go high and wide, but he's levered out, and that's going to allow the 195 of Watson to come through. Rossi Costello. Oh, Sam Hayes spins mid-corner, collected by the 27 of Jaden Stonehouse, who really had nowhere to go.
No, indeed. It was a big collection of the inside curb and then just sent into a spin. And as I said, Jaden Stonehouse had absolutely nowhere to go and straight into the side. So unfortunately, that has relegated Stonehouse to the back, but leading over the line, it is still Hector Sadlowski at the front of this one from Archie Ray Watson. Then it's Rossi Costello, Evelyn Bye, Layla Berryman, Jacob Carnes, Jack Moss, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Joseph Yao and Jake Grufferty, the top 10. Stansmore-Wilson with a good move at hairpin 1.
Trying to figure out what has during that
Joseph
impact.
Yao's dropping back.
Yeah, there was during the impact between Hayes and Stonehouse. I think something came dislodged off one of the carts. The Rotaxes did a great job of clearing it off the track, but it's always a bit of a worry when something like that happens. You never quite know what it is. You can just see it glistening whilst on the circuit, but that has been cleared. Yao crossing the line. He came through. He's in P9, Tom. Started in 18th or so, didn't he, Yao?
Yeah, he came through very quickly, but dropped down
P19.
a couple of places. It looked like that lap.
He made someone's dropped to fair few. I think it's Jack Moss. So he got overtaken a few, did Joseph Yao, but then gained a couple back. So, but Sadlowski leads and has got a bit of a gap back to Rossi Costello. The gap was 1.4 seconds. Archie Ray Watson in 3rd place. It's Evelyn Bye in P4 with Layla Berryman and Jacob Carnes.
Hector Sadlowski has hit the front of this one, and He's looking imperious. Rossi Costello.
Fastest lap, though, for Costello until eclipsed very quickly then by Jake Grufferty.
Yeah, it
But
was only
Costello
by
did
about
take
half a tenth, wasn't it?
Yeah, Costello took 2/10 out of the leader on that previous lap. Stansmore Wilson, Tom, is the one to watch for me. She's just got down the inside of Grufferty and he levered him wide, and that's allowed Joseph Yao to take 2 positions without too much work being done by Yao. The 77's picked up a warning as well. That's Darcy Hall.
Keep an eye on this gap now for Hector coming over the line. Yeah, and another half a tenth quicker that time around for Hector Sadlowski. So the lead 1.2 seconds. It seems about right that we should mention, of course, that on Hector's kart, don't forget that he's running T66 turbos with NOS.
That's a good move. Oh, it was a good move until it wasn't. I thought Thomas Harper had played a blinder there in just bump drafting Isabella Stansmore Wilson past the 2 karts in front, but didn't quite go to plan at the end of the straight when one of them wanted to turn right before the other one did.
If anyone doesn't get the T66,
Oh, Berryman off
NOS.
into retirement in the 166.
Yeah, if
So-
you don't get that reference, then we can't be friends. That's a simple fact. But Hector still leading this one. Gap down, though, this time around. 1 second now, the gap, which is bordering on slipstream territory for Rossi Costello. Archie Ray Watson still in third, but coming under increasing pressure from Evelyn Bai. And right there as well is Jacob Carnes. Joseph Yao closing in as well. And then we've got Jake Grufferty now all on his own, with Isabella Stansmore Wilson bringing up the next train.
Yeah, Grufferty with the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. 2/10 quicker than Joseph Yao. But not close enough at the moment to attack him. Further down the order, Freddie Widrington goes down the inside of Sam Robson for what will be 10th place, moves him inside the top 10.
Still looking very comfortable at the front of this one. Rossi Costello likewise comfortable in P2, dropping back 1.3 seconds. Yes, David Nichols has been in touch, and yes, with a picture of the slick tyres that were, the wet tyres that were on Tom Nichols' car.
That are now almost slick.
Yeah. They are chunked, I think it's fair to say.
That's the worst way to spend £160.
Yes, could have just come in here and given it to me. I'd have taken it. No problem.
And told him that he should have gone with slicks.
Should have gone with slicks, yeah. I'll tell you what, I'd have done it for 80. Half price.
Half price.
Half price advice.
Sadlowski still leading, and the gap's going out again. 1.4 this time, another 10th quicker than Rossi Costello. Costello still doing well in second place, and in turn he has a even more comfortable gap back to the train behind. The train behind now has really started to come together. Archie Ray Watson, Evelyn Bai, Jacob Carnes, Joseph Yao in there as well, and that's going to be enough, hopefully, for Tyler Grufferty to give him an opportunity if these start battling to get back up onto that and still in with a shout of battling for third place. Isabella Stansmore Wilson has got past, it's Freddie Widrington, in fact, has sandwiched himself between Isabella and Stansmore Wilson and Thomas Harper, who have been nailed together for most of this race.
Jacob Carnes and Joseph Yao have dispatched Evelyn Bai on that lap, and Evelyn Bai now down to 6th place. So Hector Sadlowski
Contact warning for the 19.
went off pole position and just has never looked back.
No, it looked like that Costello was reeling him in for a lap or two, but that charge settled itself down. The gap's been fairly equidistant at 1.2 to 1.5 throughout. the race so far and remains at 1.3 seconds. So
the fight is going to continue for third place. Still headed by Archie Ray Watson. It's, Carnes, Yao and Gruffity all in very close company now. And in fact, there we go. Carnes and Yao both moved through on Watson through hairpin 1. Demoted him 2 places, so off the podium now for Archie Ray Watson.
And this is another big points haul for Joseph Yao from his back of the grid start. He'll be going off the front few places, and he's gone down the inside of Jacob Carnes as well. Carnes and Watson will be side by side as they come through, slot back in just before the right-hander and the timing line, but Joseph Yao has got this on a knife edge for the championship.
Indeed, and I was just making a hand signal to David that the Carnes and Watson fight over the line. That was very, very close. And actually, Watson goes wide now coming out of hairpin 2 and loses another place to Jake Gruffity as they head down the back straight again. But Watson now starting to drop back down the order after a great first 3 quarters of this race. And there goes Freddie Widrington down the inside of Evelyn Bye, as does Stansmore Wilson as well. So Evelyn Bye, another one, dropping down the order at a rate of knots now.
Strong early out half of the race for Evelyn Bye.
Yeah, so likewise, Watson and Bye seemingly struggling in this final part of the race. There goes another one for Watson. Really struggling through hairpin 1, can't seem to get the nose towards the apex and runs very wide on exit, and that just allows the overtaking car a clean run between hairpin 1 and 2 and gets the move completed pretty easily. So struggling is Archie Ray Watson now, down to 7th as Widrington moved through.
46 on the clock as Sadlowski trips the timing line. That'll be 3 laps to go. He'll get through with about 3 or 4 seconds on the clock, and the gap is going out even further, 1.9 seconds now to Costello. Again, he's comfortable in that.
Gruffity's really closed the gap to Carnes on that lap for what would be P4. So they head through hairpin 3 and into 4, and there goes Gruffity down the inside of Carnes. Yeah, there was a bit of side to side, but they all come out of it safely for now as they slot back in line over the start-finish line. We've seen it go very wrong there in the past when they raced side by side in this Rotax class.
Contact warning for the 17 of Jake Gruffity.
Probably justified,
yeah,
in fairness.
So.
As then goes wide, Gruffity. Widrington then came down the outside and then gets the switch back at hairpin 2, and Widrington goes round the outside. And yes,
Gruffity's Nassau panel.
The Nassau panel on Jake Gruffity just flipped up.
He's got to hope them 2 top bolts are tied to the aeroplane door to keep that down, because if it flips all the way up, he's going to have a problem seeing for a start. He might not be able to see the mechanical flag either. If it comes to fruition, but I am absolutely adamant that bottom bracket snapped.
Oh, it has. It's wobbling around on the nose panel.
Final lap though, Tom. So
it's holding its place in position.
It's
at the
doing
moment.
its job at the moment.
Must be that big channel down the middle of it that's holding it in place.
Aero,
yeah, hot dogs all round.
At the front though, Tom, heading round South Bank and into hairpin number 3.
That's Rossi Costello. There's our leader, Hector Sadlowski.
First time of asking here at Teesside in his first race meeting.
Took him 2 heats, and victory goes to Hector Sadlowski. Rossi Costello in P2 with Joseph Yao 3rd, Jacob Carnes 4th, Freddie Widrington P5 with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, showing, let's have a look at what you could have won for Freddie Widrington on the final lap. Jake Gruffity P6, Archie Ray Watson dropped down the order in the final laps to P7. Thomas Harper 8th, Isabella Stansmore Wilson 9th, and Evelyn Bye, another one who struggled in the final half of the race, down in P10. The rest of your runners, Oliver O'Donovan, then it's Sam Robson, Holly Swan, Ava Reynolds, Sam Hayes, Darcy Hall, Morgan Cooney, Jaden Stonehouse, Samuel Yeadon, Jack Moss, and Layla Berryman was 11 laps down, so a retirement for Berryman through that race. Or are we still having transponder issues? For
No, she peeled off
she
into
did
the pit lane.
right,
Yeah, we
yes,
picked
of
that
course
up.
you did. You did say that, David, yes.
The transport issue that you want to know is because the mighty electric car's battery resonates at frequency which is the same as the transponder.
Oh, right, okay.
On Darren Beaver, on email to Darren Beaver and Jono, and they both agreed that it's an issue that the engine build's working on.
Oh, okay. So, right, so it's all caused by the electric cars.
Yeah, they do have an issue. Even
Internal
more so.
combustion engines for the win. I've said it for years.
Even more so with the Cadet one. The Cadet one is really tough.
Can't they all just run comas?
Mate, the Cadet one's really tough. Made even harder by the fact that they have a sky blue number background and a white number. So you have to try and keep them in order whilst not having any timing to do it.
Right.
It's a good job I eat me carrots.
Yes. So, Hector Sadlovsky, T66 turbos with NOS, taking victory in Junior Rotax.
Who's his engine builder? Spoon?
No, it's Harry. Definitely Harry. He goes into Harry's and gets his motors from Harry's. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this channel is not the one for you.
No.
So, Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2 will be on there rolling up lap in a moment. So I'll bring you a grid, random grid, of course, for Junior Pro Kart. Grace Matthews will go off pole position from Jensen White alongside. Lewis Dean, who had a great Heat number 1, kept Reece Cranston honest all the way through as well on debut here as well for Lewis Dean. He will go off P3. Josh Brown in 4th with Ted Hall 5th. The aforementioned Reece Cranston will go off P6 with Ashton Carmichael 7th. Elvis Hartley 8th. Dylan Slack in 9th. Scarlett Whittaker Dunn will go off P10 with Daniel Camp 11th. William Howard 12th with Isaac Welburn 13th. Reece Dodds in 14th. Liam Edmonds 15th. And Joshua Sullivan will go off P16. Is that because he retired in Heat 1, Kat?
No, it's because it's random grids, Tom.
But didn't he start at the back in Heat 1?
No, he started in 8th.
Oh, okay.
And then he'll be starting in P1 in Heat number 3.
Okay.
Don't do him out of any more points.
No, just double check them bolts as well on the wheels this time. So, unfortunately, Sullivan retired from Heat number 1. It's a fairly quick opening half of the roll-up lap, which is good to see. Definitely generate some heat. They will all be on slicks, I'm sure. Just been informed as well. We've got 2 more races now, this one and the Senior Pro Karts, and then we'll take a short lunch break. And we're going round again.
False starts, and then we ease up nicely.
Which actually gives me a chance to mention the cafe for lunch. And more to put it out for the circuit PA as well, that if you're thinking about having lunch, probably best to go up now so that I don't have to stand there for 40 minutes in a queue when I want my dinner. So go and get your lunch now if you're having it. Don't wait until the end of Senior Pro Kart, because there'll be an angry commentator stood behind you in the queue.
Sunday dinner buns and roast
Sunday
potatoes.
dinner buns, exactly.
Pulled
All
pork fries.
over the Sunday dinner buns.
Cheesy pig fries, which is like chips with bacon and cheese.
Yeah.
Cheesy pig fry.
Yeah. Big shout out to the cafe as always. And the people who work in there as well. Where's Sullivan going?
He's going to find his tyre from Heat 1.
Yeah, he's going to pay the marshal on the outside of the track. Entry.
Thank you for looking after my wheel.
Yes. He took really good care of it.
That was really
I'm
poor.
going to take myself out now. Thanks. It's been nice knowing you.
I wouldn't go that far. Right, here we go then. Second time of asking. Let's see if we can get this one going in Junior Pro Kart. We're away and racing. Not a particularly fast start by Grace Matthews off the pole position, and she has been swamped by Lewis Dean. Sullivan off the back row, nearly running out of track on the outside. Oh, Cranston's round!
Yeah, I'm not
the
sure whether there was
championship
contact,
leader,
but
we've got a
certainly-
few of them still tippy-toeing their way through. I don't know whether they were whether the grip levels are still fairly low.
Well, Elvis Hartley is the one that we're focusing on camera there as well, but Cranston was the one round. You don't lose it on your own through there, let's put it that way. So Cranston has definitely made contact in one way or another, whether it was front to back or front to rear.
Here's the big thing,
Somebody
Tom.
else's front to his
They're
rear.
battling at the front. Lewis Dean's leading at the moment from Josh Brown. Josh Brown's going to come through to take the lead on the end of the opening lap with Jensen White and Ted Hall. So far this season, despite the fact, Tom, that we've had random grids all season, we've only had 2 race winners, Sullivan and Cranston. They're your 2. This is going to be your biggest opportunity for us to have a different race winner.
Sullivan's just passed Grace Matthews for P9 on track, so still a lot of work to do for Sullivan if he's
Brown
going to
is
continue that trend.
Disappearing at the front.
Yeah, moving away very quickly, in fact, from Lewis Dean, who was very quick in the wet
Teddy Hall
conditions
down
we
the
had in Heat
inside
1.
of Lewis Dean for 3rd place.
Sullivan is in that group, though, as Cranston's not far off the back either. So our 2, as you said, David, only 2 race winners so far this season. And Sullivan moves through again
He's
and
done
takes another position.
Edmonds and Camp.
And is up to 7th place now is Sullivan, and still in that front group as well. So still a chance for Sullivan. But likewise, Cranston isn't far off the back either. He's about to make a move on Liam Edmonds.
Oh, that's Daniel Camp down the inside. Tommy went and levered him out, and whoa, off goes Dylan Slack onto the grass at hairpin 1.
And gets back going again, but will now retake position in the final position of 16th. Yeah, Brown is, well, for want of a better phrase, miles in front. We've got a warning out for contact for Reese Cranston as well. So, oof, and the front end of that 43 car is stoved. In stereo.
Yeah, he's right now up onto the back of the 13 of Sullivan, though. Sullivan set the fastest lap, but then he tried to go round the outside of Lewis Dean into a gap that was never really going to be open. Now it's open. He's down the inside into hairpin 2.
And Ted Hall and William Howard side by side down the back straight, with Hall trying to get the move completed, and then Howard has just driven straight around the outside at hairpin 2 and down the back straight. Pointing with Ted Hall to say work together, because you can see behind him he's got Sullivan and Cranston, who are still nose to tail. Josh Brown still leads at the front of this one. The gap 2.1 seconds.
Oh yeah, we could be 7 minutes away from a first race win that's not the top 2 in the championship this season, and a first race win here at Teesside for Josh Brown. Cranston down the inside of Sullivan. Cranston up the side of Sullivan at hairpin number 1, but he's through and up into what will now be 7th to 6th place.
It will. It's demoted Sullivan down to P7, and a second contact warning now out for Reese Cranston in the 43. That's 2 this race now. Going to have to be very, very careful trying to overtake the next 4 drivers to potentially end up in P2. And going to have to do it without any contact warnings whatsoever, otherwise it will be a black flag.
Yep, two warnings, and then we pop that flag away.
Well, it's 3 strikes and you're out rule, isn't it?
Yeah, down the inside
Oh,
goes.
there goes Cranston, and that was close, but got the move done cleanly on that was Jensen White. Yes, indeed. And then Sullivan follows through at hairpin 2 as well. So Cranston now all over the back of Ted Hall already. It's not Ted Hall, it's William Howard.
Yeah, Ted Hall's in 3rd place.
It's William Howard that he's all over the back of now. Ted Hall taking William Howard on this lap. And Ashton Carmichael a couple of tenths quicker that time around. brought the gap down to 1.8
Oh,
seconds.
Cranston's down the inside of William Howard through there. Contact between the two of them again. Howard doesn't seem particularly happy, but there was a gap there for Cranston to go through, and they've got taken each other so wide. It's another contact warning for Cranston and another one for William Howard as well.
And Sullivan went through in the middle of all that. Sullivan went through. So, gonna see what happens with regards to the contact warnings for Cranston. But meanwhile, as we said, Josh Brown at the front of this one being reeled in now by Ashton Carmichael. The gap closed in again. Fastest lap of the race that time for Ashton Carmichael. Then eclipsed by a 10th by Joshua Sullivan in 4th place now for Sullivan.
Well, he got through when
He has,
Howard
but he's got a long way to go to catch up Josh Brown with 4 minutes plus a lap to go.
Yeah, well, he got through down the inside when Cranston and Howard came together around the national loop.
He's only a couple of tenths quicker than Brown in clear air is Sullivan, and he's got 4 seconds to catch up. So it might be too little too late for both Sullivan and Cranston to extend the winning streaks for these two. Josh Brown looking very good at the front of this one. And again, another 10th quicker than Ashton Carmichael. Ted Hall being reeled in by Sullivan. And they're going to go side by side through hairpin 1. And Hall left the door open at hairpin 1, and through went Sullivan and down the back straight and into South Bank. I've got a funny feeling Reece Cranston's going to do the same.
Josh Brown, though, has got most of the radius of South Bank to this trio. He's got Ashton Carmichael in between them as well.
Good drive from Carmichael as well, it should be said.
Yeah, there's the move by Cranston down the inside of Ted Hall.
Yep, and gets that one completed. So they are now up to 3rd and 4th place respectively. But, Josh Brown and Ashton Carmichael just doing exactly what they need to do. Very good showing from the pair of them to be this far clear. Sullivan now coming under pressure from Cranston as these two go at it again.
Chunk of curb at hairpin 3.
We've been here before. Cranston down the inside at South Bank. Nice clean move from Cranston. He got that one completed.
Cranston then up into 3rd place. Brown, though, still with that gap of 2 seconds. Back to Ashton Carmichael.
Head through the national loop. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. They're 1.5 seconds behind Ashton Carmichael. So it's doable, but very difficult for these two. I think they're going to need a little bit of help. Ashton Carmichael has been very smooth sailing so far. Just needs to keep his eyes forward and not look behind, because when you start doing that, that's when mistakes creep in, and that's when they'll start to close the gap. Josh Brown still leading. Gap hovering around 1.9 seconds now. It's pretty much static between Brown and Carmichael. Cranston closed in a couple of tenths on that lap on Carmichael. But still 1.2 behind, so still a long way to go. Just looking a little bit further down the order. I think that was Liam Edmonds and Jensen White starting to fight it out as well for 7th place. So it's as you were for the front 5. Ted Hall still going with Sullivan and Cranston as well, which is good to see from Ted Hall. Oh, he's been doing some BPEC racing, hasn't he, Ted Hall?
He has, and has been doing a lot of testing as Ted Hall. And as we say many times, Tom, seat time will get you towards the front.
And that brings you on leaps and bounds, does particularly endurance racing as well, because you're just out there for an hour pounding round and pounding round and
some
pounding
of the best in the country as well.
Correct, yeah. So you're going to learn a lot from them. it seems that's been the case for Ted Hall as he's marching towards, in terms of progression, towards the front of the field in terms of driver skill. But Josh Brown takes the final lap board, and he's clear by over 2 seconds from Ashton Carmichael now. For the first time, it's 2.1 seconds. Reece Cranston in third, but only half a second behind now. So we've got a fight on for second place. Carmichael just needs to keep looking forward. Don't start to panic.
No, if he keeps his head down, he's got enough of a gap there.
Yeah.
You'll get round South Bank. You're probably going to have enough into 3, defend 4, and you're home and dry. Not needing to defend, though, at the front is the 12 of Josh Brown. Throughout this season, it's been Cranston or Sullivan taking the race victories. Welcome to the club, Josh Brown. He takes victory in heat number 2 for the first time here at Teesside as well. From Ashton Carmichael, Reece Cranston, Joshua Sullivan, and Ted Hall, with William Howard, Liam Edmonds in 6th and 7th. Daniel Camp gets past Elvis Hartley on the final lap for 8th place. Hartley in 9th, White in 10th, with Grace Matthews, Isaac Welburn and Scarlett Whittaker done. And then it should well be Dylan Slack and Reese Dodds. Not seen Lewis Dean. It looks like he retired, Tom, although I haven't seen him parked up out on track. So,
yeah, 5 laps down. So, yeah, that's unfortunate for Lewis Dean, actually. He had such a great heat number 1. So that will take us to our lunch break. Around about half an hour for... Oh, no, it won't. Actually,
unless you don't want to watch the seniors.
We've got senior pro karts coming up next, haven't we? Sorry, people. That's because I was talking about it a minute ago. But yeah, senior pro karts will be out next, and then we will take our lunch break. So I'll just wait our final runners to depart the track, and then we'll get a grid for senior pro kart coming up next. Okay, grid for senior pro kart. Again, random grid formation here. So it is going to be Danny Bean going from pole position. Joseph Williamson P2 with Curtis Yule in 3rd. Riley Matthews in 4th and Freddie Cowley 5th. Alana Howard in P6 with Maximus Shields 7th. There will be no Addison Smith, so P8 will be vacant and P10 will move into that slot. But Matthew Houshby will officially go off P9 with Isaac Duff P10. Then we've got Marty Gilfillan and Zach Dawson, George Ludwell and Sam Neri, Thomas Woolley and Oliver Hill, Bradley Rowe, Zachary Hudson and James Kay will be your 18 runners.
So, here we go then. We had Shields and Ludwell going at it in heat number 1 on a damp circuit that was beginning to dry, which gave them effectively 2 halves of a lap, a very wet hairpin 3 and 4 and South Bank, and then a fairly dry everywhere else, where the 2 of them did finally decide to try and sort out their differences early doors. We're away in racing. Oh, there's a bit of contact. Joseph Williamson and Danny Bean off the front row trying to squeeze each other before the flag had even come down. Bean is through then into the lead. Riley Matthews up into 2nd place. Curtis Yule in 3rd place, although that will be handed over fairly rapidly to the fast-starting 43 of Maximus Shields. Shields up into 3rd. Yule then with Williamson battling it out over P4. Williamson 5. Then it looks like we've got Isaac Duff, Zach Dawson, Matthew Houshby, and that could well be Oliver Hill just behind them, although I wouldn't put money on it early doors, although I do think I might be right.
I think you might be right. Now that he's got rid of that Nelson PK livery, it's very difficult to spot. Oliver Hill.
Yes, I was right.
Okay. P9. Marty Gilfillan will round out the top 10. So Shields we look at there on the back of Riley Matthews. Not on the back of Riley Matthews anymore, on the front of Riley Matthews. As Maximus Shields moves through into P2. Danny Bean with the fastest lap of the race. Trying his hardest to break away at the front of this one right from the get-go. And build as much of a cushion as he can to Shields, who seemed to make it hard work for himself in Heat 1.
Well, the 360 round South Bank probably wasn't on
Well,
the
it was
agenda.
a self-imposed handicap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Started at the back and a 360. It's the Sheffield United method of going about karting.
Hamper yourself.
Yes. Just self-imposed 15 points on us.
Yeah, Shields doesn't need to rush away past Danny Bean here. Also, Danny Bean doesn't need to defend Shields too much. He needs to gain some points after that first heat of the day for Danny Bean. Didn't quite go to plan. He had that spin at hairpin number 1, didn't he? So it was quite tough for Danny Bean in that case. Shields, though, now is going to make the move down the inside into hairpin number 4. Gives Danny Beans a bit of a thumbs up, says, yep, cheers, thank you very much for not defending me too much. However, feel free to tuck in behind and I'll drag you away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and of course different classes as well, with Shields being in the pro class. The only other pro class runner here this weekend is George Ludwell. Danny Bean being in Clubman and Riley Matthews being in the novice class and still showing very well in 3rd place. Although coming under increasing pressure from what is now Zach Dawson. Doesn't show that on the timing screen, but you'll see them come into the back of the shot. And it is Zach Dawson in behind. Then it's Williamson, and then Curtis Yule, I think, and then Isaac Duff. And then I think we've got Matthew Hauschby and Oliver Hill, as they're still trying to sort themselves out through hairpin 3 and 4. So we'll give you the order as they come over the line. It's Shields from Bean. Then it's Matthews and Dawson. And they've now broken away from that group behind us. They were fighting it out, and there they are on camera. So that is Yule, Duff, Hauschby, Williamson and Hill. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Nary and Ludwell, and then it's Hudson, Rowe, Gilfillan, Cowley, Kay, Howard and Woolley, the 18 runners. Thomas Woolley just got very airborne over the inside of hairpin 2, which is a rather unorthodox line from Thomas Woolley. Down the inside goes Isaac Duff, and given a bit of an after you, Claude, from, I think that was Curtis Yule. It was Curtis Yule. Said, yeah, on you go. We're in different classes, so it's not going to matter too much in the overall standings. Curtis Yule, of course, graduating from indoor karting this season, first season of outdoor racing.
Well, we said at the start of the year, didn't we, Tom, that he was very much a rough diamond.
Yes.
And I interviewed him
Raw
yesterday.
pace.
Yeah, I interviewed him yesterday, and he's been very well polished in the last couple of rounds, hasn't he, Curtis Yule? Learning off those drivers in front of him. The pace was always there.
Yeah, he got the raw pace, just the racecraft for outdoor karting, very, very different to what you need for indoor karting. And Curtis Yule, it was a bit of a difficult start, I would say, and needed to learn that very quickly, but has done now.
Yeah.
And like you say, David, a bit of a rough diamond, but now starting to become a lot more polished. Challenging Riley Matthews for the lead of the novice class.
Yeah, well, I think, 4 or 5 rounds ago, he'd have just sent it down the inside and not worried about the consequence.
Yes, which of course you can do in indoor karting, and you've got full wraparound bumpers as well, so there's no damage. But not only that, you don't have to pay for it either. As Curtis Yule actually is the one who's been overtaken through hairpin 4. It was Matthew Hauschby. It was Matthew Hauschby who moved through. and took 6th place away from Curtis Yule. So we've got Shields now at the front of this one by a second from Danny Bean. Zach Dawson is now leading Isaac Duff as well in 3rd over 4th place. And again, Zach Dawson looking very comfortable in 3rd. Zach Dawson, another one who's really stepped up his game this year. And has looked comfortable towards the front of these races. Goes, is that Hauschby? Down the inside of...
Hauschby's through, Oliver Hill, and then Curtis Yule. Riley Matthews is going to get hung out here. Drops 3 or 4 places there. I think Riley Matthews down to 8th place. Was he P5 before that, Tom?
It was 3 places.
He's getting squeezed a little bit more. He's side by side with Joseph Williamson. Matthews goes over the grass. Williamson will take the place. That's twice Williamson's had a bit of side-by-side. If you include the bit, do you include it before the flag drops, Tom, or does it not count?
Well, it's got to be side-by-side, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Matthews, though, were judged on that with the contact warning. I think just given the side of the track that he was on, generally, if you're on the outside, the onus is generally more on yourself that you're going to go for one over the curb on the left.
3 minutes plus a lap to go. Shields very, very comfortable at the front of this one. As we've seen throughout the season, when he hits the front, very difficult for anybody to come back through. Danny Bean also looking very comfortable in 2nd place, and likewise Dawson in 3rd, and then likewise Isaac Duff in 4th.
There you're 3 for the championship in the club class with Bean, Dawson and Duff. Hauschby still in the mix as well. Oliver Hill. George Ludwell will pick up points for 2nd place in class, irrespective of where he actually finishes on track. But
I'd like to give a bit of a shout out to Isaac Duff, actually, because he's another one who, over the last, 2.5 seasons, has really come on leaps and bounds as they go side by side through the D chicane. That was
Oliver Hill trying to squeeze himself through a gap on Matthew Hauschby. Ludwell putting the cart in the gap as well. That has allowed Curtis Yule back into the gap with Matthew Hauschby, but now we've got 7 or 8 carts all in a train because it's backed them all the way up to the 81 of Zach Hudson and the 181 of Bradley Rowe.
Yeah, just to finish my point on Isaac Duff, I think, one who's come on leaps and bounds and looking very comfortable in 4th place here in the senior Rotax race is great to see from Isaac Duff.
Yeah, it was always both him and... last year, with him and Williamson in that juniors and being at the front and clear of most of the others in that junior class, it was always very difficult to see what their true representative pace was. When now they're on a bigger field, it's fairly clear to see that they can mix it with the best of them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I remember, 2.5, 3 seasons ago, when Isaac Duff was first getting into junior pro karts and where he was in terms of pace then, to now be running comfortably P4 here in seniors is it just shows the progression that can be made with seat time. Just because your pace isn't there, as soon as you jump in a kart and you're naturally good at it, work, effort and work rate will bring the pace to you, and that's what we're seeing from Isaac Duff, and I just thought it was worth pointing out.
Yes, certainly will, and I agree with those sentiments. Tom, 45 seconds or so on the clock. When Shields came through, I think he'll cross the line to get 2 laps in here. I think he's going to be through and comfortable. Peeling off into the pit lanes, the 28 of Alana Howard. And it looks like Riley Matthews has also retired from this race as well. He ran really well in the first half of the race. Didn't see a lot of contact that could have caused damage, so whether that's an engine problem, I don't know for Riley Matthews, but he peels off into the pit lane.
Well, Ludwell now showing in P5 has hit the front of this train.
Final lap for Shields, didn't get round in time, in fact.
So that he seems to have made hard work of it this race as George Ludwell, but has finally got through to the front of that train and will start to make inroads into the lead of Isaac Duff in front, but it will be too little too late for George Ludwell, barring any problems for the front 4, because they are well clear.
Good race for Hill, though, just behind Ludwell. Was in 5th for the main part of this. Interesting to see if he can hang on from Curtis Yule. Yule has got a gap to his nearest novice rival in Sam Neri.
I said it was PK earlier, wasn't it? It was Patrese.
Patrese.
Yes.
So,
I misquoted one of the
out
funniest
of the
things you've
final
ever said.
corner, though, will come Max Shields to win heat number 2 from Danny Bean, Zach Dawson and Isaac Duff. George Ludwell will come through for P5. Oliver Hill in 6th place in front of Curtis Yule, Matthew Hauschby and Sam Neri. Bradley Rowe getting past Zachary Hudson on the final lap to complete the top 10, and he's also 3rd in novice. We might have, looks like, just before we go off air, Tom, we might have birthday cake arriving. Can I direct you to open the door for us, please? In fact, I'll do it. You fill.
Okay. There's birthday cake arriving, ladies and gentlemen, at the door of the commentary box. Not sure what's going on.
Well, it's birthday. It's Logan's birthday.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
thank
mate.
you.
Thank you. Lovely. He is 7.
Thank you, Logan. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Logan, who's 7 today. So we're going to.
Do you want to come on the microphone quickly? Do you want to put the headset on? No, he's
No,
got all
he's still
shy
too
all of a
shy.
sudden. Just pop it over there. I'm sure that'll be fine. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
And happy birthday, Logan, as well. So that's Logan Grassi in the Bambino class with a birthday celebration today.
Certainly is. Right, that takes us to our lunch break. Around about half an hour's time, we'll be back for heat number 3 and the rest of our 3rd heats for Bambino and the rest of our classes. And then our finals here to bring a close to round number 7 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. See you soon. Hello and welcome back to Teesside Autodrome for third heat and the finals of round number 7 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Just getting ourselves into grid position, just a few drivers needing to be swapped round for 6th and 7th place, but the grid for heat number 3 will be Calais Tennant, Oliver Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant for our Might E Bambinos, and then from our Comas, Archie Mostyn with 2 heat wins to his name so far will go off pole position. Logan Grassi will be in 2nd place. Jake Wynn and Sebastian O'Connell will complete your grid.
Question, David.
Yes,
As someone who knows these things.
Oh, pressure's on now.
As I try and hear myself, because I can't hear myself again. The Ayrton Tennant's helmet, is that ex-Sebastian McCarthy?
Similar, it's a Zamp helmet.
Oh.
It's a
Okay,
pre-design.
so a pre-painted job.
Yeah.
Right, okay, that's fine. So it's just the same helmet
Happy to
brand.
help. Yes. McCarthy with 2. He's got that one, and he's got an all-black one.
Stealth.
Depending on the weather conditions, I think. He's got a wet lid now.
We are underway and racing for heat number 3 of Bambinos. Of course, the Might E and the Comas amalgamated together on the same grid. And sweeping around the outside was Archie Mostyn at hairpin 1. And taking 3rd place on the road. And holding on to the lead of Coma Bambinos. But demoting Ayrton Tennant down into 3rd place on the road. It was, I think it was Logan Grassi who got a poor... Oh, in fact, no, it was Oliver Reynolds who got a poor start off the line. But has recovered already into P2, the Might E electric motor, of course, in this Might E Bambino class. Not taking long to get up to speed, certainly not as long as the Coma Bambinos do. What with it being electric, it's instant torque and instant power for the Mighties. And Oliver Reynolds has already recovered up to P2 and I was going to say closing in on Calais Tennant, but there was only 2.7 seconds between them over the line that time around. But of course, Oliver Reynolds did get that slow start. So we'll see whether Oliver Reynolds can mount a challenge to Calais Tennant for the Mighty Bambino class. Archie Mostyn has looked pretty comfortable at the front all day in the Coma Bambino class and is currently the same so far in Heat 3.
Nearly got replaced on commentary there, Tom.
You did or I did?
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
Joshua bought me phone charger and he went, "Do you want to let me commentate on the Hondas?"
Okay.
I nearly let him step in. I told him no.
Oh.
Because Hondas is going to be quite a good one, isn't it?
Plus, he'd demand an appearance fee.
Yes, of course he would. Probably he would. It'd be enough to buy a new front hub.
For those of you who missed Heat 1, go back and watch.
Yeah.
That will explain that joke.
It had one stud left.
Oh, the hub had one.
Yeah.
Right. But
Two of them had gone.
And probably detached themselves along with the wheel.
Mm.
Okay.
They did.
So, Calais Tennant, new fastest lap of the race. And in fact, a new lap record for Mighty Bambino. Last time around. Coming over the line this time. We'll see if it's any quicker. It is, wow, 14. No, it is 4 thousandths of a second slower. 4 thousandths of a second.
Consistent.
Certainly consistent for Calais Tennant. So 4 thousandths of a second off the lap record, which was set on the previous lap.
Yeah, so we're currently seeing the 77 of Oliver Reynolds on track. Another driver who has dipped into the sub 1 minutes, Tom, now that the track is beginning to dry. Got some nice information about Oliver yesterday, Tom, for his first race meeting here at Teesside. 5 years old, joins us from Leicester. Into the pits comes Jake Wynn. So started racing at the start of this year. Goes to Highcliffe Primary School, and they're fully supportive of his racing, which I think is fantastic. Racing's really sort of developed his confidence as well. It
5
turns
years
out
old, he'll still be in reception, won't he, at 5?
I was talking yesterday to his granddad Tony, and we were reminiscing of the good days of pro karting at PF.
Oh, well, you're of similar age, aren't you?
I'm deeply offended. Tony will be as well. We do have similar hairstyles.
Yeah, right, okay. So, yeah, you were reminiscing about pro karting at PF.
Yeah, we raced together. Well, against each other.
Okay. Good times?
Not for me, I was rubbish.
Some would say.
Enjoyed
still
it.
Are.
I've had one or two good showings. The problem is that it's normally like
None of them were in pro karts at PF.
It's an annual basis. No, it was I enjoyed my Sundays. I think that's all that mattered.
Yeah. Well, likewise, you know, when myself in the EKL, it was never anything special. Won a couple of heats, but just there for the enjoyment of being there.
Good move down the inside there by Calais Tennant as he threads his way through some of the traffic. Gap at the front, 5.3 seconds, and most of that coming in the early part of the
You can
early
see
part of the race, but he's still continuing to add half a second or so lap on lap to everybody else.
lap times are so consistent as well. Chopping to the inside down the back straight in that usual Bambino style that we see. You don't need to take a wider entry into South Bank with Bambinos because they're just flat through that corner anyway.
Personal best for Logan Grassi in 4th place there with a 1:02.2. There is Ayrton Tennant, currently in P5, 3rd place in the Might E class.
Oliver Reynolds has done a couple of laps sub 1 minute as well. Archie Mostyn is sub 1 minute in the Coma Bambino class as well, which is good to see. 59.863, a personal best lap time last time around for Archie Mostyn. So anything sub 1 minute in Coma Bambinos has always been considered a quick time around here. And Archie Mostyn going 59.8. Inconsistent lap that time around, actually. A bit of a scruffy one from Calais Tennant at 59.7. Let's see what he's going to do this time around as he just comes over the line now. And another 59.0. So, again, back to only a couple of tenths off his previous lap record pace. And since we're pretty spread out as well, I think that's what we're going to be looking at as well. Is it's going to be more lap times than overtakes.
.35 seconds on the clock. It may well be tight. I think that they'll get round here, will Calais Tennant?
Yes.
Before the time elapses, about 10 seconds or so, I think, on the... I was actually on the overhead gantry, but that's out of habit, Tom, because obviously it's out of action this weekend. So they'll still get the last lap board up. So he does indeed.
Just lift off. Lift off. Calais.
Save some battery.
6, 5,
He's up.
4, 3.
He'd be no good at Le Mans, would he, at the end? No good at Le Mans, trying to save an extra pit stop and some fuel at the end by slowing down to cross the line bang on time. He's going to have to do 2 laps now.
Indeed. Good line, though, through hairpin 1. Lovely
Smooth.
Sweeping arc, managing to keep the minimum speed. Of course, different way of going about the power with these electric carts. I need to do a lot more research, really, into what these Mighties do. How they generate their power and how the engine's made up and what kind of charging you have to do between races and if at all. If you just charge it up before the day starts and that's enough, or how does it work? Really, I think it's probably the best way to put it. I don't know how they work.
We'll get one of them in. Not the power unit, I mean like a parent that can tell us all about it.
Okay.
Let's open the forum.
We'll open the forum. Mr. Tennant, Mrs. Tennant, Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, get yourself in.
Come and say hello in the commentary box.
Talk us through the mighty powertrain. Down the back straight, there we go. Cadet Tennant leads this race with probably the narrowest margin he's had throughout the race day, but it's still very comfortable for him at the front of this race. Cadet Tennant leads from Oliver Reynolds. Then it's the first of our Coma runners in, Archie Mostyn. Up and out of the final corner will come Cadet Tennant to take his third victory of the day in Might E. He's happy with his work, a little arm in the air. Oliver Reynolds will come through for second place. And then it will be our Coma front runner, Archie Mostyn, coming through to take the victory in our Coma class.
So Cadet Tennant did 10 laps. 6 of those laps were within 0.2 of a second of each other.
That's good by anyone's standard.
That is very good.
Very good, and very good from a Bambino standard
I mean,
as well.
with a 1 minute lap time as well, which we don't get in the Rotax classes, senior Rotax and senior Pro Kart as well. They're much quicker at shorter lap time, and still to get it within 0.2 of 6 of your 10 laps everybody would be proud of that.
Oh, shout out for Sebastian O'Connell, who pumps in a fastest lap and a personal best for him on the final lap. So, great effort there. I think that's Sebastian getting into the sub 110 there for the first time during that race and pushing himself all the way to the line as he continues his personal progression. So, all 7 of our Bambinos
I asked for
doing well so far.
a strong cup of coffee at lunchtime.
Did they add water to it?
It's
Are you just rubbing the granules
no,
straight into your eyes?
I did get what I asked for, which was rocket fuel. Might need another couple of sugars in it just to
Just to balance it out.
just to try and make it taste of something other than tar. It's super strong. I did ask if they got an IV bag and I could have it intravenously.
So I mean, just rip it into your eyes.
Eyeball Paul
Eyeball
style.
Paul. Hello, Eyeball Paul.
Eyeball Paul plays hammer and tunes. Coming up next will be our Honda Cadets. And we'll bring you a grid very shortly. I mean, it'll take them a couple of minutes to grid up anyway, so just bear with. Okay. So your grid for Heat 3 of Honda Cadet. Pole position goes by way of Francesco Di Caro due to 2 heats and 2 wins so far today. So obviously we'll go off pole position for heat number 3 as well. Daniel Zayad joins alongside in P2 with Henry Colborne in P3. Jacob Jones in 4th and Archie Cannon in 5th. Tommy Burgoyne showing well in 6th place with Abel Hutton also showing well today in P7. Aston Wilson in 8th and Sebastian McCarthy in 9th. Edward Rye seemingly struggling today, started from the back in P1 and starts P3, Heat 3 in P10. Then we've got Sam Dixon and Frank Pearson, who is the first of the Micromax karts. Then we've got Ethan Pearson and Oscar Wills. Harry Scrafton and Andrew McCrossan are 15th and 16th, followed by Jacob McDonald, Oliver Bullock, Edward Charlton, Reggie Cook, George Allison and Phoebe Rogers. Tyler Gruffity was a non-finish in the previous heat, so we'll go off the back.
So Edward Rye, Tom, went on wets in the previous race and thought that was along with everybody else, but didn't quite get the setup right, hence why he dropped down. Everybody on slicks now, though.
Indeed they are. A few people looking very focused. Eyes straight forward. Another few looking round as well. Abel Hutton. I think he's a statue of Abel Hutton. I don't think that... Oh, there he goes.
No,
right, now all right, he does move. Okay. Wondering whether he was actually alive. Yes, he is. Okay, good. He's awake. There we go. Right. We've got Jacob Jones as well, just giving his head a shake. Not sure whether that's a helmet issue. He just wants to adjust it. Normally it's when you've got your ear tucked in inside your helmet and it's folded over and you haven't quite got it back out to where it's supposed to be.
Completely different effort to the meaning give your head a wobble.
Yes. Yeah. There's a particular player in American football who's joined as a rookie this year. And I think he's had a few concussions over the years because every time he gets up after he's been tackled, he gives his head a shake. He just very, very much like Jacob Jones has just been doing. And I'm like, okay, is he concussed again or is he actually okay? Not sure. Jacob Jones, I'm sure, is absolutely fine. Meanwhile, probably just had an itch.
Yeah.
Pretty annoying, these helmets, when you've got an itch, to be fair. Can't do a lot about it.
Better to deal with it now, though, than when you're barreling towards hairpin 1 at
Yeah, and you're trying to get your hand
an hour.
inside your helmet to give your forehead a scratch. Yeah, it's not the best one. All right, Abel Hutton's now seen the marshal walking towards him. Oh, there he goes. He moves again now. Oh, he's laser focused. He's become a statue of Abel Hutton once again.
There we go. All the focus then back to the front.
Jacob Jones now clapping his hands together.
Got to keep them warm.
Good fire yourself up
October.
somehow, haven't you? Green is up, it's down, and we're away and racing for Heat 3 in Honda Cadets.
Good start by Cannon then off the inside of the third row. He's going to get down the inside of Jacob Jones and up into fourth place for Archie Cannon in number 5. DeCaro leads then from Ziad and Colborne. The top 3 remain unchanged. Good start, though, by looks of things for Edward Rye. He is up 2 places. In fact, I think he's running P8 down the back straight as McCarthy, I think, comes out with a slipstream on Tommy Burgoyne, and he may well find some assistance there from... He's assisted by the MS chassied stablemate of Edward Rye, and they both find their way through on the 68 of Tommy Burgoyne.
Cannon and Colborne were coming together at hairpin 3 as well. They had a bit of side-by-side pod-to-pod action between 3 and 4, but they managed to get themselves into an order again. But it is DeCaro again at the front of this one. Has barely been challenged all day. Daniel Zayad looking to change that as they head into hairpin 1.
Change for third. Archie Cannon slides his car down. Oh, it's the Ethan Pearson up the back of Abel Hutton in the mid part of the run between hairpin 1 and 2. They both managed to survive that. But I don't imagine that was too pleasant an experience for either of them. And Hutton then wide at hairpin 3, and that allows both Sam Dixon and Ethan Pearson through. DeCaro continues to lead. As Tom was saying, Ziad has been there or thereabouts with him all day, but appears to be in a bit of a wingman role at the moment, does Daniel Ziad on the back of Francesco DeCaro, and he's going to need to be because the fastest lap of the race was set by the man in third place.
Yeah, closing in as well as Archie Cannon now, and going with is Henry Colborne. So we had 2 pairs that have broken away from Edward Rye now in 5th place. Now that we've got dry weather and slick tyres on, Edward Rye seems to be coming good.
Contact warning for the 76 of Sam Dixon. He's sharpened his elbows during the lunch break.
Cannon and Colborne are now right there, and we've got a train of 4 at the front, and Edward Rye is closing in very quickly as well. Get the Jaws music ready.
Dun-dun.
Here comes Edward
Dun-dun.
Rye. We said really struggled in the wet conditions and damp conditions earlier on, and another fastest lap of the race that time for Edward Rye.
Half a second quicker than the train in front is Edward Rye.
Well, now he's got the slick tyres on. The track conditions are to his liking. He's starting to show his class and why he's leading the championship. Big push down the back straight from Daniel Zayad on the back of Francesco Di Caro, who is under no illusions now that he doesn't need to defend. Zayad is willing to work with him for the first half of this race at the very least.
Out of hairpin 4 they come as a train of 3. A little bit of a gap back still then to Henry Colborne.
Edward Rye's back on the tail of Henry Colborne now, and Rye with another fastest lap of the race. Half a second quicker again than Di Caro in the lead.
Rye with a nose down the inside of Colborne.
Wow,
Colborne saw it coming late and will come back at Rye down the inside. Rye with a switchback, I think, but not enough pace, and that's opened the gap up then to the trio in front again.
Well, Rye really needed some compliance there from Henry Colborne, and he got it in the first part of that section, and then got defiance through hairpin 2 as Colborne retook the position. But
Colborne, of course, is right to do so, and as Colborne also battling with Rye and Di Caro for this championship that will go down to the wire now almost certainly in the at the next round. As through goes Sam Dixon on Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy getting levered out wide in the battle behind this one by Jacob Jones, and that opened the door for Sam Dixon, the opportunist to go down the inside. And then Dixon's going to try and move down, I think, down the inside of Jones, but not enough. And Rye and Colborne are side by side once again as Colborne almost went missing behind Edward Rye from the side camera position. Rye is through, although was squeezed to the inside by Henry Colborne.
Yeah, Colborne certainly didn't make it easy, but Rye got the move done. Colborne now responding through hairpin 4 as they go side by side again, but I think Rye's going to have the drive, and indeed does.
Look at the gap it's created, though. That's a second that it's took Edward Rye to get past Henry Colborne, has opened the gap up to a second, and it's going to be a second because the trio at the front aren't squabbling.
No, as we said, Zayad very comfortable working with Di Caro at the moment and just allowing himself to be pulled along. And likewise, Di Caro happy to be pushed along at the moment. Archie Cannon, the outlier there in 3rd place, hasn't decided to work with either of them yet.
Dixon up into 6th place. The move down the inside of Jacob Jones at hairpin 1 in this train behind as Rye and Colborne are swapping positions again. Rye back down the inside after Colborne had a run at him. So let's see, I think if we can drop back onto the train behind, because they're going at it, just give them a little bit for 2 minutes before we come back to when this lead battle pops up. But it's Dixon, Jones, Pearson, McCarthy. Then you've got Burgoyne in there, Hutton, Aston, Wilson. On the back end of that, we go 6th to 12th in a train of carts, although Dixon is starting to eke out a little bit of a gap. Colborne and Rye still going at it over 4th place.
Yeah, Colborne couldn't get it parked on the apex enough, so switchback move from Edward Rye back down the inside, but all of this is helping the front 3 go away. That gap is more than a second now as they continue to fight it out over the minor placings here. I say minor, I mean it's still 4th place, but it's minor in terms of the podium.
Traffic for the leaders, particularly with 1 minute and 35. And I can't see Archie Cannon, the driver that we've known for the last 2 years or so, settling for 3rd place. I don't think it's in his nature, particularly in a heat, unless he's just amassing points towards the final.
It'll be in his nature until he gets back to the Apollo warning, and then that'll be knocked out of him lively.
Is that a move down the back straight? Zayad drawing alongside Di Caro briefly. Slots back in. Cannon, who'd lost a few kart lengths because they were going around the outside of some traffic, has caught back up very, very quickly. They've got some pace in that Apollo Cadet.
What I mean by knocked out of him live is I remember the message that used to be on Lennon French's lap timer in the middle of his steering wheel when he was in Junior Pro Kart. Remember it fondly.
I do, yes.
Words to the effect of just overtake, and there was a word I've missed out.
Yeah. I think his dad lived by that message as well.
I'm not going to mention it.
No.
I know you've teed it up, but I'm not saying it. It's
Well.
fine. You remonstrated against me last time. I'm not mentioning it.
Leading trio round South Bank with 12 seconds on the clock. I think this next one could be the last lap as Di Caro goes slightly wide at 3, defending off Daniel Ziad. There's some lap traffic in front. They're all going to sweep through and do. It is indeed the final lap. Di Caro, Ziad and Cannon. Colborne's round the outside of Edward Rye and he's back up into 4th place. Great move by Henry Colborne. Dixon behind them in 6th has moved away from the battle for Jones. And Jones is overtaken by Ethan Pearson on the exit of the D chicane.
Oh, Edward
Pearson
Rye.
up into 7th.
Edward Rice just fired into the back of Henry Colborne at hairpin 1 as well, just out of the commentary box window. But all as you were, Henry Colborne still holding position with Edward Rye in 5th.
Are we going to see Archie Cannon make the move up at hairpin 3? Ziad goes defensive in 2nd place. Cannon's, I thought he was going to sweep all the way around the outside. He's been very compliant, Archie Cannon, maybe with only 1 point between the positions in the heats. He knows that it gives him a decent chance of competing in the final. Di Caro takes his 3rd victory of the day from Ziad and Cannon as Colborne and Rye race to the line. Colborne taking 4th from Rye and Dixon. And then it's going to be Ethan Pearson, Jacob Jones. McCarthy's gone missing. In fact, McCarthy's gone missing because someone's gone up the back of him because his chain guard is up the left-hand side of him, and that only happens when someone's attacked it from the rear.
So Sebastian McCarthy crossed the line in P12. So it was Pearson, then Jones, Hutton, Wilson, Burgoyne, McCarthy, Wills, Scrafton and Bullock in the top 15. Then it was McCrossan, Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton and Reggie Cook. Phoebe Rogers completes the Honda 200 Cadet field, and then the first of our Micro Maxes was George Allison, followed by Tyler Gruffity and Frank Pearson.
Who breaks his own Mighty lap record.
He
'cause
does.
It's dry now.
Yeah, yes, we've gone sub 50 seconds in the Mighties. So another new lap record, as we thought it would be broken throughout the day. And there's your order on the screen. A few arms up in the air.
Put your hands up in the air.
Yeah. Who's Andrew McCrossan?
Oh, he's
not
just
happy
Oh,
with.
I don't know. He could just be. He's a very happy lad.
He
Andrew
is
McCrossan.
normally a very happy lad. Also
could just be
who's in the
waving.
20.
That's Jacob McDonald.
He's also not very happy.
He's not
either.
happy. No.
Oh dear.
Oh, how do we cheer them up? Chocolate buttons for everyone.
But yes, so a few unhappy members of the Honda Cadet field. Every time the Micromax that we could see on screen there, every time he came past the commentary box, I did think, because he's got that radiator on that side and I'm so unused to seeing it, I did think he got his hand up in the air. I was like, why has he got his hand up? Oh no, it's just the radiator. And I did that for 3 laps.
Just the rad quality.
So the Intermaxes and Honda R200s will go out as an amalgamated race, but they will go off the grid separately. Joey Swan is heading out very much on his own, and that's because Max Hall, who would go off P2,
It looks like he oiled
struggled
up.
to get going, but has now fired it up.
Oiled up, I think.
Yeah, and there he goes.
Now,
So it's going to be Joey Swan and Max Hall. It doesn't look like we've got Dylan Palgrave out there at the moment, so retired from Heat 2, but isn't out there in Heat 3 that we can see. So Joey Swan's being told to go very slowly now to allow Max Hall to catch up. So your Honda R200 is going to be headed by Aaron Berridge. Then it's Luca Baccio, Dexter Petty, JJ Allen, Albie Cam, Harry Pennington, Tom Nichols, Ashton Horspool, Peter Webster and Ronnie Harrer. And they are just heading through hairpin 3.
So Hall has caught up, and we are away and racing in Intermax with Joey Swan leading us up towards the national loop. Hall trying to sweep all the way around the outside, but Swan should have track position as they come up and through the chicanes. Honda R200, their race will be underway, and indeed is now, with Aaron Berridge leading us up on the inside. Luka Bachuev sweeping all the way around the outside and should hold on. Can he get back to the inside? Yes, he can. In front of Dexter Petty, side by side through the chicanes. Sees JJ Allen hold on to his 4th place. Albie Camp P5, Tom Nichols and Harry Pennington, Peter Webster, and then Ashton Horsepool with Ronnie Harrer in the number 11. Coming through in 10th place in class. 3 wide in the background, down the back straight. Ashton Horsepool trying to take 2 positions, and indeed does in the early part of the corner. Peter Webster fighting back at him down the inside into the right-hander of hairpin number 3. But Horsepool, who's already won a race so far this season, Tom, from outside of the top 10, start making up a few places on the opening lap.
Yeah, struggled in heat 2. Ended up going backwards from P2 on the grid.
He was in the half of the field that went on wet tyres.
Yes, he was, yes. But already up to P9 now as they go side by side. It's Peter Webster and who is that? That is Horsepool and
yeah.
Webster. Yes, go side by side through the wiggles. So Berridge still leads from Bachuev, from Petty. Front 3 starting to make a little bit of a gap now back to JJ Allen, and then it's Tom Nichols and Albie Cam.
Bachuev all over the back of Aaron Berridge, Dexter Petty in that 3rd place. Be interesting to see whether they do generally what happened in the early part of in the last couple of laps, where they found a very similar pace with Bachuev closing right in on the back. And will they work together to push away? Bachuev with a little bit of a nose down the inside, but I think Berridge's line there, and that slowed Luka Bachuev, and Dexter Petty goes through down the inside and up into 2nd place. Little bit of a helmet tap immediately from Petty. See if we can get a compliant Luka Bachuev. In 5th place, though, that's Tom Nichols coming right up onto the back of this. As wide goes JJ Allen. Nichols will be hoping he can get a bit of a switch back, or at least slot in and benefit from some slipstream. Up onto the back. Fastest lap of the race, of course, Joey Swan in that Intermax. He's at the front. Dylan Palgrave is out, Tom, and is heading down the back straight. So at the very least getting some more experience and some seat time.
Oh, good. At least he's out there.
So
That's
he's
good.
back out. It looked like there was going to be a change in the top 3, but they all sorted themselves back out into the same order with Luka Bachuev.
So Dylan Palgrave as well. I want to give a bit of a shout out as well to Dylan Palgrave, because of course it's a debut weekend here as well for Dylan Palgrave, but also choosing to run a Sodi chassis.
I don't think we've seen one of them in the Inter classes.
I don't
But
think
admittedly, not a lot of Inters.
I don't
but
think we've seen any Sodi chassis here,
no.
to my knowledge anyway. I mean, I used to own one, but that was a long time ago. Oh, Big Bertha.
Again, moved down the inside, being thwarted by Aaron Berridge. And it's not a defensive line, it's just his line into... and now he goes defensive. And is that Petty trying to go all the way round the outside?
Going the long way round.
Could leave himself high and wide there, but could also allow... I don't think Petty was particularly pleased at Berridge.
Well,
leading
Petty
out.
was high and wide, and Luka Bachuev was feeling pretty handsome.
Yep, slots
Coming
himself
P2.
through.
But yeah, I don't think we've seen the Sodi chassis here in any class.
No,
before this
Palgrave
weekend.
has come back into the pit lane because he didn't take the start, Tom. He has received the black flag, so into the pit lane he comes. We did get a few laps, and at the very least, given that he retired from the previous race, it does mean that he's made sure that his cart's working for the
Done a
final.
shakedown. Well,
Yeah.
speaking of shaking, Luka Bachuev's the front end of that cart was shaking as he came under pressure from the rear bumper of Aaron Berridge.
Through as well. That's
the
allowed.
nose was chopped.
Yeah, that's allowed Nichols to come through.
Yeah, Nichols has come right the way through the field, hasn't he?
Yeah, Horspool's right onto the back of this as well, and we've got a 5 at the front.
So, Tom Nichols very much in the mould of Edward Rye in the previous heat. Once we've got the slick tyres on and the track conditions are more suitable to him, we see him rising to the front once again.
Petty's going to try and move down the inside of him into hairpin 2, which I'm surprised Luka Bachuev hasn't tried on Aaron Berridge yet, as Harry Pennington goes round in the 22. Bachuev again down the inside, although very late in making that move. The door was always going to be closed and your nose was always going to get chopped off. Dexter Petty had to take evasive action, and that's allowed Ashton Horspool back up. But I'm surprised no one's made that move into hairpin 2 yet, Tom. It works in the cadets and it works in the pro karts, and to be fair, it works in all the other classes as well, but I haven't really seen anybody make the move in R200
Is it
to
what we would call
straight
the
line it.
Fox Whiteley move?
Yes.
Yes, the trademarked
Yeah,
Fox Whiteley
we haven't
move.
seen it go. And that's because they all tend to come over, but there's definitely an opportunity there to go down the inside. Everybody coming over to the left-hand side of the track leaves the door massively open. Will Bachuev try and move again?
Well, all you have to do is just beat the other cart to the apex.
Yes. They can't turn in if you're already there.
Correct.
So we're now a train of 6, because J.J. Allen, who's really stepped his game up, Tom, in the last couple of rounds
I mean, it's easy,
here at
isn't it?
Teesside.
I don't know why we don't do it, because, we can call it and just go,
Oh, yeah.
that's all you need to do.
If talking was a good game, Tom, I'd need a van for my trophy.
We'd be world champions.
Berridge goes a little bit deep into the D chicane, and Bachuev was caught out by it, and that's allowed Nichols and Horspool through up into second and third, respectively. And now it's probably a train of 7. Petty with the straight line move down the inside into hairpin 2. It does work.
It does work, and he's going to get a good slipstream.
Add R200 to the list of classes that it does work.
Now proven by Dexter Petty. Going to send one down the inside as well at hairpin 3. No odds against it.
It's going to work into 4, though, and that's Ashton Horspool up into second place in class, having started in 8th place. And through goes Horspool,
Yeah,
up
great
onto the
move.
back of Aaron Berridge.
You can tell it was a great move because it didn't cost him any time to Aaron Berridge.
No.
There was a cart.
Oh, move down the inside. Berridge is levered wide by Ashton Horspool, who went into the gap on the inside. Horspool leads then. Petty up into second. Nichols in third. Berridge will be 4th. Berridge, and then Berridge moves over on Bachuev, and Bachuev's onto the grass as well. And then there'll be 3 wide round the South Bank corner, and then that's down the inside goes Aaron Berridge, and Dexter Petty just left the door wide open.
How has Aaron Berridge managed to go from 5th to 2nd in 2 corners? I genuinely don't, and he's still right on the tail of Ashton Horspool. I don't get how Aaron Berridge has just done that. The laws of physics have just been completely unapplied to what we've just witnessed there. And I don't just mean in the sense, like, I don't know how he's managed to keep the speed up and do those overtakes.
So, for the second time, possibly, Ashton Horspool's going to go from the back to the front.
Possibly for only the second time ever. I was lost for words for a moment there as to how all of that happened. They all fanned out across the track. There was contact, there was changing of positions, and it's turned out that Ashton Horspool is now our race leader in Honda R200.
Last lap already for Joey Swan in Inters. Last lap now for Honda R200 as well. Swan will be out of hairpin number 4. Through he comes to take the checkered flag and the victory in the second of us in the third heat. With a few others, Max Hall will take the checkered flag in second. Harry Pennington and Ronnie Harrett.
And Bachuev has just gone back through on Berridge at hairpin 2.
Yeah, back to the lead as we go. Bachuev, you say, is up into second place as they go round South Bank and has the door opened by Aaron Berridge, and he doesn't look particularly pleased. And as Petty and Nichols are going at it into 4, where Petty's down the inside, they'll be 3 wide. It's going to be quite tight. But it's a win, though, for Horspool from Aaron Berridge and the number 2 of Luka Bachuev, Tom Nichols, and then Dexter Petty, J.J. Allen, Peter Webster, Albie Cam, the final runner on the lead lap as our Honda R200 serve up. Another very, very interesting race, Tom.
Well, 3rd to 9th, which was Ashton Horspool to Peter Webster, on the road, of course, but 1st to 7th in class were separated by, quick maths, 2.4 seconds.
Good stuff. Right, we'll be back in a few moments' time then with Junior Rotax.
Okay, so we will bring you a grid very shortly for Junior Rotax heat number 3, and we'll bring it to you quickly because they're about to head off on their rolling lap, and it's normally a fairly quick one. So Jake Grufferty will go off random grid pole position from Ava Reynolds and then Thomas Harper. Then we've got Layla Berryman and Joseph Yao. Holly Swan will go off P6 with Oliver O'Donovan 7th. 8th for Sam Hayes and 9th for Samuel Yeadon. 10th for Evelyn Bai and 11th for Morgan Cooney, with 12th is Jane Dun Stonehouse. 13th will be Sam Robson and 14th for Rossi Costello. 15th for Darcy Hall and 16th for Alex Walchuk. 17th for Isabella Stansmore Wilson and 18th for Archie Ray Watson. 19th for Freddie Widrington and 20th for Jack Moss. 21st for Jacob Carnes, and then Hector Sedlowski, who went off pole position in Heat 2 and was a flag-to-flag victory for Hector Sedlowski, goes off P22 for Heat 3. So we shall see what Hector and his T66 turbos with NOS can achieve in Heat number 3. That's a joke that's going to run all day, folks, so if you don't like it, I'm sorry, but I don't care.
Spoon engines.
He's got spoon engines on it with T66 turbos and NOS. Just for the uninitiated, I'm not implying he's cheating by any means. I'm really not.
Circuit now, Tom. You can see now it's starting to rubber in round that national loop corner, which I don't think gets in. Everybody here talks about South Bank and how difficult South Bank is, or how much fun South Bank is as a corner, but the national loop is a very, very tricky corner, having come out of that D chicane and then immediately having to hold it to the right. It's slightly banked as well, particularly if you get off the line, and it is a very, very interesting corner.
It's almost exactly 180 degrees. Of course, then you turn right again for the wiggles, don't you?
Well, and more, because you're actually coming out of the D chicane at not exactly straight on either, are you? So I know what you're saying, but it's a very tight radius. The juniors have done really well to back themselves up here, because I thought we were going to get a second rolling up lap, because when Grufferty came round hairpin 3, we still had drivers halfway down the back straight. Through we go then. We're away and racing at the first time of asking as Grufferty goes up and round the inside, holds on to position, followed by Thomas Harper. It's given a good start by Layla Berryman and the champion-elect Joseph Yao. Ava Reynolds in 5th place, being chased by Oliver O'Donovan, Samuel Yeadon and Morgan Cooney. Move down the inside of Sam Hayes by Holly Swan. Hayes, though, able to drive all the way round the outside and hold on to position, and that could leave Swan open to attack as they run down to South Bank.
The reason there was a rather odd noise coming from my vocal cords is Isabella Stansmore Wilson drove clean around the outside of around about 4 drivers at hairpin 1
Oh, we've got driver round. Is that Stonehouse?
I think it is Stonehouse again.
Oh, and
who's
that
had a
is
difficult
the
start to
43
day,
of Evelyn By round.
who's also had not the best of days so far. Not as bad as Jaden Stonehouse, though, who's had a very difficult last
break.
couple of heats. Getting caught up in incidents on both of the last 2 opening laps for Jaden Stonehouse. But Stansmore Wilson making quick progress through the field, already up to 13th as they came over the line. I think there's another couple now as well as she heads down the back straight again. Peter Webster's arrived.
I've had some of this already
Have
on
you?
Friday night. It's sensational.
Okay,
I'll
what
let
have
you-
we got here?
Gruffity then leads us over the line at the end of lap number 2 from Thomas Harper. Joseph Yao setting the fastest lap of the race is up into 3rd place
Hello.
and going with the leading duo. Peter Webster's got his headset on as he's going to tell us all about this chocolate cake that he's brought to the commentary box.
What have we got, Peter?
Chocolate cake with pieces of Malteser on top, and I think chocolate icing as well.
Good stuff. You're a bit out of breath, Peter. It's almost like you've just finished a race and immediately brought cake to the commentary box.
Yep.
He's working hard, working hard.
Joseph Yao is through and up into 2nd place on Thomas Harper. Yao through then
There you go.
and moving his way through. Is that mine or yours, Tom? Thank you very much. Move that to the right-hand side. Gruffity and Yao with personal bests. Harper not so, but that's probably because he got overtaken. Oliver O'Donovan in P4. Samuel Yeadon P5 under pressure from Ava Reynolds as she goes down the inside. Fastest lap of the race, though, Freddie Widrington in P11.
Do you want another bit, or?
No, we'll have Cat's bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In fact, yeah, Cat wanted 2 bits. Leave 2 bits there for me and Tom. That's 2 each. Did you ask for the big bit in the corner?
No, I said I'll take mine home with me.
Jake Gruffity now with the fastest lap as he starts to open up a bit more of a gap to Joseph Yao. And Thomas Harper just behind. As we head down the back straight for them. Good move by Archie Ray Watson down the inside of Rossi Costello. That will move him up. Have we got Layla Berryman looks to have retired for a 2nd time. But, Peter, thank you very much for
Thank
the
you,
chocolate
Peter.
cake. Greatly appreciated.
Of course, it is tax deductible. We say that every round, but it is true.
Pass on our kind regards to your mum, Top Bacon. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
We're taking a short break after Junior Rotax while Tom and I tuck in.
Well, there's, it always tastes nicer when it's 20% free, doesn't it?
It does. That's the first bite. The first bite is the VAT bit. The saving.
Right, should we talk about some carts and then we'll come back to hashtag cake chat?
I've been trying. Yeah, it looks like we've got Layla Berryman out of the race for the 2nd time, so almost certainly she'll be rolling off the back of the grid.
I don't like the fact that Layla Berryman is out, but I do like the fact that we've now got a graphic that says out. I don't like the fact that it's Layla Berryman who's been the first one to point it out to me, though.
No. That's changed, hasn't it?
It has.
Next you'll be wanting it like at the cricket where it's gone to review and it comes up and it's like she out.
DRS, Decision Review System.
Retirement review system. She is out.
Back on Dickie Bird again, aren't we?
We are. Looks like good moves there by Widrington, Stansmore, Wilson and Carnes on the previous lap. Rossi Costello dropping some places. Now you had finished in 2nd place, Tom, in heat number 2 with a left rear puncture. And I wonder, given the way he's been falling down the order, the car seems to be handling reasonably well there, but I don't know if he's got another one.
So Sam Hayes gets levered wide at hairpin 4.
No, it looks to be fully inflated.
Well, as inflated as these Rotax
Oh,
tyres
yeah, it's
get.
got-
I mean, what do
it's
they
got
run them at? About 14, 13?
all 9 PSI in them or
Yeah.
something.
They're pretty low. Obviously, that maximises the tread onto the track, the squish, as former MotoGP commentator used to call it.
Stansmore Wilson is down the inside of Sam Hayes there in the background, being assisted, I believe, is that by Jacob Carnes. helping to push Stansmore Wilson through, and they both pick up a place.
Could well be. Stansmore Wilson, of course, who I did call earlier on that she was making very fast progress up the field, seems to have stalled out. Now she's hit the back of that train.
Tough, isn't it, when you're in that train where, again, if you go for a move and it doesn't work out, so you have to be rather calculated. And particularly as well, when they're all so tightly packed together, it doesn't particularly help. You'd rather have them strung out about half a second
you can pick
between
them off one by one then,
Yeah.
can't you? Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. The other thing, of course, is that it's similar to Formula One, where you get the DRS trains, you get a big slipstream train at Teesside, which, you know, if you are nose to tail, makes it even harder if you're third or fourth in the group to then make a move, because everybody's travelling quick. You don't really get much of an
Random
overspeed.
grids as well will also see our drivers employing a different gearing strategy, I think, depending on whether you're at the front, in the middle, or at the back, in terms of where you need to be. That's a move by Stansmore Wilson down the inside at hairpin number 1, finding her way through. At the front, we've still got Gruffity leading the way. That's Widrington down the inside of Samuel Yeadon. Yeadon returning to Teesside for the first time this season. Currently running in what will now be 8th place.
Yeah, it's nice to have Samuel Yeadon back with us. A brief hiatus.
Stansmore Wilson down the inside of Yeadon. Yeadon didn't quite see it coming, then had to straighten the wheel. That lost him a little bit of time.
It's a move that we see a lot, actually, in the Rotax category. You don't tend to look around. You just wait until somebody appears on the inside of you, and then you kind of straighten the wheel up and allow them through. Who's that?
Problems for Ava Reynolds.
What did cross the line before that in P5 and has, I think, come into retirement as Ava Reynolds. So that's a real shame for Ava Reynolds. Not sure what's caused that one, but was showing very well. Oh, the exhaust fell off.
Oh,
well, that'll do it. Oh, and we've got 2 off at the back as well. That's Holly Swan.
that's it. That's Isabella Stansmore Wilson on the grass and beached.
That was 6th and 7th place.
On the outside.
And they've come together.
Stansmore Wilson out the kart to try and unbeach it. She wants the marshal to unbeach it. The marshal says, no, go stand over there. And I think, to be fair, that's the safe option, because they'd be unbeaching a kart pretty much onto the racing line. Tom's going to have a quick look at the... Tom's having a look at the overtake review system.
Yes, it was Stansmore Wilson very much spinning Holly Swan on the exit of hairpin 2.
High on optimism, low on execution.
Yeah, okay, let's go with that.
This battle between Yeadon...
It penalised both of them, but ultimately it penalised Stansmore Wilson more. It was definitely Stansmore Wilson who was the starter of that one.
Yeah, Yeadon and Carnes now in a very good battle for 6th place, having gained 2 places on the previous lap due to that Swan and Stansmore Wilson incident. Where's Swan now crossed the line, Tom?
Yeah, 14.
14.
Thanks, cat in my ear.
I was asking you the question. You were providing no help at all.
I did it by throwing my voice across to the other side of race control and sounding like cat.
2 laps to go then as the time elapses down to 0. Gap at the front is 3.2 seconds. Jake Gruffity is comfortable. Joseph Yao, though, the 2nd place, will mean that I'll have a look at the end of this one with Oliver O'Donovan in 4th place, Freddie Widrington in 5th, as to where Joseph Yao will need to finish the final to get this championship wrapped up with 2 rounds to spare.
A whole 2 rounds to spare.
So he's under pressure, though, still, from Thomas Harper.
Tell you who's looked good in this one. Jake Gruffety,
He has, Tom. We haven't spoke about him, but that's a side effect of
3.6 second lead.
yeah, of chopping off into distance.
No, but a great showing from Jake Gruffety. Went off pole position, and we saw this earlier on with Hector Sadlowski, who went off pole position and led flag to flag. Jake Gruffety doing likewise. So it's showing that positionings here are all important. Obviously, you can overtake in junior Rotax. It isn't overly difficult, he says, having never driven one. But we do see a lot of overtakes in junior Rotax. As the checkered flag goes out for Jake Gruffety, with Joseph Yao in second and Thomas Harper third. Oliver O'Donovan fourth and Freddie Widrington fifth, with Jacob Kahn, Sam Robson, Sam Yeadon, Archie Ray Watson and Rossi Costello the top 10. But just to finish that point, positioning is proving to be all important at the front of this one. Flag-to-flag victories for Jake Gruffety and Hector Sadlowski in the previous two heats. Now, the other thing to mention as well is regarding Hector is that he went from 21st to 11th. So good recovery drive from the back of the random grid allocation. So pole position in heat 2, back of the grid for heat 3, and has climbed up to 11th. So a good drive. So the debuting Hector Sadlowski is having a good weekend so far.
Before we do a grid, I want to just put in my results.
You want to know whether that's enough for Joseph Yao to already have
Well,
won
no, I
the
want to know
championship?
where he's going to be in the final. So I think O'Donovan 4, Widrington 5th, I believe, was the final running order, which it was, which means Joseph Yao will need a top 3 finish to wrap up the championship, and that's if Oliver O'Donovan and Freddie Widrington win the race.
Okay.
So Yao really, for me, just needs to finish in front of his 2 championship rivals to get this one wrapped up. We'll confirm that throughout your final for junior Rotax in around about an hour and 20 minutes time.
So as the final runners start to clear the grid, junior Pro Kart heat number 3, again random grid formation and a rolling start. Joshua Sullivan will go off pole position. Elvis Hartley will go off P2 with Liam Edmonds P3. Ashton Carmichael will start in 4th with Reese Dodds 5th and Reese Cranston in 6th. Isaac Welburn 7th and Ted Hall 8th. William Howard in 9th and Josh Brown will round out the top 10. Then we have Daniel Camp and Lewis Dean 11th and 12th. 13th and 14th for Scarlett Whittaker Dunn and Jensen White. And Dylan Slack and Grace Matthews will go from P15 and 16.
Change the results from junior Pro Kart heat number 2 means that Ashton Carmichael is now the winner of that second heat due to the race winner and another driver as well being judged to have jumped the start. So Ashton Carmichael joins the list of junior Pro Kart winners.
Oh. So Josh Brown, not a Pro Kart winner.
No, still don't want to take a lot away from him. He did drive superbly in that second heat.
He did, yes. That's a real shame for Josh Brown.
Up towards the acceleration line they go, and we're away and racing in junior Pro Kart as they run up towards the national loop for the first time. Sullivan will lead them through. Good start from Carmichael, who's managed to find the gap, as has Reese Cranston, who's up into 4th place. He's going to try and move down the inside of Liam Edmonds. That 4th quickly becomes a 3rd place for Reese Cranston, the championship leader, and he's up onto the back of Ashton Carmichael.
Sullivan already moving away at the front of this one, as we saw Josh Brown do, and Lewis Dean early in Heat 2. Dean was unable to hold on to that position. I think he had a mechanical issue, didn't he, and ended up retiring, did Lewis Dean. But Sullivan moving away. Ashton Carmichael found a way through, as you said, David, at the national loop. And there was a gap on the inside, and he filled
Carmichael's
it.
gone slightly wide.
Speaking of a gap on the inside, yeah, he left a gap there for Reese Cranston.
I think he clipped the curb on the right-hander and on the exit, and that launches the kart slightly wide.
Yeah, contact warning for William Howard who crossed the line in 7th place.
Looks like Ted Hall's made good gains. He's passed Elvis Hartley, and it looked like he was going to be past Liam Edmonds as well. Edmonds is still holding firm. Hall's gone wide. Hartley's back down the inside. You'll see that battle coming into play now. Sullivan continues to lead. The gap looks a bit narrower than the 6/10 that previously, and indeed it is. It's down to 4. Carmichael staying in second. Cranston in P3.
Cranston set a new fastest lap of the race that time around as well. So moving towards the front again.
You're right there, mate.
Yeah, I can't hear myself sometimes. I think
fair enough.
I think we've got a dodgy cable here in the comms
So
box.
Edmonds in that 4th place. We've got a contact warning for Howard. That's his second one of the race for William Howard. He's in this battle just a little bit behind that goes about 5 or 6 deep from Ted Hall, William Howard, with Hartley, Camp, Brown's in there as well. White's trying to tow up onto the back of it in the number 58 machine, as is Lewis Dean.
Yes, big train that we're looking at here. The front 3 now nose to tail, but they have fully broken away now from Edmonds, and then it's Hall who's at the front of that group, and it goes all the way back to Grace Matthews in 14th.
Change for second place potentially as Reese Cranston dives down the inside of Ashton Carmichael into the right-hander at South Bank.
Sullivan hit the front and moved away, but he's certainly not had the pace since that point.
No.
Probably from the end of lap 1, really. The other 2 have been closing in. And now coming under pressure from Reese Cranston, and now up the inside goes Reese Cranston at hairpin 1. Lovely move, in fact, on Joshua Sullivan. Compliant from Sullivan,
Yeah.
but Cranston just got that move completed nicely through hairpin 1.
They both had a quick look at each other. Both pointed, let's go forwards.
And pull away from Ashton Carmichael, which I'm sure will please Carmichael no end when he sees that.
Contact warning for the 12 coming into the com box for Josh Brown. Again, he's in the battle that's going on, although that has fragmented slightly. It's allowed Jensen White to come through on Brown on that previous lap.
Yeah, recovered up to 9th place, so is Brown so far. Still having trouble hearing myself in it.
Carmichael managing to stick with this leading duo at the moment, but in 4th place, Liam Edmonds is being reeled in by Ted Hall and William Howard. They were nowhere near that close 2 or 3 laps ago.
Yeah, correct.
And Edmonds with a look over the shoulder, and that will be a little bit unnerving now with 2 karts right behind him. So Cranston from Sullivan gaps out to a 1/4 of a second as Ashton Carmichael sends it down the inside of Joshua Sullivan, and will have track position at hairpin 2. Now they're side by side, but it's opened up the gap again to the leader. Sullivan with a helmet tap saying, do you think we should work together to try and catch him back up?
That's have a think about it, Sunshine.
And again, if Carmichael feels like he's got the pace...
Well, if Carmichael feels he's got the pace to be in P2, he should go for P2.
Exactly.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But it has helped Reese Cranston break away and most likely break a bit of the slipstream.
Sullivan wide. It went into the D.
Way
so
too hot. Yeah, way too hot. Lost the rear end through the D chicane. Then was Scruffy coming out of the D chicane wide again, and that's allowed Carmichael through. and big shake of the head as he came through the wiggles for Sullivan, but it was his own creation. Went off all on his own. So
still 4 minutes to go. Enough time to try and recover that second place, but behind them, that's Ted Hall down the inside of Liam Edmonds, with William Howard trying to find a way through as well. Edmonds has held on to that place, but Hall is through and is up into 4th place with Edmonds, then Howard just behind. Elvis Hartley in that 7th place, Josh Brown, Jensen White, and then Isaac Welburn in front of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Grace Matthews, Lewis Dean, Daniel Camp, Dylan Slack and Reese Dodds.
All gone a bit quiet in the comments on YouTube as well, so if you would like to get in touch, direct into the commentary box, please give us a comment. We will try and read it out. Tell us who you're supporting, where you're from, what the weather's like.
Unless you're in Lanzarote.
Unless you're in Lanzarote, yeah.
Don't want to hear about it.
Decent kart track in Lanzarote, actually.
Never been.
Have you? Have
No.
you not? I've been once. I didn't go to the kart track, but I went past it. Should have gone, really. Joshua Sullivan, new fastest lap of the race, 46.3, as he starts to make inroads once again into the gap in front of him to Ashton Carmichael.
2.5 minutes to go. Reece Cranston has a gap of 1.3 seconds at the front and looks comfortable in this one. Hall in 4th place, still holding off Liam Edmonds and William Howard. There's a train of 4 further down as well. We've got Jensen White, Isaac Welburn, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Grace Matthews. There's a train of 4.
That group of 4 heading out now. And there's Ted Hall, Liam Edmonds, William Howard. This is the fight for 4th place.
Looks to be one of the closest battles on track. There is a train of 4 behind, but I think these 4 are closer, and this 4 are more likely to start scrapping, I think, for that 4th, 5th and 6th position. Although, to be fair, Welburn's under a bit of pressure from Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Grace Matthews.
Got a personal best last lap around as well, which is quite late in the race to be having so many of them, as Reece Cranston now sets a new fastest lap of the race that's immediately eclipsed by 0.02 of a second to Joshua Sullivan, or by Joshua Sullivan. So Cranston, Carmichael, Sullivan, Hall, Edmonds, Howard, Hartley, Brown, White and Welburn. The top 10 is that group of 3 that we were looking at a moment ago. They're side by side through hairpin 2. That's Howard and Edmonds for 5th and 6th, and that's going to allow Ted Hall to move away. And there's Howard really trying to force his way through, and Edmonds saying absolutely no way as they headed down the back straight and into South Bank, and Howard's going to have to take a second here and take a breather and have another run at him. And David points to the screen where Sullivan and Carmichael have swapped places on that lap. And
Fastest lap, though, by Teddy Hall in 4th place. 46.214 for Ted Hall. And really, without anybody to chase either. For Ted Hall, he's in his own clean air.
I was wondering if Carmichael made a mistake. He was half a second slower that lap around. I don't know whether it was a mistake or whether it was just Sullivan.
Sullivan down the inside at hairpin 4, and then Carmichael out onto the rumble strip on the outside.
Okay, so
time's down to 0.
Yes, last lap board for Reece Cranston and a new fastest lap of the race to go with it. Then immediately eclipsed once again by Joshua Sullivan by another 0.04 of a second. So whatever Cranston does, Sullivan matches it and then beats it by a couple of hundreds.
The difference between them, Tom, it's experience. Cranston has been in this class for a long time, and you can tell. He's just so comfortable and he's so consistent and just sits at the front, just plugs in, lap after lap after lap, hits the same braking point lap after lap after lap, and just does what he needs to do. doesn't make the mistakes.
When does
You
he
know,
move up into senior?
whenever he wants, I imagine, but he's no older than Sullivan. He's just moved into the class earlier. Cranston with another victory from Sullivan and Carmichael. Ted Hall with a great race for P4. William Howard and then Liam Edmonds in P6. Hartley and Brown are 7th and 8th with Jensen White. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn getting inside the top 10 on the final lap with Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews with Lewis Dean. Daniel Camp and then Dylan Slack will finish in P15 in front of Reese Dodds.
Just having a little chuckle to myself as Reese Cranston was celebrating coming into hairpin 1 in the only way that he knows how, which has been taught to him clearly by a certain Connor Lucas. He's a bit of a mentor for Reese because he went fully sideways into hairpin 1 by way of celebration rather than racing speed. It was good to see. It was all crossed up and beautifully controlled. And a nice way to celebrate victory. So,
He arrived sideways at hairpin 1 in the same way that we
on the cool down lap.
No, I mean,
No, he did.
in most of the race as well.
Yeah.
But we only generally see that from
Falkus and
Lucas, Falkus, Shields, Alexander, the top drivers. He's certainly got that nailed.
Yes.
And he's starting to nail his name onto the Junior Pro Kart Championship here as well.
Tate. I'm throwing Tate into that mix as well.
All right. Well, he does hold the lap record, so
Yes.
we have to give him some credit.
Let's give Tate a shout as well. So, speaking of senior pro karts, they are going to be out next. And again, random grid formation. James Kay will go off pole position with Matthew Hauschby P2. Zachary Hudson P3. And Bradley Rowe will go from 4th place with Maximus Shields in 5th. Oliver Hill 7th. Then it's going to be Alana Howard and Thomas Woolley. Freddie Cowley and Sam Neri will be your top 10. Then we have Riley Matthews and George Ludwell. Curtis Yule and Zach Dawson. Joseph Williamson and Marty Gilfillan. Danny Bean and Isaac Duff. They will be your 18 runners. Are you tucking into your? Hang on. Let me rephrase that. Have you just demolished Peter Webster's cake?
Both of them.
Right. Well, I'm going to have one for the drive home, and I'm taking one home with me.
For child or wife?
For child. Wife's on a cut.
Oh. Well, I thought about giving the piece of cake to either of my children. Thought, they won't want to share one. I'll eat them both and save the argument.
No, I get told off now. Daughter's old enough now that I get told off if I don't bring cake home. Yes. If I've had cake. Where's my bit?
I think you've told them that it's too good here, haven't you?
Yeah.
They get treated too well.
There's no such thing as being treated too well, unless I'm on a chaise lounge while someone peeled grapes for me and
dropping them in.
wafts me with a palm leaf.
Big leaf.
That will that would be bordering on treating me too well. But we're almost there.
I'll wave you. I'll bow to Tom.
I don't need bowing to. Just throw in a massage.
Ugh.
Is that our reserve clerk of the course? Our full-time now clerk of the course. Don't.
Again, you brought it up. Tom, the troublemaker.
I did nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Disco.
The clerk of the course took his bat and ball home at 2:30 this morning.
But, yeah. James Kay will be on pole position,
Yes,
Tom.
he will.
He will. Have you done the grid?
Yes.
I was chomping cake, mate.
Yeah, no, I did the grid.
Chomping cake.
We're just awaiting.
We're good to go.
We're good to go.
Here comes the rumble. I can hear it through the cups, through the cans.
Through the sets for your head.
Yeah. Here we go then. James Kay will lead us round in the 808 machine. To the best of my knowledge, it's only his first or second sprint outing for James Kay this season. Did do the British 24-hour though. So probably got a season's worth of laps in during that 24-hour. 10 minutes and 1 lap on the clock then before we head to the first of our finals, which will be the Bambinos.
Tension in the air. Palpable.
Oh, we've got a stopped kart. Is that slow moving or are we beached on the
beached.
inside? That's beached here. I'm not sure we're going to do this at the first time of asking. And we are going to false start this, which I think is wise because we don't know how long it's going to take that to get the remove that kart from there. Now, if that kart's smart, they just wait there, wait for the field to come round. Or they're talking about going round. That's Isaac Duff facing the wrong way on the start line. Just wait. Don't try and catch them up. Just wait.
Right.
Yeah. 28 Alana Howard's now going to try and catch them all up in half a lap. I'd have just waited. Waited for them to come through and just slot back into my grid slot of P8. Oh, no. Is she pitting? No. She's going to go straight through and round the outside. So may well have to go off the back of the grid unless she can get round and into her position.
Probably will go off the back of the grid. They're being told very much to slow down to allow Alana to catch up. And I think the message has now got through and James Kay is now backing the pack up. So there's no chance of oiling the plugs up in this one. They could go even at less than walking pace.
Yep, there we go.
And they'll be absolutely fine, unlike the
no,
Rotaxes.
Howard is going to get into position, I think, and will be allowed to slot in, and indeed does. James Kay slowing this one down. Lovely. This is how rolling starts should be. And then he powers down, and we are away and racing. In the run-up towards the right-hander, James Kay will lead us through then.
And Shields has moved through to P3. Couple of them going the airborne route over the chicane.
Shields up into second place. Shields is going to try and take the lead down the inside of Zach Hudson, and indeed does. So Shields will lead us. That's Zach Dawson trying to restart an engine by himself. Let's see whether he was successful in the quest.
Has he got a puncture as well?
No, I don't know what he's got, but he's got an engine that stopped, and Zach Dawson, who's in the quest for a club championship, is going very slowly down the back straight. Don't know whether I'd have pulled into the little cut through and tried to get out and start that myself.
Yeah,
without trying to rip it over my shoulder.
Points all important for Zach. It looks like
good for the Delts.
Is he going again? He's not. He's nowhere near.
No, not enough. He's at half
I think
pace.
he might have a puncture as well, a front right.
Yeah, well, all the focus at the moment for him is on the rear end. Ludwell down the inside.
Oh, there's a corner there.
James Kay.
Oh no.
No.
Tyres do look up.
Tyres are fine.
Just a bit of an optical illusion as he came past us.
Engine not. And he'll peel off into the pit lane. For Zach Dawson.
Yeah, is coming in.
So Shields leading from Hudson. Yeah, no points either. Didn't get to half race distance. Ludwell in third place now in front of Oliver Hill. He gains 2 places on that previous lap, I believe, for George Ludwell. Hill, Kay, Bean in third place. Again, he can get this championship wrapped up today, but does require results to go his way for Danny Bean.
Yes.
And one of them's already gone his way there with Zach Dawson retiring from this third heat. The other one is Isaac Duff. Contact warning for the 147 of Riley Matthews.
Fastest lap of the race. Matt Shields last time around as well. First flying lap and gapped the field as well. So no surprises there. Hudson showing very well in P2. Being closed in now by George Ludwell, but Hudson in the novice class had a good starting position as Bean makes his way through on Oliver Hill. gets that move done at the National Loop. So usually a bit of a forceful move there, but it looked like Hill was fairly compliant.
Certainly did. Has been up then into 4th place, but also leading the class in the club ranks. And now, if I was here for Hudson, if I get shown a nose, just allow it to go and tag in behind Ludwell, use the cart in front to tow me along and try and drag me away from Danny Bean. Contact warning for the 181, that's
Bradley Rowe, not
Bradley
Max
Rowe,
Shields.
not Max Shields.
And also for Isaac Duff in the 74 as well, who's at the front of that train. That's James Kay, Joseph Williamson, Bradley Rowe.
Probably explains how we got to the front of the train.
Yes, I would imagine so, yeah.
Maybe. Who knows?
And there's also Riley Matthews is in that group as well on the back of that train.
He peeled off into the pit lane to retire from heat number 2, did Riley Matthews after that incident. As oh, that's Zach! There's Danny Bean up onto the side of Zach Hudson. Hudson's got a bent Nassau panel. Hudson's almost certainly going to be out, although it's still hanging on. It's doing well there, but Danny Bean all the way up the side. And for a driver that's battling for a championship, they do not need to get into scraps like that.
And Bean dropped 7 places down to 11th place. So from 4th down to 11th. Hudson dropping 3 places as well.
Started there with Ludwell getting the overtake, Bean trying to go down the inside, and then they just came together. Just the wheels merged at the same time, rear onto the rear bumper, and Danny Bean up onto Zach Hudson.
I'm not apportioning any blame to either driver on that one, but what I would say is Zachary Hudson running in the novice class and potentially just showing a little bit of inexperience of not opening the door just ever so slightly to Danny Bean there. I'm not saying he was entitled to the space or whatever, but I think they came together, and we see it a lot. But
I'm going to caveat.
If Hudson had been 3 inches further to the right,
it wouldn't happen.
That wouldn't have happened.
What I will caveat that with as well is what I said previously. When you're battling for a championship, you know one of your rivals is already out. Do you need to be being, in that way you put your kart in a position that could potentially put you in danger and lose your positions and points?
Well, the race...
particularly in a heat where there's only 1 point between each position, and they weren't even in the same class.
Well, the race director has apportioned blame to Danny Bean for that, and he's been given a contact warning.
And to be fair to the race director, he stood bang opposite the corner in which it happened.
Exactly, yeah. That's the decision of the race director, and we will go with that, of course. Meanwhile, the 2 pro class runners are at the front of this one very comfortably now. Max Shields moving away from George Ludwell, 3.5 seconds now the gap, and then another 1.5 seconds back. In fact, 5. No, it is 1.5 seconds back then to Matthew Hauschby.
Isaac Duff down the inside of Oliver Hill. They bounce off each other's side pods in a way that only Zachary Hudson could have dreamed, along with Danny Bean, of happening about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Isaac Duff with another contact warning. I think that's his second one. Yes, it is. It's sandwiched either side of the Danny Bean warning earlier on. Shields with a comfortable gap at the front then still from George Ludwell. Ludwell with a personal best on the last lap. Matthew Hauschby in 3rd place at the moment with 3 minutes to go.
So Hudson coming into South Bank there and fully left the door open for Oliver Hill, but Hill eventually took advantage of it and moved through. There we have Hudson, and right behind now is Joseph Williamson. On screen, Danny Bean starting to make inroads into that group as well. Now back up to P9 from where he dropped down to P11.
Just behind Bradley Rowe. Rowe in 8th place. I think we could end up with a bit of a train here, Tom, from Oliver Hill down to Danny Bean. And to be fair, if they start battling in front with Hauschby and Duff, because Duff's closing
there
in.
Goes Hudson on the inside of Oliver Hill and couldn't get the move done at hairpin 4, but drew fully alongside. And it's As You Were. And Isaac Duff, a new fastest lap of the race, 0.2 quicker than the leader.
Towing up onto the back of Matthew Hauschby is Isaac Duff, and has found a move into hairpin 2 there. As Isaac Duff finds a way through.
Yeah, and I gave him a big shout out in Heat 2, and I'm going to give him an even bigger shout out now in Heat number 3 as well. Isaac Duff absolutely flying along this weekend.
Warning for the 17 of Tom Woolley.
And that is, who is that? Just moving past
Bradley
Zachary
Rowe.
Hudson.
Rowe down the inside. Hudson and Bean are side by side again. Their nose to tail.
4.
Oh, and then Danny Bean just taps into the back of Zach Hudson into the D chicane. Moves Hudson off the line. Bean moves through. A standard Pro Kart tap and take, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, the old bump and run, eh?
Hey. Bump and run, eh?
The old bump and run, eh? Shields now retakes the fastest lap of the race with a 46.1, just to show how fast he could go if he really tried hard. 0.3 of a second quicker than anybody else out there.
Bean finds a way past the 181 of Bradley Rowe. Rowe, though, leads the novice class, but is being pursued now by Zach Hudson, so that is for position. Hudson, who led the early phase of the novice race and was running inside the top 4 earlier on when contact sent him spiralling down to the periphery of the top 10, currently runs in P9, second in class. As the time elapsing down to 0, Shields exiting hairpin number 4 will come through to see the last lap board. And is well on his way to a third heat victory, a pole position for the final, and may well be a 2:15 maximum for Maximus Shields, last year's club champion. I'm a wordsmith, mate.
Clues in the name. It's a 2:15 Maximus. He heads down the back straight for the final time. George Ludwell still in pursuit. But Shields, you can already see, is easing off 0.3 of a second off his personal best that time around. I'm sure this will be a good second or so off that. He just takes it steady coming over the line. And another victory for Shields.
Dots his cap as he comes over the timing line for Shields. Shields wins it from Ludwell. Great run by both Duff and Hauschby. Oliver Hill as well, completing the top 3 in the club class in front of Williamson and Bean. Bradley Rowe, Zachary Hudson, Riley Matthews, those 3 from 8th to 10th, the top 3 in our novice class. They finish in front of James Kay and Marty Gilfillan, with Sam Neri, Curtis Yule, Thomas Woolley, Freddie Cowley, Alana Howard, and Zach Dawson, a retiree in P18.
Do you think Max Shields won that race by order of the Peaky Blinders?
I believe he may have done.
Is that what the hat thing was all about?
So 5th for Bean, a win for Duff, and a DNF, unfortunately, for
Dawson.
Zach Dawson.
Yeah.
So, results provisional until we're told otherwise, but as it stands, if Danny Bean finishes in front of Isaac Duff in the next race in terms of a race victory, so Bean might have to win it, Duff in second place, should send the championship in the direction of Danny Bean. I think it's the other way round, or if it's a second and a third, it may well still take it to Bean, but I think a third and a fourth may well keep it open. We'll keep an eye out on that one. It is still tight, but certainly Danny Bean at the moment in the position to win this championship, be it this weekend or next time out for the double header.
Okay, that moves us on to our finals. The first of which will be our amalgamated class of the Might E Bambinos and the Coma C50s. And Calais Tennant will go from pole position in the Might E, with Oliver Reynolds alongside in P2. And then Ayrton Tennant will take P3 by virtue of also being in a Might E Bambino. Then we're going to have the first of our Coma C50 Bambinos, with Archie Mostyn going from pole position, which will actually be fourth on the road, but pole in class. Then it's going to be Logan Grassi Duarte. And then it'll be Sebastian O'Connell and Jake Wynn. And helpers and assistants just making their way down to the grid as well. Let's give a final tap of the helmet and a little bit of comfort for our very young drivers. We said please keep your comments coming in, and Mick Ludwell has been on to give a shout out to George Ludwell, who had a good showing in Heat 3 there. And Ange Falkus saying well done to the 13 and the 43, which will be in the Junior Pro Kart.
And also to the 215, great drive, and I'll echo that for Matthew Hauschby. I think we've been fairly complimentary of Matthew this season, Tom, after a debut season last year that was fraught with error and contact. He has really, again, probably a little bit further in terms of his learning curve in front of Curtis Yule. But for Matthew Hauschby, definitely a driver who's sort of polished up them rough bits in his driving, and the results are now starting to come courtesy of that.
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, it's. I think it's similar to Isaac Duff as well. It's you can see the progress being made, and it's happening in front of your eyes. You literally can see it happening because the lap times are decreasing. They're getting faster and faster. They're moving further and further up their respective positions and finishing order. So it's good to see. Max Shields, of course, channeling his inner 2016 Mercedes.
Of course.
Green flag is up, it's down, and we are away and racing for the first of our finals. Not the best start for Archie Mostyn, as he is passed by Logan Grassi Duarte off the start.
Duarte then moving into the lead for the Coma class. Top three in Mighty, and if Duarte can try and find a way through and put a little bit of a gap between, we know Mostyn's got some pace throughout the day. He's been comfortable.
Wow.
What we're looking at, Tom?
Archie Mostyn doing a double overtake on Grassi and on Ayrton Tennant through hairpin 2. Was missed off camera, but Archie Mostyn just lit the blue touch paper between hairpin 1 and 2 and fired through on both of them. Absolutely nowhere near them in terms of contact. It was a lovely clean move, but just it looked like he was in a different gear. I think maybe Grassi lifted off slightly coming up on the back of Ayrton Tennant. And then, of course, we've seen it over the years that these Coma Bambinos take forever to spool back up again once you lift off. And Mostyn just managed to keep his foot in.
Fastest lap of the race.
Straight through.
On that first lap by Oliver Reynolds, who will have started behind Calais Tennant. So did get a bit of a run over the timing line. Would have probably been a few mile an hour faster over the timing line. But for the first time, we may well see Calais Tennant have to defend at the front now on what is a very dry track now. I think it was dry last time out, but drivers were being a little bit tentative given where the track conditions, how they'd been previously. So Calais Tennant, who round here at Teesside in the Coma was always very quick, but did get plagued a fair bit with one or two mechanical issues, and has never won a Teesside final. They raced in here in Bambinos for a long period of time, but never won a final. They've been on pole position, they've won some heats, never stood on the top step of the podium here at Teesside, which this weekend will be very much a metaphoric podium because the raised area that we normally use for the podium isn't there. The surround is, the actual wooden bit that we stand on that's raised up isn't there. It broke.
It broke it.
It broke it.
Oh dear.
It did. There was an hole in it, which I'm assuming was caused by someone.
Probably because I stood on it in the last round.
So it was close now at the front here as Oliver Reynolds mentioned earlier on about him being at the newer end of racing. Well, now he's currently in the wheel tracks and learning, seeing whereabouts he can gain some time. And on the previous lap, he gained 1/4 of a second.
And a new lap record on the last lap as well.
IT, yes.
New lap record for Mighty, 58.6, and even in Coma Bambinos, that's extremely fast as well. What was the fastest we ever had? 57.7?
Mid-57 with
Chloe McGill.
Chloe McGill. It was the McGill Oman Patterson season, wasn't it? And that famed day where they all set exactly the same lap time as they crossed the line nose to tail.
For the fastest lap,
yes.
Or for the lap record.
For the lap record.
Yes.
That I think at the time went to Oman, didn't it? Because he was the first one over the line.
Yes, I think you're right.
And then that was broken later on in the day again.
By McGill, yeah. So, and I mean, where are they now? They've not done anything since then, have they?
No. Two of them, I think, have been to Rotax Grand Finals. And
Yeah,
Chloe,
I mean, they're only like World Championship level now, aren't they?
2 weeks ago, I think about a month ago, Chloe McGill won her first Motorsport UK British Championship heat at Wilton Mill.
And if you haven't seen the video of them in the pit lane afterwards, and if you haven't, watch it. And if you don't cry, there's something wrong with you.
All wide and round the outside. They split either side of Jake Wynn for our two leaders.
We've got a fight on, David.
We do, because Reynolds, despite the fact he did have to try and drive all the way around the outside, has actually slotted in and not lost a huge amount of time for Oliver Reynolds there. 5 minutes on the clock. This final 2 minutes longer than what the heats have been. So also testing the strength of our younger drivers.
Logan Grassi Duarte not entirely out of this in Coma C50s either.
No, particularly as well, because at the moment Archie Mostyn has come up to some lap traffic that he's struggling to navigate, Tom, at hairpins 1 and 2. Has got it done now, but the gap was 2.7 seconds. And Logan Grassi, I think that'll be down under 2 seconds if Grassi can find his way through on the traffic cleanly. I think it's just involved in going all the way around the outside of South Bank.
But we'll keep the momentum up, I'm sure.
More traffic then for the leaders as they come through nicely. They go down the inside of the 16 of Sebastian O'Connell. So the gap was 2.7. We'll see what it is now when Logan Grassi Duarte. It's 2.1, so 0.6 of a second there gained in the getting past the lap traffic, and there will be more for them to contend with, I think, before the end of this race.
Reynolds draws alongside Tennant through hairpin 1 and 2, and now trying to draw alongside again down the back straight. Needs to just duck in and try and get a bit of slipstream. There we go. Now does it, as Tennant, experienced here in Coma Bambinos, knows the way around this track and knows the line for Bambinos, which is to chop to the inside. down the back straight makes it extremely difficult to overtake into South Bank.
Big opening of the door, though, into hairpin 4, though. That potentially Oliver Reynolds can exploit. Won't be a fast line going down the inside there, but if the door is open, and if it's open on the last lap, you might as well pop the nose into it.
Well, try and beat Tennant to the apex, and you can get the move completed. And you've just got to stop the over-under as again he draws alongside between hairpin 1 and 2. He needs to tuck in now to the slipstream. Try and use it to pull him right onto the rear bumper of Calais Tennant. Head towards hairpin 3 and 4. Let's see whether Tennant is going to... Yeah, does leave the door wide open, as you said, David, and not the fastest line through there, as you see Reynolds close right back in. Almost using too much track is Calais Tennant. Oliver Reynolds realising that in Bambinos you don't need to quite go that wide. And closes back in by a couple of tenths through that section. But will it be enough to get a move done at hairpin 2 this time around? It has a little look at hairpin 1. Is he going to straight line it between the two? Yes, he does, but goes to the outside again and then has to cut back on the inside. And is he going to beat Calais Tennant to the white line? No. Calais Tennant chops across in front.
Traffic in front again for them to contend with. The gap in Coma's gone back out. It's now 5.8 seconds, so Archie Mostyn has that one comfortable. And now they're going to go around the outside of this traffic here. They've done well. And I think that Oliver Reynolds, whilst he's lost 2 or 3 kart lengths there, will gain that back just by carrying the momentum out of hairpin 4. Up and over the timing line. Gaps out by 2 tenths, but to be expected. But we'll close right back up now.
I'll tell you what's weird. When they come past, you don't hear them.
You don't hear them. If you've watched one...
And I've only just noticed...
Genuinely.
I mean, I know obviously they don't make any noise, and I knew that before we started the race, but it's only just clicked with me that when they come past, I don't hear them.
If you watch them trackside, you can hear a rattle.
Right.
And it's the side pods.
Okay. Right.
That rattle in the mounting point. And that's what you can hear. I stood on the side of a track around when I first got involved with these karts, around about 18 months to 2 years ago. And I said to one of the parents, what's the noise? And he went, oh, it's a side pod.
Oh, there goes Reynolds.
There's the move into 4 that I said was an opportunity to be done. And you said, Tom, he's just got to beat him to the apex. Well, he may well beat him to the apex. They'll be side by side up and over the timing line. Tennant still leads, and through the D chicane, Calais Tennant holds on. The gap between the two of them, Tom, what's that, 22 200ths of a second? And
So
traffic in front of them to contend with as well. Tennant, though, is round the outside. Oliver Reynolds is going to have to go all the way round the outside, and that scrubbed off the speed for Reynolds, and it looks like his opportunity at a victory is going to be gone.
We're on the penultimate lap now as well, so they will get the last lap board next time around. But yes, I think you could be right, David. That one could have been put to bed, but it was Tennant who forced the issue and said, no, I am going to hold on to this lead here, right around the outside of the dogleg and the kink. And we don't normally see that over the start-finish line into the D chicane, being able to hold on around the outside. Reynolds looks to be closing the gap once again. 1.4 seconds over the line.
Yeah, the gap went out because halfway round, obviously, you had to go around the outside.
Oh, no, I'm saying it, since that point, it's closing back in again now, is Reynolds on Tennant. I think he's just going to run out of time, though.
To close back in, and I don't think they've got lap traffic to try and that may well play back into his hands.
I think that, Reynolds can definitely take comfort, although it most probably will be a P2, can take comfort that he was probably faster than Tennant in this final.
He went for it.
Tennant's won all 3 heats, but Reynolds certainly had the pace in the final to take victory here, and it was just unfortunate circumstance that has prevented that.
Yeah, out of the final corner, though. will come Calais Tennant. For the first time, Calais Tennant is a final winner here at Teesside. Tennant takes the victory from Oliver Reynolds, who tried his hardest to take it away with that move down at hairpin 4 a few laps ago. Tennant and Reynolds on the top step of the podium. Archie Mostyn will come through to take victory in the Coma Bambino class from Logan Grassie. Third place in Mighty will be the 48 of Ayrton Tennant. He'll be classified P5 overall behind Logan Grassie. And then it'll be Sebastian O'Connell in third place in the Coma class in the number 16. He'll finish in front of the 66 of Jake Wynn. On screen, though, there's the 42 of Calais Tennant as he makes his way round. To be fair, hasn't really slowed down on the rolling in lap. He clearly wants to get back in to celebrate with his family at his first final victory here at Teesside, and they have made their way down to line the barrier on his way into pit lane. Calais Tennant, then, your first final winner of round number 7 from Oliver Reynolds and Archie Mostyn, with Logan Grassie, Ayrton Tennant, Sebastian O'Connell and Jake Wynn completing your Coma and Might E grids. Into the pit lane then comes Sebastian O'Connell, who has just got an update that I think he finished third in class and then is now very, very happy with his work. So congratulations to all of our Bambinos. They've been superb today here at Teesside. Next up then, we're going to turn it up a notch for Honda Cadet. Green flag wave down in the holding area, and we welcome them out onto circuit. First of all, Francesco Di Caro, 150 points so far, 3 heat victories to his name in the 127 as he seeks to try and keep his championship hopes alive. Daniel Ziad will start alongside him on the front row with Archie Cannon and Henry Colborne, another driver that can still win the championship here at Teesside as we head towards the doubleheader in October. He'll go off the outside of row number 2. Row 3, Jacob Jones and Sam Dixon, with Edward Rye in 7th place, Ethan Pearson in 8th. Tommy Burgoyne and Abel Hutton will complete the top 10 in front of Aston Wilson and Sebastian McCarthy. Oscar Will starts 13th, Harry Scrafton alongside him on row number 7. Oliver Bullock and Andrew McCrossan are on row 8, with Edward Charlton and Jacob McDonald in front of Reggie Cook and Phoebe Rogers. Then we have Frank Pearson, George Allison and Tyler Grufferty. Pearson in the Mighty Cadet, with Allison and Grufferty in our Micro Maxes.
So have we gone through permutations of what Rye needs to do? Or will it automatically roll on?
This one's rolling over now, I believe, Tom.
Okay.
I will check while we're gridding up what the script is.
A couple of minutes anyway, won't we?
Let's make the assumption that Di Caro is going to win it at the moment, and see where everybody else goes. So there's Di Caro with the win. And no, it'll still be very, very open. Rye will drop this one. Di Caro will roll it on. So this one's not getting wrapped up today anymore, I don't think, unless Edward Rye can charge through the field and take the win. If Rye wins it,
He wins the championship.
if Colborne, well, unless Colborne's second, then it keeps it alive. Colborne third, Rye wins it. So Rye can still win this, but he has got to charge through from 7th place. And by that, what he's not doing, he'll still drop this round. He's just taking points off his rivals.
Yes.
So it's going to be a bit of an effort for Edward Rye, who's had a tough day, obviously not qualifying, so started at the back, made good inroads, but then with the field not particularly squabbling too much in Heat 1, didn't give him much of an opportunity. And then Heat 2, the wrong choice of tyre wasn't great. Proved on the slicks, though, Tom, that he could get in the mix. So
I'm just going to give a shout out to your very clever spreadsheet that you've made yourself.
yes,
And-
patented. No, it's not.
No, it is. There was a lot of work went into that, and I don't think it gets the appreciation it deserves. So
Thank you.
I'm going to give you and it a round of applause
Thank
because
you.
without these championship permutations, we don't know where we're at.
Big up Microsoft Excel.
Yeah, and I'm nowhere near clever enough to work that out myself. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we're away and racing for the final. Good start from DeCaro. Also good start from Archie Cannon as well, who's going to get P2.
Oh, Harry Scrafton and Oliver Bullock have come together on the start line. That's done neither of them any favours, drops them all the way down. That electric step, by the way, goes off like a stabbed rat. It came past here, and I was like, why is that going twice as fast as everything else?
Because it's electric.
And it starts
Instant
immediately,
torque.
but it gets then to a top speed and then just tops out.
And everybody else starts to come back past. Anyway, so DeCaro leads, Cannon second, Zayad third. Henry Colborne is still fourth. Is he?
Oh,
Edward Rye side by side.
Colborne gets through on Edward Rye. That
Yes,
might
he
even
does.
allow Sam
Just
Dixon
holds
to...
on. Yeah.
Oh, Dixon and Rye are having some side-by-side. Dixon will not back out of that one, and through goes Sam Dixon.
You said in the previous heat that he was getting his elbows out. And Sam Dixon does indeed get the elbows out on Edward Rye and takes 5th place away.
Sam is a very, very capable driver, Tom, and has been a driver that... It's one of them, you know he's got the pace.
Yes.
He's just such a nice lad that he doesn't have that managed aggression to get him right the way to the front. That
Until
will
today.
come. That will come, and it will come. And the level that he's been racing at this year will have taught him that. And now he's going to be racing at the front with drivers that are very, very capable, and he does not look out of place at the front now, does Sam Dixon.
I'm sure he's got a very long and distinguished motorsport career in front of him. And so plenty of time to gain all that experience.
Wide round there went Ziad, but it didn't hamper his pace. Now,
The train of 6 moving away as Rye then gets the elbows out on Dixon through hairpin 2. And I think, I thought it looked like he was going to let him go actually, but
Dixon's coming back at him down the
Dixon
inside.
has got through. I think that was Rye allowing him to go through. I think it was to avoid a potential penalty for gaining a place there. But
Dixon pretty much had the switchback done. I know what you're saying with Rye there, but through went Dixon. Dixon with a helmet tap saying, look, how's about you push me onto the back of these lot and I can drag you back into the chance of getting this wrapped up this weekend. As it stands, though, this one's rolling over to the double header.
yes, indeed. Archie Cannon still showing very well in P2.
He is, but I'm still going to throw my surprise out there, Tom, that he's not sent one down the inside of Francesco Di
No,
Caro.
he's pushing him along. That's
yeah,
why.
but the problem is he's dragging Ziad with him. I could fully understand this if they were there, but I'm surprised.
Well, what Cannon's doing is saying, I'm going to push you along, Francesco. We'll sort it out at the end of the race, and it's up to you, Daniel, to come with us.
As well, it does lure Di Caro into a bit of a false sense of security as well, doesn't it?
It does.
He's pushed me, he's pushed me, he's pushed me.
Oh, no,
gone past
he's
me.
overtaken me.
Ziad with the fastest lap, but again, having to go wide round the national loop to basically stop him running into the back of the duo in front of him. It's the second time that's happened, and they need to be very, very careful of Henry Colborne. who had set the fastest lap. Then Ziad took it away from him, but he is closing in, is Henry Colborne.
I think Cannon's got the pace here on Decaro, and rather than work with him, I think he just needs to pull to the inside down the back straight and get a move completed.
I believe I said that about a lap ago.
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Well, I'm now seconding that opinion for my own self.
They have got a bit more of a gap now to Ziad, so maybe the push-away policy may well work.
I understand the working together, and it's something that we say a lot, that they should be working together rather than overtaking. But if you feel that you've got the pace that Archie Cannon clearly has over Francesco Di Cara at the moment, just make the move and see then if Francesco Di Cara is going to go with you or re-overtake, and then you can start to think about tactics again.
He's in the slipstream now. Di Cara is not defending that position, is he?
No, and Cannon's just pushing him along, and I can't understand why Cannon's not just pulling to the inside.
Unless there's been a pre-race, not agreement between them two, but with Cannon, it's right, you push him until the last 2.5 minutes and then you can go. But someone's got to be good with the stopwatch because we've not got the timer on the overhead gantry this weekend. So someone's going to have to be good in telling him up there that now is the time to attack this one. But Francesco Di Cara leading, the gap's going out.
I think we've lost Frank Pearson.
Oh, we have. Is he?
Oh, he's out there, but he's 4 laps down.
That'll be because the timer doesn't pick up on the Cadet.
Oh, because we've got the problem with the Mighty. Right,
Yeah.
okay, yes, because we're having transponder issues with the Mighties, yes. And still Cannon elects
He
to
should just
push
shout
Di
when
Cara.
he comes past.
Now.
Lap 1,
Here,
2.
sir. Here, miss. Like the register at school.
Yeah, Jacob Jones has fallen way down the order in this race, Tom, from where he started in P5. I don't know if he's got a problem, but bit of a shame that for Jones, because he's had a really strong showing throughout the race day here at Teesside.
Edward Rye in P5 setting a new fastest lap of the race.
Mm.
So he starts to reel back in Henry Colborne.
Yeah.
Dixon going with as well.
Colborne's going to fight him hard, though. That's the thing. So it's not like Rye's going to be able to just breeze past him and then move up there, because Colborne's in a battle with Rye for championship points. And whilst Rye will almost certainly end up dropping this round from his 7 of 9 as he sends it down the inside of Henry Colborne, that could allow Dixon to get the run as well. I think it has done. Dixon's up into 5. But so now Rye still trying to close up. He's in front of Colborne.
I think Dixon's going to work with him for a lap or so here.
Like I say, with Rye needing to win this race to wrap it up, I thought Colborne was going to defend him hard. Rye just needs to try and take points off his nearest rivals. Problem is that one of his rivals is getting pushed along and away from danger, albeit for the time being, with Archie Cannon. Now, for me, Cannon has to make the move soon because they're coming up to some lap traffic, and if that traffic fragments them and Di Cara gets down the inside and through and gets gone, then Cannon's opportunity of a race win goes. So there's always a risk when working with, particularly when you're going to come up to some traffic, is do you get the move done early? Are we going to see it into here at hairpin 1? No, we're not. They continue to run as tractor and trailer in first and second. Well, down the back straight they go.
Also running as tractor and trailer, Dixon and Rye. With Rye in 4th now, Dixon in 5th. They're working together as well to close that gap, and there goes the tap.
Change for the lead. Down the inside, into the right-hander of hairpin number 3. The time is now. As down the inside goes Archie Cannon. Di Cara back at him into hairpin 4. And I think I was right in saying that. Get it done before you get into the traffic, because now the traffic's here and they're going to get backed up into the D chicane. And Di Caro's gone wide round the outside and Edward Rye's up into 3rd place.
Yeah, Rye taking advantage, as did Sam Dixon, to demote Ziad a couple of places. But Rye now right on the back of Archie Cannon, alongside Archie Cannon around hairpin 2. With Dixon drawing alongside, and then Rye's going to get the switch back down the back straight, got overspeed, and this is what Cannon needed to do on Di Cara a couple of laps ago, and it's going to get freight trained now.
He's getting hung out like Sunday washing. and he's back down into P5. He made the move at the time where I think was the right time to do it in getting past Francesco Di Caro before that lap traffic, and we saw there the traffic plays a little bit of havoc. I'm going to have to take the laptop to my side of here, Tom, so I can start pinging in some numbers pretty much as it stands.
Yeah, so Di Caro still leading this one, but Rye now coming under, increasing pressure on Di Caro. Thought he was going to make a move at hairpin 2 as they put another driver a lap down. And Archie Cannon now dropping back. And Rye now moves to the inside and takes the lead away from Francesco Di Caro for the first time today. Di Caro finds himself in second place. Edward Rye now leads as they go through hairpin 3. Di Caro forces his way to the inside at hairpin 4. Runs Rye right to the outside. Rye still holding on, and he's going to have the inside line. Dixon starting to get involved as well as he drew alongside Di Caro, but it's Rye who leads from Di Caro, then Dixon, then Ziad is right there as well in fourth place. Archie Cannon slightly gapped now back in fifth place with Colborne in sixth. Now Di Caro back up the inside at hairpin 1.
Di Caro keeping his championship alive here. Ziad's down the inside. Rye's going to be in the middle of a sandwich.
Oh, he got past either side. On both sides of him, Dixon and Ziad went right round the outside. The time is ticked to 0, so we're going to get the last lap board this time around. There goes Ziad down the inside.
That opens the door for Rye again. Dixon, though, holding on to that third place.
Rye's going to try and run it round the outside again. Last lap board is out for Francesco Di Caro. Daniel Ziad in second place with Sam Dixon and Edward Rye. That's brought Colborne and Cannon back into play as well. So we've got a train of 6 for the lead here. What's Ziad got into hairpin 1? Nothing so far as Di Caro goes defensive into hairpin 1. That backs the whole pack up. Head down the back straight for the final time. Di Caro pulling to the inside. White lining it down the right-hand side of the track, Bambino style.
Can't see Ziad sending one, though. They've been pretty much nose to tail wingman for Ziad all day. The door may well be open, though. Rye's going to go down the inside of Dixon, and does. Dixon left the door open there. Rye comes through for third place. Rye in third, Dixon fourth. But it's Francesco Di Caro keeping the championship hopes alive with a second final victory of the season from Daniel Ziad. Edward Rye in third place salvages something from the day, which has been a fairly tough one for Edward Rye. Sam Dixon in fourth place left the door open into hairpin 4. That'll be one that he'll watch back and learn from, that's for sure. Archie Cannon and Henry Colborne complete your top 6 that were some 8 seconds down the road from the rest of the field.
I still think Dixon will be very happy with the result there, or should be very happy with the result there. It was there wasn't really much he could have done to stop Edward Rye coming down the inside. Rye had made a decision early and forced his way through. There was no contact or anything like that. It was perfectly clean. And but Dixon, should be happy. That's a good result for Sam Dixon. And that brings to an end an epic all-action Honda Cadet final. What are you saying, David? Championship-wise, it's going to roll on.
It's rolling on to the next round. Rye, Di Caro's done everything that he needs to do. Just having a quick look, I think, admittedly, Rye just needs finishing positions now.
In the heats.
Yeah. Just needs to bring it home with plenty to spare. I think an 8th place average for Rye through the heats and the finals. And what that does, it means if he can get top 5s throughout the heats, it gives him the luxury then of basically just being able to just bring the kart home safely in the final for him to take the championship. But Francesco Di Caro has done everything he needs to do for this championship now.
Well, all 3 heats and a final today, clean sweep for Francesco Di Caro. And really, he has only not led for probably the sum total, if you add it all together, of about a lap.
Yeah, and by my calculations as well, That does now turn this into a 2-horse race in the Honda Cadet Championship between Rai and Di Caro. I don't think the 6th place in the final enough for Colborne to keep himself alive in that championship fight.
So I'll run you through the grid for the amalgamated the amalgamated final of the Rotax and Honda R200 class. To no one's surprise, Joey Swan will go off pole position in the Intermax with Max Hall alongside, and Dylan Palgrave is back out there, so that's good to see for Dylan in the Sodi chassis. We'll go off P3 in the Interclass. Then around 100 or so yards behind will be the R200s, headed by Aaron Berridge with Ashton Horsepool alongside. Then it's JJ Allen and Dexter Petty, Luca Batuev and Tom Nichols, Peter Webster and Albie Cam, and then Harry Pennington and Ronnie Harra. They will be your runners in R200. And the Inters are already underway, and Joey Swan leads us away, and we'll take the inside line through the National Loop with Max Hall alongside, and then Dylan Palgrave in 3rd. And the R200s are away, headed by Aaron Berridge, who holds on to the lead beautifully through the National Loop from the number 10 of JJ Allen, who's had a good start from P3. He takes 2nd place away from Dexter Petty, who's actually dropping down the order. Luca Batuev's had a good start as well, but Petty dropping down the order into, I believe that's 6th in class. 7th maybe even, as they come over the line. So Petty with a difficult opening lap. Joey Swan leading the way in the Inters, already moving well clear of Max Hall, and Dylan Palgrave on that Sodi chassis has been distanced unfortunately into 3rd place as we look at hairpin 1 for the R200s, and it is still Berridge leading, although JJ Allen is coming under increasing pressure now from Luca Batuev, who wants a way through. Horsepool right there as well, as is Webster and Nichols. Dexter Petty dropping off the back of this one. Yeah.
Back on there now.
Oh, he is back on there now. Yeah, needed a couple of corners just to reset, but has caught back up, as you say, David. But yeah, was gapped there briefly.
Yeah.
I think 6-kart slipstream will help, though.
It has its benefits. Berridge, though, will need at the moment to try and break away. I think there's the move, by Luca Batuev, but JJ Allen super late on the brakes into hairpin number 1.
Swept in front of Luca Batuev.
Yeah, just later on the brakes and didn't allow Batuev to get through. Look over the shoulder from Batuev. He's not under pressure at the moment from Horsepool, but Horsepool then, who goes wide round South Bank.
Almost a senior Pro Kart line that from JJ Allen, wasn't it?
Petty's,
so late on the brake.
Petty's now starting to pick them off. Past Nichols in the early half of the lap, and now past Peter Webster as well, and moves up 2 into 8th overall, 5th in that class. He's just got to have a lap of settling into the back here, because he's just got to close back up. As JJ Allen holding on to that 2nd place, Tom, and for the first time running with the front pack. He doesn't look out of place. Down the inside, though, goes Luca Batuev to make the move. And Allen may well find himself on the outside of a bit of a train here, because through is going to go Horsepool as well. And he's still slightly wide. I thought Petty was going to try and get his nose down the inside of the 10. And I think that may well come here. It's not the first time we've seen Petty make that move. He did it on Webster, but Allen looks like he might run all the way around the outside. Petty's going to end up on the outside. Allen squeezes him, and that could allow Nichols to pop through. I don't think it has done. No, it hasn't. Petty holding on to position, but the top 3 now have a bit of a gap.
Yeah, they are starting to break away. So we've got a group of 3 and then a group of 4. But I think Petty, Nichols, Webster need to start working together. Although Petty's now moved through at hairpin 1.
That was on JJ Allen.
Yeah.
Allen's still holding on
to
that
that
place,
back
and that
to the inside.
Could allow Nichols in the gap. No, Petty's...
Oh, Petty had to have another bite of the cherry there because J.J. Allen was alongside. I don't think Petty saw him until the very last moment. Had to turn out of the corner before turning back in, and that's cost him a couple of places.
Yeah, forced down the order does Dexter Petty. Top three, though, are nose to tail. And we'll have some Micromax traffic to engage with shortly. And that won't be easy because the Micro will have much higher straight line speed, but won't have the cornering speed. So down the back straight they go. And see, they're not closing in. In fact, the Micro pulling away. Although great awareness in seeing the green flag, the blue flag by Dylan Palgrave just to move off the line and allow the R200s to come through. We do like that, Tom, and we do like to shine a light on the awareness of drivers when they do things like that.
Absolutely, yes.
5 minutes to go then, plus 1 lap. So next time they come round, they'll be roughly half race distance in this 10-minute plus 1 lap final. Berridge, Bachuev, Horspool, Powder, very, very dry between them top three at the moment.
You say that. Powder now been lit. Bachuev down the inside of Berridge and takes the lead away.
In the background as well, that's J.J. Allen still holding on to 4th place, but now under a fair bit of pressure from Tom Nichols. Petty's in front of Webster again.
Yeah, Bachuev's now going to see whether Berridge and Horspool have got any kind of response for his pace. Clearly feels he's quicker at this point in the race. He's going to ask the question of what they can do in his slipstream rather than it being the other way around. Personal bests for Petty, Webster and Dylan Palgrave actually last time around. I'm not sure what sort of level of experience Dylan Palgrave has got, but certainly following other karts around is going to be of a benefit.
Move for second place is Ashton Horspool, finding a way past Aaron Berridge, and Berridge didn't look to defend that one too much, too early in the race, possibly for Berridge to be defending. But and also feeling maybe that Horspool can drag him along back onto the back of Luka Bachuev, who had gained a couple of kart lengths, but I think Horsepool's coming good at the right time here, Tom. Tyre pressures maybe hitting where it needs to. All three of them set personal best on the previous lap, as did J.J. Allen and Tom Nichols in 4th and 5th respectively.
Yes,
but Nichols has lost the place to Dexter Petty.
Yep, we're starting to see peak performance. I think now it might be that Berridge has peaked a little bit too early here as he's starting to get gapped a little bit by the front two. J.J. Allen still at the front of that one, or was, until we hit hairpin 4, and then Dexter Petty came through very briefly because J.J. Allen then did the switcheroo and retook the position. Nichols right there, as is Webster. The fiscal wizard unable to make inroads into this group of 4 so far. It's a good battle that's going on though, and J.J. Allen looking very racy. I like his neon shoulders as well. I think just because we've got some fading light now here at the track as well, it makes him pop even more. I hadn't noticed it up until this race.
Doing very well is J.J. Allen. Dexter Petty on the outside, trying to find a way through.
I noticed I said that in my daddy voice. Oh, he is doing well, yes.
He is doing looked like they were all going to come together there. A bit of a concertina sent Nichols and Webster slightly offline. At the front, though, we've got Ashton Horspool leading from Luka Bachuev now.
Petty dived to the inside of Allen, and Nichols is going to try and make it 3 wide, opts out of it,
Allen
and
squeezing
yeah,
Petty.
he did, yeah, properly squeezed him to the inside, and I think Allen was probably a little bit lucky there that he was as far in front as he was, as Webster then gets into the back of Nichols through hairpin 3 and 4. But yeah, Allen was lucky that he was far enough in front, because I think if he was a little bit further back, he'd have just got turned around by Petty. Petty was unwilling to back out of it either. So at the front of this one, Horspool now leading round about half a second back to Aaron Berridge.
He's fallen
Oh,
away.
sorry, to Batuev.
Yeah, but Berridge has fallen away.
As we said, I think he hit peak performance
Yeah.
early on in this race, and now he's starting to drop off.
But he's still gapping the trio behind, also this quartet behind. So he's comfortable in third. There's Allen, Petty, Nichols and Webster still tram round in order. Then you've got a little bit of a gap back to Pennington and Cam, who are nose to tail. Petty down the inside of JJ Allen. Allen's coming straight back at him, though, at hairpin 4. Can Nichols do the switchback? No, it's Petty with the switchback, and Nichols has gone with him. And Webster's going to come to the inside as well, is he? Webster's down the inside. Allen tries to turn in, but finds that the 25 is more than alongside. Allen's coming back at Webster, though. Round hairpin 3. Webster's going back at Allen down the inside of hairpin 4. Allen will have track position, and Allen holds on.
I was just about to say, I want to see a bit more ruthlessness from Peter Webster.
Yes.
And as I thought it, out it came.
Contact warning for the both of them. I imagine the one for the 10 would be for turning in on the kart at South Bank, and Webster for then initiating a little bit further contact round South Bank. But nonetheless, the R200 leaders will see the last lap board next time round, because Joey Swan in the Intermax has already seen it, as he is down the back straight heading towards South Bank. Ashton Horspool, though, who started this final in third place in class, or fourth place in class, sorry. Third, has moved through to take the lead and is starting to open up a bit of a gap now to Luka Batuev, as Joey Swan comes through to take the overall race victory and the win in Intermax. As we head back towards our R200s, we've got Horspool leading us round South Bank. We've still got a battle going on for fourth place round South Bank between Petty and Nichols, but it's going to be Ashton Horspool coming through out of hairpin number 4. The 153 already celebrating. Horspool wins at round 7 from Batuev and from Aaron Berridge, and then it's Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols, with JJ Allen and Peter Webster finishing in front of Harry Pennington and Albie Cam, with Ronnie Harrer in P10 in that class. So Inters begin to make their way off the circuit.
Peter Webster not happy with JJ Allen, it would seem. As they exchange hand gestures with each other.
Yeah.
It seems to all have been sorted out now, though, as they tuck themselves back into an order and head towards the pit lane. Congratulations to Ashton Horspool, as well as Joey Swan and Max Hall as well in the interclass, but Horspool taking victory here in the R200 class. And what does that do for our championships in R200?
Wide open. Didn't even start looking at it today, Tom.
Okay,
it's
good.
wide open. So, yeah, it's quite tight. Batuev leading the championship coming into this round, but Horspool closing right in. Horspool, of course, having a drop round from round number 5 where he wasn't in attendance. Neither was Berridge or Webster. So things will sort themselves out, and I'll arrive ready for the double header, ready to call that championship. What I will do, Tom, is find you the grid positions for our final in Junior Rotax for you to run through. I will need that back, though, because this is a championship that can get wrapped up.
So Joseph Yao is going to go off pole position with Jake Grufferty alongside. Then it's Freddie Widrington and Thomas Harper. Rossi Costello and Jacob Carnes Then it's Hector Sadlowski and Oliver O'Donovan, Archie Ray Watson and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, the top 10. Samuel Yeadon, Holly Swan, Sam Robson, Sam Hayes, Darcy Hall, Evelyn Bye, Jaden Stonehouse, Ava Reynolds, Morgan Cooney and Jack Moss are then in the top 20, with Layla Berryman 21st. And that's your 21 runners.
Thank you very much, Tom. Vicky in the live chat saying good luck to Rossi. That will be Rossi Costello, because he's the only Rossi that we've got.
Very, very slow lap. Very, very slow rolling to the grid from Joseph Yao. They get going now, but I wonder if everybody's going to get going cleanly. And there are a few slow starters, but we are underway and racing now and fully up to speed for everybody. It is going to be Joseph Yao leading from, I think that's Freddie Widrington, was Freddie Widrington, who got levered wide at hairpin 1 by Jake Gruffity, but made it through did Gruffity and up to P2. So your front three are Yao, Gruffity and Widrington.
Harper then in 4th place, Rossi Costello P5, Jacob Carnes, then it's the 45 of Hector Sadlowski with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in front of Oliver O'Donovan and Archie Ray Watson as they come up and over the timing line at the end of lap number 1. And Joseph Yao at the front just needs to just keep facing forwards. What are we giggling at, Tom?
Because I saw you repositioning the laptop out the corner of my eye, and I genuinely thought it was going to hit me on the head.
Oh,
And then I
you should
realised
let me
it
know.
wasn't.
I'd have swung it. Oh, change for the lead. All the way round the outside goes Jake Gruffity.
Yes.
No Layla Berryman in this final, Tom.
No.
2 retirements and not out on track.
But Joseph Yao's going to need a tissue to wipe his nose after that one, because it was very much chopped by
Harper.
Jake Gruffity.
Certainly Harper then up into 3rd place now in front of Freddie Widrington with a move down at hairpin number 4.
Yeah, so you're right, Dave. We are missing Layla Berryman, unfortunately, in this final, but they head down the back straight one more time. This will be the most laps that we'll have in a race here today. This is going to be our longest race in terms of distance.
Normally get about 19 laps in, don't we, in the Junior
something
Max
like
final?
that. High teens, yeah. Dry conditions as well, so it's going to be bordering on an endurance race as this one. Some very tired drivers at the end. So it's a marathon, not a sprint, as Gruffity has hit the front. And Joseph Yao now in 2nd with Harper, Widrington, Costello, Carnes, Stansmore-Wilson setting a new fastest lap of the race in P7, Oliver O'Donovan, Hector Sadlowski and Archie Ray Watson, the top 10.
1st to 7th in the same camera shot, although we have had a change for 3rd place as Freddie Widrington gets past Thomas Harper and then defends South Bank, and then that may well allow Rossi Costello to challenge Thomas Harper.
With group of 5 nose to tail, Gruffity sets a new fastest lap of the race at the front of this one and moves away to the tune of half a second from Joseph Yao. A big waft of 2-stroke smoke enters the commentary box.
So that Stansmore-Wilson trying to make a move down the inside of Jacob Carnes. Carnes, I think, saw it coming very late on and closed the door.
If I could only smell that smell for the rest of my life, I would be a happy man. I had no other smell.
Just in the morning, rather than putting coffee on, just go and fire up the Rotax in the kitchen. Let it waft upstairs.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like Danish bacon, wouldn't it? Away we go. That's the way to start the day.
Gruffity from Yao, fastest lap, personal best though from Yao on the previous lap, took a 10th or so out of Jake Gruffity. Personal best as well for Freddie Widrington in 3rd place. Stansmore-Wilson has finally got past Jacob Carnes, but it has dropped them off the back of this train of 5 at the front and has also invited O'Donovan and Sadlowski into the mix as well.
I think that was Ava Reynolds potentially passing Jaden Stonehouse for 18th and 19th as well.
Could well have
It
been.
was
I think that
Ava
allowed
Reynolds,
Morgan
and Morgan
Cooney through
Cooney
as well.
Morgan Cooney's had a difficult weekend.
Yeah, has shown flashes of brilliance at times this season. I think he's taken a heat victory as well, hasn't he, Morgan Cooney?
Yeah, had a couple
this
of offs
season.
in the first couple of heats. Harper with a new fastest lap that time around in P4. So are they starting to close together once again? They're certainly closing in on Yao.
Certainly are, and I don't think Grufferty's gapping much, although he was 0.2 quicker on the previous lap. But
What does Yao need to do to wrap this one up? Is it just finish?
finish in front of
Anybody?
Widrington and O'Donovan, but I think with Widrington, I think Widrington's got to win it. With Yao a few places behind, I'll confirm into the final few laps.
P9 as well, so it looks like that one could be coming to a conclusion.
Not quite been at the races today, Oliver O'Donovan. Normally see him comfortably in the top 5 throughout a race weekend and always there or thereabouts in the final.
Well, he hasn't had quite the difficulties that Morgan Cooney's had, but yeah, it's been a tough weekend for both of them, hasn't it?
Grufferty's opening the gap up at the front again, Tom, now. I think that'll go out by another 10th. Indeed it does. As Yao is reeled in by Widrington, who in turn is reeled in ever so slightly again by Thomas Harper.
Ava Reynolds has passed Jack Moss that lap around as well, so she's on
Picking them off.
yeah, quite the drive through the field at the moment, up to P17. All of a sudden the blue touch paper has been lit by Ava Reynolds.
Change for second place, is that? Yes, it is briefly, albeit then Joseph Yao is back down the inside on Freddie Widrington. Will that leave the door open for Harper to get through? What it is doing, it's backing them into the 67 of Rossi Costello.
It's backing them into Rossi Costello, but it's also backing them off of Jake Grufferty, who now extends the lead by half a second that lap around.
Could be his second victory in as many rounds for Jake Grufferty.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds the gap now back to Joseph Yao. So if they've gone early on tyre pressures, it's now the time to start doing a little bit of easing it into the corner. If they've gone low on tyre pressures, this is going to be a sentence for all of them.
Certainly is, because we've pretty much got half the race still to go. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We're at 5 plus 1, so 5 minutes and 45 seconds or so of this race, plus the time between the timer elapsing and them hitting the timing mark. So still plenty of time to go.
Almost matched personal best lap time that time around from Jake Grufferty as well. So consistent so far. We'll keep an eye on that and keep an eye on the gap, which went out by another 10.5 to Joseph Yao, who I think is starting to realise that second place, A, is good enough for a championship victory, but also B, is just what's on the cards at the moment. So might just be allowing Jake Grufferty to get away and defend P2.
Costello up onto the back. He closed in for a few laps, but unless he's right there and these three are battling, just doesn't seem to quite have enough to go with the trio in front of him. But that might help him, because there's an overtake in front that might slow them a little bit on exit. Harper could well do them both here. They'll run 3 wide down the back straight towards South Bank. And with Widrington and Yao preoccupied with each other, Thomas Harper dives down the inside. That's a move by Joseph Yao.
Oof. That is a great move from Joseph Yao. Was briefly third in that group and retook both positions.
Who's the superbike rider you chuck out where you get overtaken and then you just overtake them back again?
Oh, that's Troy Bayliss.
Yeah.
Yeah, immediately at the next corner, he would just pass you back.
Why not? Just lob it down the inside.
Yeah.
That was
exactly what he did. But Joseph Yao just positioned his car perfectly and retook both positions. It's class.
Oh, Harper there, trying to go all the way round, trying to swap to sides, and then opens the door, I think, for Freddie Widrington, and Widrington is through, and Costello is up onto the back, as is Stansmore Wilson, and Hector Sadlowski.
Yeah, so Graffiti now at the front of this one by 2.8 seconds. So the fight is on for second place now. It looks like Graffiti is going to wrap this one up. All he needs to do is keep all four wheels pointing in the same direction and have some power behind him. And this one's done and dusted for Graffiti. The fight is on for second. Looks like we've got 7, 8, 9, 10 karts in this train now.
All the way down pretty much to Holly Swan, who is in 11th place.
Yeah,
so yeah, 10
second
karts.
to 11th.
Graffiti's still got 2 minutes at the front.
Yao still holding on from Widrington. Gap opening up slightly to Harper. Don't count out Rossi Costello either. Or Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who's just demoted Costello a place and then gets a big push from Costello down the back straight to try and close that gap up. So Costello willing to work with Stansmore-Wilson. Graffiti already over the start-finish line. Gap's gone out even further, 3.2 seconds now.
I think it will be a 19-lap final this time, with Graffiti crossing the timing line with enough time, I think, about a minute and a half to get round. It's about minute 23 for 2 laps, so that should add a few more laps to this race, and that will allow Freddie Widrington to have a nibble at Joseph Yao. And that, Yao, I don't think he knew Harper was there.
No,
and I think if he did, I'm not sure we'd have seen him chopping through
it was almost
in the
curtains.
same way. Harper with the switchback and holds on to 4th place, but was almost trying to go down the inside there. We've got a warning for the 22 of Jacob Carnes and for the 195 of Archie Ray Watson in 8th and 9th respectively.
They're nose to tail, so obviously some coming together there as Yao moves back through with an up and under, and then actually it's Harper who's going to lose out to Stansmore-Wilson through all of that, and Stansmore-Wilson picks off another one, and she's now up to P4.
She's eyeing a trophy.
Or is she?
Harper's not giving up his hopes though. Stansmore-Wilson's going to sweep all the way round the outside. Harper's going to hold on, but then that's fragmented that lead pack.
Yeah, it's slow at the apex with Stansmore-Wilson. Actually got some help from Rossi Costello once again. So Costello being very compliant with Stansmore-Wilson through the race so far. Let's see how long that lasts as we head towards the final lap.
1.5 laps remaining then for Jake Graffiti at the front, gap out to 4.1 seconds as this race rages on for second place between Yao Widrington and Thomas Harper. Final lap then, Jake Graffiti will lead us over the line.
And takes the last lap board already. Joseph Yao, second place at the moment. As we try and pick them up on camera, there they are. There's Joseph Yao with Freddie Widrington and Thomas Harper and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson pumping in a personal best lap with a little bit of clean air for the first time in a few laps for Stansmore-Wilson, and she's right there now as they head down the back straight for the final time. It is going to be Joseph Yao in second, and is about to hold on, Izzy, through hairpin 3 and 4. Freddie Widrington makes a last little look to the inside, but it's Jake Graffiti with 2 finals in a row taking victory. Joseph Yao holds on to second place with Freddie Widrington in P3, Thomas Harper in 4th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson P5. Hector Sadlowski had a great final lap, fastest lap of the race, and takes 6th place as well from Jacob Carnes and Rossi Costello in 8th. Holly Swan in P9 and Sam Robson the top 10.
Jake Graffiti takes the victory, but Joseph Yao is your 2025 Junior Rotax champion here at Teesside. Wraps it up with 2 rounds to go and will be a double champion, defending last year's title win. Joseph Yao is your 2025 Junior Rotax champion hence why we are following him round on this final lap.
It joins a very short list of double champions as well, actually, at Teesside.
He does. Whether it be in the same class or in
Or in
different
multiple
classes.
classes,
Yeah.
yeah.
In recent years, Volkus, Lucas,
Fox
Whiteley, and I think that's it in the live stream era.
Yes. Trying to think of some other. Potter?
No.
Did he not win Bambinos and then
Yes.
Cadets?
Yes, Bambino and Cadet for Potter.
Yeah.
Um,
As we say, it's a short list.
mm.
So congratulations to Joseph Yao, 2025 Junior Rotax champion. All done and dusted in that one with 2 rounds to go as well. So I'm sure we're going to see all action next time out, because there's no championship points to play for anymore. Well, not for the overall win anyway. There are still second, third, fourth, etc. all still up for grabs. So, Junior Pro Kart Final will be next. Our penultimate race of the day. Reece Cranston will go from pole position with Ashton Carmichael alongside and Ted Hall in P3. 4th place will be Josh Brown and 5th for William Howard. 6th will be Liam Edmonds and 7th will be Joshua Sullivan. 8th for Jensen White and 9th for Daniel Camp. Elvis Hartley will go off P10 with 11th for Lewis Dean. Grace Matthews in 12th and Isaac Wellburn will be 13th and Scarlett Whittaker Dunn 14th. Dylan Slack 15th and Reese Dodds will go off P16. Just await them heading out onto the grid.
Twelve minutes plus 1 lap this final, Tom, and now hairpin 3 becomes a very, very difficult corner, and has been for most of these finals, because it's the only corner that's in the shade.
It's going to be about 6 degrees colder.
They've come all the way round in glistening sunshine, and then they arrive into what is going to be effective darkness.
Yes.
At hairpin 3.
Just a quick plug for the live stream as well. Please, if you are watching, you can take 5 seconds. If you're watching on your phone, just turn it the right way round, or turn it portrait style, and click the like button. That would help us out massively. Thank you for joining us. If you could click that like button, that would be a huge help. It literally takes 5 seconds, and then you can turn your phone back landscape style again and watch us on full screen. Anything we can do to get our viewing numbers up will help, and also will, of course, help our series sponsors who are helping us all make it happen and bring you the pictures itself.
Certainly are. We've got this one slowed down to a
Crawl.
walking pace, as we say. No issues with oiling up. Cranston will lead us through. Carmichael alongside him on the front row. Hall and Brown on row number 2. And we're away and racing at the first time of asking. 12 minutes and 1 lap of action up towards the right-hander of the national loop. Cranston will lead us round. Carmichael tucking in on the outside as the Ted Hall in 3rd place. Sullivan up into 4th. Sullivan up into 3rd as he sends it down the inside of Teddy Hall. William Howard and Josh Brown battling out over P5 and 6. Oh, then there's contact there between Daniel Camp and Lewis Dean. Out onto the back straight they go. Cranston leading us away round South Bank.
Yeah, looking comfortable already is Cranston, although he's got Ashton Carmichael in close company and Sullivan right there as well. Ted Hall looking good as well in P4 as they start to make a break now away from Josh Brown and William Howard, who are side by side over the line with Liam Edmonds. We've got a contact warning going out for the 24 of Elvis Hartley. And looked like William Howard and Josh Brown again going side by side through the national loop, and William Howard has come out on top of that battle. There's a gap opened up now to the front 4. William Howard's going to have to fight hard now to close back in on Ted Hall, who has looked like a different driver this round.
Certainly has.
That BPEC experience has certainly stepped
Well, it was
him up.
Rowra last weekend for the test day there. Loads of wet weather practice last weekend on the Friday. They were also racing paper boats and stuff down the track when it got a little bit too wet at one point for them to race on the practice day. Fastest lap of the race by Sullivan, a tenth quicker than Carmichael, who in turn was a tenth quicker than Reece Cranston on that previous lap. They're starting to move away a little bit from Ted Hall, but he's sticking in there and going with, and in turn he's gapping Howard and Brown.
I was going to say it seems fairly settled, but then further down the order,
Lewis Dean and Jensen White.
yes, are still side by side, and I think they've been side by side for about 4 laps now.
Still side by side round South Bank, Tom.
We've only done 2, but
Yeah.
no.
Oh, they could have rolled.
You get my point.
Yeah, they did the rolling lap. They were together on the thing. Sullivan down the inside of Carmichael. They'll be side by side up and over the start line. Sullivan's got the move done up into second place.
He has.
Ted Hall is right back into the mix of things now because that's tightened things up.
And that's
Hall,
by virtue of Hall setting the fastest lap
yeah,
of the
Hall
race.
with the fastest lap as Carmichael goes back down the inside of Sullivan at hairpin 1. All this, of course, playing into the hands of Reece Cranston at the front, who's now going to have a gap of around about a second. Sullivan trying to draw alongside Ashton Carmichael down that back straight towards South Bank. Out the slipstream he goes this time. Can Hall get in the gap? Don't think he was quite close enough.
I think Sullivan played it smart at hairpin 1. We've seen him be quite robust in his defence over the last few months as young Sullivan, but saw Ashton Carmichael there and allowed him to come through, decided he was going to use the slipstream down the back straight and retook the position anyway.
Just at the right time as well, Cranston pumps in the fastest lap of the race, opens the gap up by half a second.
We're going to see now whether Sullivan has got any kind of response and whether Carmichael and Hall are going to be prepared to either go with or work with Sullivan here. To see whether we're going to have any kind of challenge for the lead of Cranston. Big gap now opened up behind to William Howard, and it is then, who is that behind? I think is that Elvis Hartley? It is Elvis Hartley who's now in second in that group. Then it's Josh Brown and Daniel Camp and Liam Edmonds and Grace Matthews and Jensen White and Lewis Dean, all in that group.
The trio behind the leader were all a little bit quicker than him, but the problem is he's a second down the road, Tom. And they're going to need to be a tenth quicker every lap until the checkered flag, and they're going to have to be consistent and they're going to have to work together if they want aspirations of challenging for the top step.
Well, Carmichael was the quickest one out there that time around, took set a new fastest lap of the race using the slipstream that he's got in front of him to full effect. And Sullivan then takes the fastest lap away, so they're getting quicker and quicker each and every
Sullivan's
lap.
wide, he's clipped the curb on the national loop. He might have been quick, but now Carmichael is up into second place.
That started in the D chicane. It was the same as what we saw in Heat 3 as well for Sullivan, where he got wide at the D chicane and then wide again on the turn in for the national loop. So just got slightly offline, and then it's had a knock-on effect to the following corner as well. And now, Carmichael now sweeps through into second place, although Sullivan now at hairpin 3 is alongside. And has he taken away second place again? Yes, he has, but all of this is music to Reece Cranston's ears. He's going to look behind and see the gap opening up as Ted Hall now starts to put Ashton Carmichael under pressure.
1.2 seconds now is a gap that had dropped down to basically 7/10 of a second in the lap that Sullivan set that fastest lap before going off slightly at the D chicane.
And we're looking at this second train as Josh Brown starts to put William Howard under pressure.
And again, just at the right time, Tom, as the overtakes were happening behind, Cranston pumps in the fastest lap of the race again.
Yeah, we'll see what happens this time around then when they haven't been overtaking each other for this group behind. So what they can do when they try to work together.
Howard and Brown going at it, as is the rest of the junior Pro Kart field, actually. There's a great battle going on here. Hopefully, I want to stay with this for a little while, Tom. Let's give them their time to shine. Howard from Brown, Camp, Hartley, Edmonds, Matthews, White's in there, Lewis Dean's in there as well, as is Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. 5th to 13th, all in the mix, and to be fair, Isaac Welburn isn't a million miles off the back of them either.
Yeah, looking good actually is Isaac Welburn in terms of potential positioning. So heading into South Bank. Who was that coming close together? Was that Scarlett Whittaker Dunn? And or was it Grace Matthews, I think, and Jensen White? I think it is Grace Matthews and Jensen White as they come over the line. Yes, it is. They were coming together, but managed to get themselves sorted out. It's as you were. Grace Matthews holding on to 10th place, Jensen White in 11th. Josh Brown off camera has passed William Howard for 5th place, although Howard now draws alongside. You could just see them just go through the shot there of retaking 5th place away. Gap at the front for Reece Cranston was 1.2 seconds last time around. They're just going to come over the line now, and it's come down by half a tenth. Not enough.
Fastest lap, though, by Ted Hall. Sullivan took it, and then Hall dropped one in right behind on the tail end of 46.332 for Ted Hall. Like you say, Tom, the gap coming down, but not by anywhere near enough, given the amount of time left in this race. They're needing effectively 2/10 a lap now, as Sullivan desperately gets his head down behind the steering wheel to try and eke as much out as he can. Howard is back to the front of the train down the back straight with Josh Brown and Daniel Camp going side by side in the first part of the back straight out of hairpin number 2. They're still being pursued by Hartley and Edmonds. I think the gap may well have gone out at the front again. No, it's down slightly. Visually, it looked to be a lot bigger.
I think Reece Cranston had a bit of a problem at hairpin 1. I think he ploughed on a little bit with some understeer, and he looked visually slower through that corner than Sullivan, Carmichael and Hall did, and he looked slower again through that part of the track as well. It might just be my eyes deceiving me, but I think that gap's coming down.
Good move down the inside by Josh Brown. William Howard's going to come back at him, and then Howard's going to get a switch back. Brown there tried to employ the brake halfway around the corner and stop the run. Elvis Hartley doesn't appear to be too pleased. Second contact warning, I believe, for Lewis Dean. Oh no, same one.
Same one. Okay, it's fine.
Bought that. Again, another fastest lap by Ted Hall in 4th place.
Gap went out slightly, so yeah, maybe Cranston, maybe it was just one scruffy corner. We can let him away with that. He's got enough of a lead.
See, he's earned exactly what you say, Tom. He's earned the right.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
To drive this final the way that he wants to. Howard still in this race-long battle with Josh Brown, and it's still going on. Still 2 minutes to go. I had this feeling that it was going to be the last lap soon.
If we leave them out till October, well, I think these two would still be fighting it out.
Yeah. Keep them going. Whoever runs out of fuel last wins.
It has raised from the drop of the flag between these two. And continues to raise. Daniel Camp, P7 as well. Good showing for Daniel Camp. Liam Edmonds in 8th. Elvis Hartley has now dropped down to 9th place. Grace Matthews, again, not far off the back of that group, with Scarlett Whittaker Dunn in very close company as well. So they're going to be fighting it out. Gap down, and I called it before I got the live time in my head. I was like, that gap's going to be close, and it is. It's under a second now for the first time in a long time.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it's going to be back over a second because Carmichael Just put paid to that.
And in the middle of the overtake, Sullivan's going, look, we were catching him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Carmichael, though.
Now he's tapping his helmet going, what are you doing? Yeah, they were catching him. It was under a second for the first time. Sullivan to Cranston. But now Carmichael's gone, no, thank you, sir. I will take P2 away.
Still time to go. 2 laps to go. Reese Cranston will lead us over the line. Ashton, Carmichael, Sullivan and Hall, your top 4. Then there's this gap back to... And it's a big gap because they are battling. William Howard and Josh Brown are battling it out. Sullivan's back through, and he's got through, and Ted Hall's gone with him as well.
Indeed.
Oh, and then Hall and Carmichael come together in the middle of hairpin 1 and 2. Sullivan's got an easy run to second. Hall and Carmichael. Carmichael remonstrating with Hall. Hall was down the inside and into 3rd place.
And that looks like that one's going to be done and dusted for second.
Carmichael's back down the inside of Hall at hairpin 4. On to the final lap we go. Reese Cranston will have no idea what's happened behind him in this race, and I don't think he cares one bit.
No, he absolutely won't. But it's the fight is on now between Carmichael and Hall for the final step of the podium. And Carmichael doesn't look like a particularly happy bunny. But, I'm sure will be happy with a podium. If he gets one, he's actually gapped Ted Hall a little bit onto the back straight. Big look behind and a shake of the head as well for Carmichael. But, not happy with Ted Hall, but it was Carmichael who instigated all of that by overtaking Sullivan a few laps before it, and that sort of lit the blue touch paper in this final as Reese Cranston comes over the line to take victory here in the Junior Pro Kart final, followed by Joshua Sullivan and Ashton Carmichael, and Ted Hall will take 4th place in the end from William Howard, just in front of Josh Brown, who's had a good day as Josh Brown with Daniel Camp in P7, Liam Edmonds in P8, Elvis Hartley in 9th, and Grace Matthews inside the top 10. So a very good showing from Grace Matthews as well. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn will take 11th from Isaac Welburn and Lewis Dean. Jensen White in P14 with Dylan Slack 15th and Reese Dodds P16. Now, there we go.
Reese Cranston then extends his championship lead as we head towards championship weekend in a month's time. Gives himself a real opportunity of adding to the names that have won this junior championship in the past. Aaron Alexander, Jack Morris, to name a few. Lennon French, Harvey Still,
Max
Isaac
Shields.
Duff. No, never won a junior.
I thought he won the junior.
Never won a junior, did Max Shields. Won club last year, runner-up twice, behind Harvey Still and Lennon French.
Oh, of course. Of course.
And,
Harvey Still's a name that we miss, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. He did a Rosberg. Won a junior and then went, I'm done.
One and done.
One and done.
Yeah.
Retired.
But yeah, I think that's the name that we miss as well. I think he could bring a lot to the table in seniors. Could Harvey Still if he was still racing. And so we will move on very quickly to our final of the day.
Our final of the of round number 7. We'll see Maximus Shields lead us round a 150-point haul so far from 3 heat victories. Sees him on pole position with George Ludwell, his nearest championship rival, alongside. Isaac Duff and Danny Bean on the second row. That's your battle for the club championship. That can get wrapped up if Danny Bean beats Isaac Duff. We'll keep you updated on those permutations throughout the race. Matthew Hauschby will start a final in 5th place, his highest final start in his T-side career for Matthew Hauschby in P5. Joseph Williamson goes next to him in P6 on the 3rd row. Oliver Hill, and then your leading novice. Here's the 227 of Curtis Yule. Top 10 will be completed by Zachary Hudson and Bradley Rowe. Sam Neri starts 11th, James Kay in 12th, Marty Gilfillan and Riley Matthews, Freddie Cowley, and then Tom Woolley and Alana Howard, with Zach Dawson off the back after his retirement from heat number 3.
Just while we've got a few seconds before this one gets going, thank you to the 4 people who have clicked like on the live stream. That is very much appreciated. In fact, to tell you what to do, let us know that you've clicked like in the comments and I'll give you a shout out.
One more, famous 5. Come on, hit me with another like. In fact, I can do it.
So hit the like button, tell us that you've hit like, and I'll give you a shout out on the stream. Right, here we go for the final of the day, and it is Maximus Shields leading us away.
Ludwell slots straight into the wheel tracks of the 43 as, we've got 2 coming together. Bradley Rowe is one of them. They're trying to drag the carts off each other. Is that Joseph Williamson? Yes, it is. I think he's the second one of the 2. But Bradley Rowe in the 181 and Joseph Williamson come together, and they were, I'm not sure where, because Williamson started 5th and Rowe was 9th. They weren't nailed together at the start, were they? But they've come together at the first corner.
Well, coming out of Hairpin 2, I can tell you now that Danny Bean means business in this one. He's leading the club class, but immediately slotted in behind George Ludwell and just looks like he's just going to work with. He knows that Ludwell's in a different class, so no point in fighting him for position. Just needs to work together and pull away from Isaac Duff. To cement a victory potentially in this final. Isaac Duff is going to have to work hard to close that gap in, and in fact you can see Danny Bean immediately pointing to George Ludwell saying, just drive, just keep your eyes forward and I'm going to push you along if I can get onto your tail. But Isaac Duff is still there.
Bean will be back then for the final round. I imagine he'll move himself up to pro. It's going to happen next year anyway. Given that you don't get to stay in the same class
if you take victory.
Yeah.
And even if you do particularly well in pro as well, you may well be moved up.
Get them gone. Get all the pros. To be fair to Danny Bean, he's sticking right with George Ludwell. And I'd say now, Tom, given how close Isaac Duff is to the back of him, might have to go past him.
Shake of the head from me in the commentary box. I think he's just going to work with Ludwell all race
I
long.
think that's the way forward. But if he keeps getting, if he feels he's faster and that looking over his shoulder and Duff's closing in on him.
I'm going to put my line in the sand now, and I reckon unless Isaac Duff puts a move on Danny Bean, he's just going to sit behind Ludwell.
Quite possibly, and I think, I say it's the way forward. If Ludwell is quick enough to drag you away, that's certainly the case. But
even if Isaac Duff's going with, I don't think we're going to see an overtake.
The thing is here for me with Danny Bean is that he looks over the shoulder there, looks at Isaac Duff, is that he doesn't need to win it today. The points he's amassed throughout this day is enough that he could just arrive at round 8
could just push it round.
And effectively Edward Riot go round, finish inside the top 10, take the big championship trophy at the end of the season. Does he want to get it wrapped up today and arrive at the doubleheader with no pressure? Of course he does.
Yeah. And Duff is actually closing in now, so we've now got a train of 3 nose to tail. So Duff doing what he needs to do. As I said throughout the day, I've been mightily impressed with the progress that Isaac Duff has made this season. Likewise, Danny Bean has stepped forward throughout the season as well. I mean, he started off quick, but has progressed as well. I mean, both of them, when they first turned up to Junior Pro Kart, were, with the greatest of respect, off the back of their respective packs. But now we see them running at the front of Senior Pro Kart, and that's on merit and nothing else.
Well, I had not a similar conversation, but that's reminded me of a conversation I had around about 2 years ago with, would have been Ashton Horspool's mum at Three Sisters, when she said to me, I love watching your lad, he's such a natural. I went, no, he was rubbish when he started. Because everybody is. You learn through progression, you learn through seat time, you learn through sharing the track with better drivers. You learn, and I would say this to any driver that's probably done 6 months to a year and you're towards the back of a class, on a practice day, pick your kart up, dump it in P1, get out and get overtaken a fair bit and see where everyone's making the moves, where they're braking a little bit deeper than you are. You're not going to learn going off the back of a practice session every single weekend. So I really, at the next round, I want to see one of the drivers in the back third, particularly in Cadet, pick their car up, dump it down in P1 on practice, and go and learn from some of the best drivers in the country
And what
at this level.
What you're seeing as well is the progression is not just through racecraft or anything like that. It's just all down to seat time. The more you sit in a car, and Isaac Duff and Danny Bean are prime examples of that. The more that they've sat in the car, the more laps that they've done, the further distance they've gone, the faster they've got. And it's purely down to seat time and experience. I mean, it's not purely down to seat time and experience, but it's the biggest factor is seat time, experience, getting that racecraft sorted, making mistakes and learning from them. And as we say, it's these two have progressed massively, leaps and bounds throughout the last couple of years to get to this position that they're in now, where they're fighting for a clubman championship in senior pro kart. And realistically now, both of them are at the level where they should really be moving up into pro class and being comfortable in that class as well. I think Zach Dawson, another one who could be in the same category as well, already up to P6.
P5 now. He's got
P5
past
for
Matthew Hauschby on that previous lap.
Yeah, so Zach Dawson
Hauschby
moving right
dropping
through.
off the podium in class, unfortunately for Matthew Hauschby, but will continue to wax lyrical about his improvements throughout this season, and rightly so.
But I think next season, if we see Shields, Ludwell, Bean, Duff, Dawson all in pro, I think we're going to have a great season ahead next year.
Well, yeah, because obviously
I know we've
everybody...
still got 2 rounds to go in this one, but you know, seeing them all in the same class, there's going to be no excuse for them not to fight not to fight with each other.
Still 5 minutes to go in this one, and Ludwell's not exactly dropping them.
No, he's not. As I say, though, unless Duff is going to mount a challenge for position on Danny Bean, there's no way that he's going to overtake Ludwell. Just tell them they're in pro class altogether. Then we'll see a fight.
Change it mid-season.
Change it mid-race.
Yeah. You two, you're in pro. Dawson's leading the championship. Stick it on the board. Stick it on the digi flag. Shields.
I was just going to say, meanwhile, we haven't really mentioned Max Shields much, but that's because he's
Again,
two seconds clear at the front of this one.
It's his own fault.
Yeah, making it a Sunday drive. Do you know what? I think Shields should do a Valentino Rossi.
Which is...
Well, he should be in P2 or P3 until there's 2 laps to go, then take the lead, and then set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race and go, this is how fast I could have gone if I really tried.
Yeah. It's like bullying that, isn't it?
Well, it's what Rossi used to do, though, wasn't it? He used to break the hearts and minds of all competitors.
Shields, though, leads
He's Secte Gibber now for further evidence.
Yeah.
Literally retired because he had a mental breakdown because of what Rossi used to do to him on the track.
Shields with a gap of 2.1 seconds. His time was fairly similar to Ludwell on the previous lap. But Shields just easing it home at the moment. Again, this championship, the Pro Class 1, can't get wrapped up this weekend because Shields missed round number 6, but he's going to be in a position when he arrives at round number 8 where he can just effectively arrive and enjoy himself and get through without too many problems. So Shields, Ludwell, been well on his way at the moment to leading and winning the Club Class Championship.
I've got a reference of what Max Shields is doing. He's doing a Happy Gilmore.
For me and Tom. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Thank you.
Remind me who you are. It's Edward Charlton. See, if you came in with your helmet on, I'd be all in. I'd know who you were.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Cheers, Edward.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Very much the same as well. I'm in that position. We don't recognise them with helmets on.
No.
But no, my
Should
my
get them all a
reference
T-shirt.
from-
I am, and then a blank space where they can write their name on it.
Or do what I used to do when I used to go karting with my mates, is put masking tape on the back of the race suits and then write in Sharpie
So you could see who you could fire off.
who you were following. Yes, but no, my reference for Max Shields, I'm going to give it a film reference. Is Happy Gilmoreing it? He's just going to tap it in, tap it in. He's just going to tap his way through to the final, tap his way through to victory in the final, tap his way to a championship.
Warnings for the 17 and for the 181 of Bradley Rowe.
In fact, I want to see Max Shields at the next round with a Happy Gilmore T-shirt on that just says "tap it in." Barry, there's your homework.
Getting one made.
So still, second place is George Ludwell and Danny Bean in third, Isaac Duff in fourth. It's very much as you were. And I don't want to use the word boring, but it's been a bit of a sedate final so far. There's been a lot of field spread so far, and not a huge amount of fighting.
No, Bean needing to do what he does.
I'll tell you what it's been. It's almost like we haven't had a random grid for the final,
Yeah.
and everybody's just kind of found their
It's
level.
almost like they're in order of merit,
Yes.
with the exception of Zach Dawson, who's charged through into fifth place, but because the three in front aren't battling, has not been able to close in much quicker. It's been a tenth a lap, but he'll run out of time unless they decide that the last lap is where they fancy a massive scrap. Everybody else, though, I think with the exception of Joseph Williamson, who fell down on the opening lap and is currently circulating in P15, it means that they are pretty much within one or two places of where they started this race.
Well, with Zach Dawson taking 13 places up to P5 and only being 1.4 seconds behind Isaac Duff, Danny Bean and George Ludwell, he's definitely had the best race of the final.
Yes, your second biggest mover is Riley Matthews. He's made up 5 places from P14 to run P9 and is on the podium in his class behind Curtis Yule. That's a championship that will go to the final round, particularly because Yule has missed a few rounds. He doesn't have the luxury of any drop scores, does Curtis Yule, because he's missed 2 rounds. So that's Alana Howard and Tom Woolley battling it out. Tom over P16 out the window. Duff now is down the inside of Danny Bean. Pass me the spreadsheet. Let's see what that does to things.
Anybody hear some blue touch paper being lit? Because here we go for the final lap. Has Danny Bean got any kind of response?
Well, I don't know, but it takes it to the final weekend for
It
sure.
will do. Danny Bean perhaps being a little bit complacent. I tell you who else is there. Is Zach Dawson. He's coming along as well for
Look
the
at
ride.
Bean's response to that. Should he have overtaken Ludwell, Tom?
We'll let him debate it. We'll let him live inside his own head for the next month as
Max Shields comes out of hairpin number 4. Taps it home. Does Max Shields for victory at round number 7 from Ludwell. Isaac Duff keeps the championship hopes alive as he beats Danny Bean. Isaac Duff, Bean, Zach Dawson from the back to 3rd in class, 5th overall in front of Hauschby and Hill, with Curtis Yule, Riley Matthews and Sam Neri completing your top 3 in the novice class.
absolute drive of the final from Zach Dawson. As we seem to, I don't know what we're looking at here on screen.
That's the static. Is it fallen? Has it fallen over?
I don't know, but we're now looking at the grass.
It's lovely. Yeah, there we go. We've got a camera shot. There's
There
Zach
we
Dawson coming round in
Yeah,
the
he
83.
definitely had the race of the final as a very smoky Max Shields comes into pit lane. Little celebratory lock-up. Ludwell, Bean and Duff much calmer as they come in And Zach Dawson looks spent. Looks like that was a bit of an effort, doesn't it?
Worked hard there, didn't
Did
he?
work hard, and yeah, well done to Zach Dawson taking the final step of the Clubman podium from near enough last.
Was that the fastest? Did he set the fastest lap of the race as well, Zach Dawson? Yes, he did. 46.024. That's how hard he worked just to try and catch up with Duff and Bean. He will take some silverware home, but points-wise, he'll probably drop this round, will Zach Dawson, after that retirement with engine trouble in heat number 3. It's been a great day once again, Tom, here at Teesside. We have crowned a champion, of course, in Junior Rotax. Congratulations to Joseph Yao. All of our other championships that could have been wrapped up today, though, in Honda Cadet and in Senior Pro Kart Club will roll over to the final weekend, championship weekend here in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, looking forward to that one very much. Thank you once again to our to our series sponsors, NRG Karting, Optim Oil, Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, MS Kart Racing Technologies. Thank you as always to our marshals. Without you, we can't go racing. Thank you to our medics as well. Without you, we can't go racing. And to all of our circuit organisers here. And race direction, clerk of the course, etc., etc., etc.
Yep, camera ops, everyone that helps bring the live stream pictures to those of you that can't be at the circuit, or if you're watching relatives at home. Thank you very much for joining us once again on TSK Motorsport Media. Thank you very much for those people that have liked the stream. I think we're up now to press a refresh button, Tom. I reckon we're double figures. We must be.
Well past double figures, yeah.
No, sorry, I meant over,
oh,
over
yes,
19.
another
We're
3
up to 20.
people have liked us.
I have as well, but that doesn't really count.
Ange Falkus being 1, and I'm guessing Layla Bell as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate your support. We look forward to welcoming you back in a month's time to Championship Weekend. Practice on a Friday, 2 race days on Saturday and Sunday, and plenty of off-track action as well. We've got...
Oh, and fireworks and pizza.
Oh, Tom, fireworks and pizza, Tom.
2 of my favourite things in the world.
In what order?
Pizza first, obviously. Pizza first, obviously.
Well, we had a pizza van last night. He was supposed to be here till 8 o'clock. He's sold out by about 6:30.
Don't tell my significant other or my child, but pizza is possibly my favourite thing in the whole world.
He was well clear and sold out of pizza, did the pizza van. So, yeah, pizza and fireworks on the Saturday night, which is a tradition here at Teesside to bring our season to a close. I'm sure as well, Tom, there'll be fireworks on track at Championship Weekend. We look forward to welcoming you back on TSK Motorsport Media in a month's time. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I've been David Sullivan. He's been Tom Butterworth.
Yes, he has.
And we'll see you soon.